Hi. Show hasn't started yet. The scenes coming out of Mariupol today and over the weekend are horrific. It is inexcusable. And I don't understand why something like this continues to go on. Where are the Russian generals who will stop this? It is against international law to obey illegal orders. It is the obligation of the Russian military not to bomb heavily populated areas. These are war crimes. Why isn't anybody in Russia stopping this? And what's especially galling is my tax dollars. My country is responsible for sort of the same thing. This is what we did to Baghdad, Kabul. This is what happened to Fallujah. There are too many people right now in the world, experts who view Ukraine as a laboratory for war. And there is an excitement among military analysts. There's an excitement in the arms industry. There's an excitement among war connoisseurs who claim excitedly that we are witnessing perhaps a new age in warfare where tanks may become obsolete. There are reports that Britain's next generation light anti-tank weapons used by Ukrainian soldiers are wiping out Russian tanks, making the soldiers inside those Russian tanks sitting ducks. Thousands of Russian troops have reportedly been killed by these anti-tank missiles. Russia has not experienced casualty rates like this since World War II. Tank warfare may be a thing of the past. So far, six Russian generals have been killed, reportedly by sniper fire in Ukraine. This is insane. Why aren't the Russian generals, the Russian military, putting an end to this? More than a dozen senior Russian officers have reportedly been killed. Ukraine says it has killed close to 15,000 Russian soldiers, while American intelligence says it's closer to 7,000. These anti-tank weapons were given to Ukraine by the British. They were manufactured in Northern Ireland, but they are owned by the Swedish automaker Saab. Sweden, they're supposed to be neutral. Saab, that's the car that's supposed to be safe for everybody. This has to stop. This has to stop. Welcome to the mop-up for March 21st, 2022. It's spring. I believe today is the first day of spring, unless you live in Australia, in which case it's the first day of fall. I don't understand. We can't get everyone around the world, especially with what's going on right now. We can get everyone around the world to do economic sanctions against Russia, but we can't get everyone around the world to all drive on the same side of the street and observe spring at the same time. It's spring, but everybody wants to be different. That's why Australia calls this the first day of fall, even though it is obviously the first day of spring. And I get it. I understand, Australia. You want to carve out your own little identity in the world. And so if America celebrates spring, you fight the cultural hegemony by calling it fall. I get it. But with climate change, with all that's going on right now, we can't afford to play any more games. All of us need to be on the same page. It is spring, Australia. Stop playing games. It is spring. Leaves are beginning to sprout. It is spring. Get with the science on this. Well, the show hasn't officially started yet. I'm just warming up. No fly zones. I want a no-fly zone over my litter box, especially since I don't have a cat. Okay, the show is about to start. Hi, I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 62 degrees and sunny, which means it's spring, Australia. It's spring, 62 degrees and sunny. That makes it spring. Well, Here in America, at least 8 people were killed, 50 injured over the weekend here in America, which experienced at least 8 mass shootings over the weekend. There have been 107 mass shootings so far this year. Over the weekend here in America, in Norfolk, Virginia, 2 people killed, 3 wounded outside a restaurant. In Madison Heights, Virginia, 1 person shot to death, 4 wounded. This weekend, 1 person shot to death, 28 injured at a car show in Dumas, Arkansas. I hope I'm pronouncing Dumas incorrectly. Dumas. 1 teenager was shot to death and 3 wounded during a birthday party in Houston, Texas over the weekend. 3 people were killed, 3 wounded at a hotel in Fayetteville, North Carolina. 10 people wounded, 1 critically, in a shooting Saturday night in Dallas, Texas. In downtown Austin, Texas, in their entertainment district, 4 people attending the final week of the South by Southwest Festival were shot. 4 people were shot attending a party in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on Sunday. Last year, 45,222 people died from gun-related injuries here in the United States. 45,222 Americans were killed by guns last year. 45,222 Americans dead from gun violence last year. Why? Why? According to Forbes magazine, in 2018, gun stores in America had revenues of $11 billion. Gun and ammunition manufacturers had revenues approaching $17 billion. A lot of that money comes from sales to the Pentagon and other militaries around the world. This country is awash in guns. There are reportedly 400 million guns in the United States. 98% of those guns are owned by civilians, 45,222 of whom were shot to death last year by those guns. Consequently, public schools are spending upwards of $3 billion a year to keep teachers and students from getting shot. There's money in keeping teachers and students from getting shot. Security alarms. The security alarm business alone brings in $25 billion here in the United States, where an estimated 1 million armed security guards are employed. According to Newsweek, it costs upwards of $3 billion a year in hospital costs to treat gunshot wounds. And all this, the guns, the ammunition, the emergency room visits, the funerals, the armed guards, all of it contributes to America's economy. America's GDP, close to $20 trillion a year, which means guns and gun violence is no insignificant percentage of our GDP because guns are big business. The National Rifle Association, which has been turned into a lobbying arm for gun manufacturers, the NRA, had revenue last year of $400 million. Wayne LaPierre, who runs the NRA, earns, we think, but we know, earns a salary topping $5 million a year. That includes some of the perks that we know of. So I know it's hard to believe, but there is no economic incentive to ridding this nation of guns. In fact, there is an economic incentive to sell more guns because getting shot or shooting someone, that makes you a job creator. When you get shot or when you shoot someone, you are contributing to our GDP and creating jobs. There is no economic growth in getting rid of guns. Guns create jobs. Jobs for security experts, nurses, doctors, and biorecovery crews who charge a fortune to clean up after a murder or a suicide. 45,222 dead Americans each year from guns is no accident. Some of these are accidental shootings, but the proliferation of guns in America, this arms race, where the police must buy bigger weapons because the criminals are buying bigger weapons, and Homeland Security must buy bigger weapons because the domestic terrorists are buying bigger weapons. This is no accident. There are gun manufacturers and lobbyists who need to sell more and more guns because they are corporations, and corporations must show growth. You cannot sell fewer weapons this year than you did the year before. You must grow more revenue, more, sell more weapons, sell more ammunition. That's why 45,222 Americans died last year from guns, and more will die this year, and more will die next year. And that's good, because the more people who die from guns, the more people think they need a gun to protect themselves from a gun, even though there has never, ever been a recorded incident of someone preventing a mass shooting by shooting the shooter. It's impossible. We saw that with Kyle Rittenhouse. He was an active shooter, and someone with a gun tried to stop him, but Rittenhouse shot him. And nobody knew who the active shooter was and who the good guy with the gun was, because in the fog of a mass shooting, nobody can tell the difference between the good guy with the gun and the bad guy with the gun. The answer is nobody with a gun. Nobody stops a home invasion with a gun. But we are a gun culture. We kill people overseas and here at home. And the more people who get killed, the more we get used to it. You know, humans get used to a lot. Neil Armstrong was once asked, I think it was Neil Armstrong, the first person to step foot on the moon, or it might have been Michael Collins. Somebody from Apollo 11 was asked how they were able to calm down as they orbited the moon. A reporter asked how they were able to contain themselves. You're seeing the moon. And one of the astronauts said, you'd be amazed at what a human being can grow accustomed to. In other words, a couple laps around the moon, you get used to it. These mass shootings, they used to be horror shows. Now, when there's a mass shooting, we say, how many? Only 6? That's nothing. That's what's happened with guns here in America. We've grown so accustomed to 45,222 Americans dying each year from guns that people who never once considered getting a gun are now thinking, well, maybe I should get a gun. You can get used to 45,222 Americans shot to death each year. We have. It's growing, and we've gotten accustomed to it, the same way we've gotten accustomed to homeless people sleeping in our lobby or Americans dying because they can't afford health care. You can get accustomed to as many as 1 out of 4 children in America living in poverty. It's like that ringing we all have in our ears. If you don't pay attention to it, it goes away. Now, I don't know how closely you've been following Ukraine. It is a tragedy, a horror show. Will we get accustomed to it? We got accustomed to Iraq. We got accustomed to Afghanistan. 2 years in, nobody could tell who, if you were asked who the president of Afghanistan was, nobody could tell you. Nobody could tell you who the leaders of Iraq were or the generals fighting for us over there. We grew accustomed to Afghanistan, and we grew accustomed to Iraq. Will we get used to what's going on in Ukraine? We kind of got used to Yemen. UNICEF says 10,200 children in Yemen have been killed or maimed. 23.7 million people in Yemen need food, medicine, and housing right now, including 13 million children. 2 million children in Yemen are homeless. We got used to Syria. The death toll could be as high as 610,000. When it comes to Syria, most of the debate I hear on the left when it comes to Syria is whether Assad gassed his own people. That's the debate. No debate on how America could get the Syrian people food and medicine, or how we could accept Syrian refugees. 19 million East Africans are suffering from drought caused by climate change. On this one, Americans didn't forget. Americans did not forget that one, because you need to hear about something before you can forget it ever happened. So in defense of the American people, nobody in the media is talking about Somalia, South Sudan, Nigeria, the Democratic Republic of Congo. So Americans cannot be blamed for forgetting about those people. How long before we get accustomed to the suffering in Ukraine, which I've been talking about Ukraine nonstop? How long before it gets boring and we change topics? Every day for close to 3 weeks, banner headlines about the tragedy in Ukraine. I am rooting for the Ukrainian people. Every country has the right to decide its own destiny. Like most of you, I am in awe of the Ukrainians who refuse to surrender, the ones who have stayed behind to fight. And because I'm not there, because this is an abstraction, something I read about or think about or watch on my TV, but never actually experience, I take some vicarious thrill in learning that the Russians are stalled, both on the ground and in the air. I read about anti-tank missiles blowing up young Russian kids sitting inside those tanks. Russian kids who reportedly had no idea they were invading Ukraine, who were reportedly told they were merely participating in a training exercise. The animal in me, the beast within, roots against their tanks. The beast within wants Russia to lose. The beast within is okay with Russian soldiers, those kids in those tanks dying or coming home physically and psychologically maimed. War is a team sport, blue and gold. Those are my colors. I'm with the blue and gold. But it's not a sport. It's tragedy. It's a permanent stain. And what we should be rooting for is a ceasefire. We should be rooting for peace. The television networks can't stop themselves from interviewing retired generals who secretly serve as lobbyists for our weapons industry. We see maps of Ukraine, and they can't wait to discuss the different weapons that are being used and troop movements, but we don't hear from peace activists. We don't hear from people who are calling for diplomacy and peace. If there's war, then there's also peace. Where are the experts on peace? We hear nothing from peace experts. We only hear from the war experts who have proven generation after generation to be incompetent fools. Where are the diplomats who can outline the quickest steps to a ceasefire? That is the top story. Peace. Peace is our top story, but it's nowhere to be found. The lead story is the peace talks, not the war, the negotiations, the diplomacy. That's where you find the heroes. That's the lead story. Because there is nothing more important than arriving at some sort of ceasefire. The war is secondary. The suffering, the bloodshed, the fight It all makes for great television, makes for great reading, but the story is the fight for peace. The story isn't how Ukraine is holding up against Putin's Goliath of an army. It's how are the peace talks going? How is the diplomacy going? But the media and our government loves war. The media loves covering it. The country loves crying about it. They love the people who fight these wars until they come home. We love the people who fight these wars, but we have no tears to spare for the people who are trying to stop the wars. In America, both parties, the media, most Americans want to know how we can help Ukraine win. But Ukraine and Russia have already lost millions of refugees. War is always a failure. Both sides lost because nobody ever wins a war. That's why our top story must be peace, the peace talks. And if the peace talks are stalled, if they're not proceeding, our top story is why. What's happening to the peace talks? Anthony Blinken is our Secretary of State, not our Secretary of War. He should not be running around Europe collecting arms to give to Ukraine. That's what General Austin should be doing. He's Secretary of Defense. Our diplomats should not be trading weapons. Our top story is peace, not war. So much ink has been spilled on that 45-kilometer Russian convoy that had been stalled outside of Kiev for several weeks, right? But nothing about the stalled peace talks. We love to look at those satellite shots of all those Russian tanks sitting there, but nothing about the peace talks that have been stalled. If a convoy of tanks just sitting there doing nothing is news, then peace talks stalled doing nothing is also news, and it's more important news. Peace is more important than war. There is something about war, especially I think for men, that focuses the mind. It's the beast within. It generates some kind of hormone that steals us from the consequences of war until it's too late. It's all wrong. War is wrong. War is failure. War is failure because there is always something both sides could have done to stop the war from happening. Always, always. There is always a way to stop a war. Now, when I was younger, I was tricked into believing that war is sometimes necessary. It is never necessary. War is never necessary. There is no excuse for domestic violence, and there's no excuse for foreign violence. There's no excuse for violence, period. People who resort to violence are inferior. They are inferior spiritually, physically, and intellectually. They are the lowest form of humanity. People who encourage and profit off violence are subhuman and evil because all violence is immoral. And all of us must dedicate our lives to peace. If you're on Team Gold and Blue, and I am, then the best way to help Team Gold and Blue is to demand that our country demand a ceasefire yesterday. Call for diplomacy. There are always alternatives to war, always. All war can be prevented. The problem is the beast within. The problem is too many of us enjoy war. We write books, produce movies, we give out medals celebrating war. But war only produces victims. War heroes are victims. Audie Murphy was a victim. The people who fight to stop war are the only heroes, because nothing good ever comes from war. Nothing. Now, I like Zelensky, and he has consistently begged for peace and a ceasefire. I'm rooting for him and Ukraine. Not to win, because that's too late. Russia and Ukraine have already lost. Wars are never won. I'm rooting for Zelensky. I'm rooting for Ukraine to find peace. Providing weapons to Ukraine seems to me the West should be fighting for peace. I don't trust the West. I don't trust NATO or Biden. I don't trust that they have exhausted every option to prevent Putin from going in to Ukraine. I don't trust they have exhausted every option to convince Putin to pull out of Ukraine. I do not trust NATO or the West or America when it comes to making war. For weeks, Biden and Putin, they were talking to the world, and Biden kept saying, he's going to invade, he's going to invade. What he didn't say was, he's going to invade, so let me make this offer that Ukraine will never join NATO. If Putin agrees not to invade, I promise Ukraine will never join NATO. We can negotiate the EU. Maybe Russia would like to join the EU. We'll even negotiate Crimea and the Donbass region. But I'm telling you now, as President of the United States, if Vladimir Putin promises not to invade Ukraine, I give him my word that Ukraine will never join NATO. I never heard that. I'm hearing it now, but from Zelensky, their president, who has told reporters, who told British Prime Minister Boris Johnson that he now realizes that NATO is out of the question. Never heard that before Putin invaded. Now Zelensky and the Ukrainian people are saying, yeah, we thought we were invited into NATO, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Gee, it would have been nice if we signaled that to Ukraine before Putin invaded. Don't you think? See, I root for America. I'm rooting for Ukraine. I'm rooting for Biden and Zelensky and the West. I'm rooting for the Ukrainian people, and I'm also rooting for the Russian people. I'm rooting against Putin. I'm rooting against Putin and the oligarchs who surround him. I'm rooting against Putin. I'm rooting for peace. And when it comes to war and peace, I love America. But when it comes to war and peace, I do not trust America. I do not trust that my country will exhaust every avenue on the road to peace. I love my country, but I do not trust it when it comes to making war, because this country loves war. And the reason we love war here in the United States is none of us have to fight it. 1% of this country serves in the military. 1%. We like war. We love war because it's something on the television. War in America is a lot more fun to watch than peace. Peace is boring. Peace is... Who wants to see a movie about peace activists? I know Putin is evil. I also know that the country I love, America, is the strongest in the world militarily and economically. I know we could have stopped Putin from invading Ukraine. I know that. If we cared about the Ukrainian people, we would have stopped this from happening through diplomacy that started 8 years ago. I know that. I know that because I never once heard an American leader say NATO was off the table for Ukraine. Because NATO countries, here's why you will never hear it, NATO countries must spend 2% of their GDP each year on weapons. And that means American weapons manufacturers get 2% of Ukraine's entire economy. And weapons manufacturers like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon, they must grow. They have shareholders. They must do better this year than they did the year before. And here in America, well, they've maxed out military spending here in America because, you know, we're out of Afghanistan. So we raised the defense budget, even though we pulled out of Afghanistan. But our weapons manufacturers, they need new markets. They've squeezed everything they possibly could out of America. They need new markets, and you find new markets by expanding NATO, where you get 2% of every member nation's GDP. Ukraine. Ukraine is the largest country in Europe. A lot of property to protect, and that means a lot of weaponry to be purchased. Ukraine is a market for our weapons manufacturers. Our weapons manufacturers don't give a shit about the Ukrainian people. They want 2% of their GDP. If America really cared about the Ukrainian people, we would have promised Putin that Ukraine is staying out of NATO. Now that's, you know, what I'm saying right now, many would consider, you know, hippy-dippy talk from the 60s. People who fight for peace are always dismissed as, you know, dreamers, people who have their head in the clouds. We're not dealing with the real world. I remember 2003. I remember 2002 and I remember 2003, where the hippy-dippies were dismissed as having their heads in the clouds and not dealing with what was really happening in the Middle East. I remember the lead up to the illegal invasion of Iraq. And if you were against the illegal invasion of Iraq and you worked for the mainstream media, you were fired. Phil Donahue and Rosie O'Donnell were against the invasion and they were fired from MSNBC. You couldn't hear anybody go on MSNBC or CNN and say there are no weapons of mass destruction. Michael Moore was vilified at the 2003 Oscars for accepting his Academy Award for Bowling for Columbine, which was about gun violence in America, which we have school shootings, the school shooting at Columbine. He did a documentary about that. And we've grown accustomed to those school shootings because what happened in Columbine is nothing compared to what's happened 20 years hence. Michael Moore was vilified when he accepted the award and he stood before the entertainment industry and called the invasion a lie. He was booed. He was vilified. The protests, however, against the invasion of Iraq were bigger than anything worldwide and here in America, bigger than anything we saw during Vietnam. but the media really didn't cover it. The protesters were dismissed as crackpots. And if you were against the war, you were against our troops, you were against our flag, you were against America, and everybody got in line, and we invaded, destroyed Iraq, millions displaced, hundreds of thousands dead because of a lie. A lie. It was all a lie. And the people who said it was a lie before we went in were dismissed as crackpots and disloyal Americans. And George Bush lied. He said he tried diplomacy. He insisted he had allowed the weapons inspectors to take all the time they needed, while the weapons inspectors kept saying, no, we need more time. We haven't found any evidence that there are WMDs. But Bush lied. Colin Powell lied to the UN. And you know what? The UN saw Colin Powell's speech in which he lied, and the UN said, no, America, there are no WMDs. We do not sanction your war. The only people who fell for America's lies were Americans. And Tony Blair, Bush's toady, Tony Blair, with all his offshore accounts and tax havens. Tony Blair from the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers, Tony Blair. No war. They said no to war. France, the surrender monkeys, the French, said no to war. They were foolish. They were cowards. That was an invasion that violated the Geneva Conventions because it was not an act of defense, nor was it sanctioned by the UN. The invasion of Iraq was illegal, but it didn't matter because anyone who opposed our invasion of Iraq was weak. The UN, you're all weak. We're going to go in there, and it's going to be a cakewalk. We're going to find weapons of mass destruction and be welcomed as liberators. And Bush got his war, and nobody has apologized. Nobody apologized. Nobody said, sorry. I bump into somebody on the subway. I say, I'm sorry. These people destroy an entire region of the world. Nobody says sorry. Not Colin Powell, not Bush, not Cheney, not Wolfowitz, Condi Rice, Bill Kristol, who should rot in hell, MSNBC. Nobody apologized. Nobody apologized to the anti-war movement. Nobody apologized to Cindy Sheehan. Nobody apologized to the troops or to the people of Iraq. Nobody apologized for pounding the war drum and leading us into an illegal war based on a lie. When you scratch underneath the surface of any war, it's caused by three things: greed, stupidity, and the need for leaders to distract their citizens from all the problems they are having domestically. Putin cannot jumpstart his economy. So he turns to Christianity, he turns to patriotism, and making Russia great again, a return to the empire, to the Soviet Union. Make Russia great again. And it's not working. Most of the Russians apparently, or at least half, are not happy with this decision. But when you invade a nation, it brings the nation together. Zelensky's speech got Democrats and Republicans together. Wasn't that beautiful? Nothing brings the two parties together like spending more money on weapons. That's what we love. That's what we love. Because war is big business. There are people who see profits and war and justify profits in war by insisting that war is a constant in nature, so it might as well be America that wins those wars. And if America is going to win those wars, there's nothing wrong with my profiting off those wars. It's patriotic. But American weapons manufacturers, David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group, as well as the Kennedy Center and Foreign Affairs Magazine and the Atlantic Council, David Rubenstein, he's not in business to protect America, because weapons manufacturers here in America will pretty much sell weapons to any country that will buy them. Our weapons, the ones that are made here in America, are sold to nearly 100 countries around the world. There's nothing patriotic about Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. They will sell to any country that's willing to pay for them. They officially, our weapons go to Brazil, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, which just executed 82 men, Oman, Egypt, Israel, and Iraq. And all these weapons are then sold on the secondary black market, ending up in the hands of even worse people than the countries we're selling weapons to. And America doesn't care. If our high-tech weapons end up in the wrong hands, that's great. Then it justifies making higher-tech weapons to outgun them. But armies need weapons. War is a constant in nature, so it might as well be America, right? That's what they say. If we don't make the weapons, somebody else will. And I understand that thinking. I do. There are bad people out there, like Putin, or Dick Cheney, or Colin Powell, or Donald Rumsfeld. It seems to me, if we're smart enough to make these incredible weapons, we should be smart enough to figure out a way to keep them out of the hands of most people. We talk a lot about stopping the proliferation of nuclear weapons. We need to stop the proliferation of all weapons. Because if, as the weapons manufacturers insist, war is a constant in nature, then it follows we should do everything we can to keep the weapons of war out of the hands of as many people as possible. Man is violent, they say. There's nothing you can do to change man. He will always be violent. It's as old as the Bibles. Okay, if man is innately violent, keep sharp objects away from him. Seems to me wars are fought because of the weapons. No weapons, no wars. Like no guns, no mass shootings. I've heard people defend mass shootings saying, oh, it's human nature. Yeah, it is human nature. So don't manufacture these assault weapons. Seems to me, with all these brilliantly educated Americans going to the top schools, seems to me we could have figured this out already. Unless, of course, we did figure it out, but decided there's more money to be made in killing one another. Maybe we figured the real profits can be found in killing one another. Now, right now, 9 countries have nuclear weapons, and the UN is working, America is working to keep it at 9. Seems to me the UN should disarm the entire world. That should be its mission, to disarm not just countries' nuclear programs, all their weapons. Nobody should be allowed to have a jet fighter, rocket launchers, or tanks. Seems to me we should be dismantling militaries, including ours, all over the world. I know armies are necessary, but if you're manufacturing these tanks and missiles Well, the UN could stop this by telling these arms manufacturers that they're no longer allowed to participate in the community of nations. That, to me, would be civilized. Seems to me the goal should be disarming the entire world, including America, getting the guns off the street and the weapons out of the Pentagon. We should be getting rid of weapons, not making more of them. Because if war is a constant of nature, and that man, if you insist that man is innately violent, and you can't change human nature, keep the weapons away from him. No weapons, no war, but no profits. We love war, and this is a war economy. We're in a permanent state of war, and people on Wall Street were terrified after we pulled out of Afghanistan. There were earnings calls that were reported in the Financial Times where low-level weapons manufacturers told analysts and shareholders, don't worry, it looks like we're pivoting to China. There should be some action with Taiwan. Don't sell our stock. 37% of the world's arm exports come from America. In other words, when it comes to countries selling weapons to other countries, America makes up 37% of all those sales. You know who is the second largest arm dealer in the world, right behind America? Russia. See, the Cold War made them good at making weapons. Like Turkey, that's a NATO nation, but they've bought weapons from Russia. Syria buys weapons from Russia. Poland wanted to donate Soviet MiGs to Ukraine, but the Biden administration stopped it. Gee, I wonder why. Why would the Biden administration, why would Joe Biden, who spent Thanksgiving dinner inside the $40 million home of David Rubenstein, the largest war profiteer in the world, why would Joe Biden not want Poland to give Ukraine Soviet MiGs? Russia and America are in the business of making war. So what is Ukraine about? Not sure. I wouldn't presume to know what it's really about. But I do know it is a trade show. What's going on right now is a trade show. It's American and Russian weapons manufacturers demonstrating their wares for potential buyers all over the world at the expense of Ukrainian and Russian soldiers and, of course, civilians. You can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's hard to wrap your head around people who think this way. It's hard to believe, but there are people in this world who are okay with death, other people's death, not necessarily their own, but they're okay with death. We watch football here in America, and we're okay with football, even though we know it causes permanent brain damage, even though it causes permanent brain damage that shortens the lives of the players, that causes a type of dementia that turns them violent, forcing them to go to prison. We watch football. We know what the end game is for these players, early death or prison. We know what the end game is for their families, but we watch it anyway because we love it. We just don't want our own kids playing football. We watch war the same way. We know it brings death, destruction, but we love it. Just not enough to bring back the draft. Like football, it's not for my kid. It's for the kid, like football, the kids get drafted into the NFL, but not, don't draft anybody into the military. They get to be heroes. They get to be heroes. That's what somebody said to me. I said, how can you live with yourself not sending your kid to Iraq, but you're for the war? Well, the girls and guys who go over there, they get to be heroes. We have no problem watching other Americans do the dying so long as that other American isn't ours. 1%, that's all. 1% of the American people serve in our military. Bring back the draft. We just lost in Afghanistan, and already we have people beating the war drum, calling for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. We love war. And look how quickly the GOP turned against Putin. They loved him. He's the standard bearer of white nationalism. They love him, but not as much as they love war. Republicans love war. Tom Cotton, the senator from Arkansas, wanted Trump to declare war on America. 2 summers ago, he was writing in the New York Times that Donald Trump should send the military into the streets of America, invade American cities, and root out Black Lives Matter. We love war. We love war because somehow it makes us proud to be an American. I'm not sure why, especially since all we do is lose these wars. We lost in Afghanistan. We lost in Iraq. I love America. I love America. I do. But we are run by psychopaths. I love America, but life got too easy here. And when we weren't looking, the psychopaths took over. This country is run by psychopaths. Most psychiatrists say 1% of our population is comprised of psychopaths. Many of these psychopaths don't end up going on the kind of killing sprees that we arrest people for. They go on different types of killing sprees that are not only acceptable but celebrated. Most psychopaths in America learn to shave, put on a suit, brush their teeth, wear cologne, and hold down a job, even raise a family. They learn to disguise their psychopathy while at the same time using their psychopathy as an advantage over others by grabbing jobs and succeeding at jobs because of their psychopathy. As corporate lawyers who defend Exxon, they become health insurance lobbyists or health insurance executives, or they become television network executives who enjoy canceling shows and firing people, or they lobby for the National Rifle Association or Lockheed Martin. These are psychopaths. The smart ones, 1% of our country, psychopaths, the smart ones learn how to limit their exposure. They channel their psychopathy into their work where they are richly rewarded. I live in Manhattan. I'm surrounded by hedge fund managers, venture capitalists, corporate lawyers, insurance executives, and they are all respectable members of society who kiss their wives and their children goodbye each morning, and they head off to the office, and they are serial killers. They kill people in the name of profit and then make it home in enough time to coach their daughter's softball team. Hannah Arendt called it the banality of evil. Corporate America has made it so easy to be a serial killer that you don't even know you're a serial killer, but you are. If you are a corporate attorney defending the oil companies or the gun manufacturers or the health insurance companies, you are a serial killer. And you're also a respected member of our society. The CEO of McDonald's, respectable member of the community. Even though McDonald's is responsible for diabetes, heart disease, cancer, it's destroying the planet by overusing water and clearing the Amazon rainforest to make room for cattle and to make room to grow soybeans to feed the cattle. They pay starvation wages. They're anti-union. McDonald's kills people. There is nothing good about McDonald's. It is a cancer. But corporate America has made it so easy for people who work at McDonald's to seem respectable. Unless, of course, you're working, serving and making the burgers, then you're treated like shit. Les Moonves, the rapist who ran CBS, psychopath. Harvey Weinstein, psychopath. Jeffrey Epstein, psychopath. A psychopath shows no empathy. They are callous. They're incapable of guilt. They have no impulse control, no remorse, no consideration for the pain of others. They murder, cheat, rob, plot the destruction of others, and then secretly enjoy the destruction of others. They rape little boys and girls. 1% of our country, psychopaths, and they've taken over. Bill Clinton, psychopath, throws millions of Americans off welfare so he could get a second term. Psychopath, no remorse. He was the victim. He was the victim in all this. Psychopath. Donald Trump, psychopath. Some of these psychopaths end up in prison or working in the prison, guarding the prisoners. And nobody knows, they're not sure yet, whether a psychopath can ever be cured. A psychopath is often charming, but they can't help themselves when it comes to lying. They must lie. And they think they're special. And they delight in manipulating other people into doing things for them. They don't care how it affects the people they're manipulating. And they have, this is the really important thing to keep in mind, they have no real emotions. They are capable of exhibiting studied emotions. That's why so many psychopaths in America turn to patriotism. Patriotism is the objectification of an emotion. Most psychopaths are incapable of feeling emotion, so they fake it by crying when they see the American flag. They get emotional about their country because it's an object, it's not a person. They're incapable of feeling anything for another human being, so they get emotional about an idea like the flag or the country or a national anthem that you shouldn't kneel during. The Republican Party is a party of psychopaths. They love the flag, just not the people it represents, because psychopaths are incapable of loving another human being. They are okay with Americans living on the street. They are okay with black men getting shot in the back by the police. But take a knee during the national anthem to protest the police shooting black men, unarmed black men in the back, then you're a beast. If you take a knee to protest unarmed black men getting shot by police, the Republican psychopath considers you an unpatriotic beast, and they have no remorse. They have no remorse. They don't see the hypocrisy. They value ideas over people. They value supply-side economics, which has been proven to be a lie. They value that over women and children ending up on the streets because of supply-side economics. This is psychopathy. And it is the psychopaths who get us into war. It is the psychopaths who get us into war. It is these psychopaths who pick jobs that give them plausible deniability to hide their psychopathy. And they want to claim it's the job that made them this way instead of their innate psychopathy. It's not the job. They are psychopaths who picked jobs that would hide their illness. Cops do not become psychopaths. They are psychopaths who decided, I should become a cop. War profiteer David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group didn't become a psychopath from all the money he made as an arms dealer. He became an arms dealer because he's a psychopath. They start off as psychopaths. And psychopathy serves as their potential job aptitude. On the test, it says, you're a psychopath. You should go be a corporate lawyer. You should go work for the Carlyle Group. 1% of the population, psychopaths. Now, my guess is as many as, if 1% of this country is a psychopath, if you look at the richest 1%, there are a lot of psychopaths there. And they're the ones who earned the billions that got their kids and their wives and their descendants into the richest 1%. They are the psychopaths. The wives, the children, their descendants who inherit all that dirty money, they also compromise the richest 1%, but they're not the psychopaths. Just the men who generated that original fortune, they are psychopaths. There is no way you can make, I'm not talking about inheriting money, I'm talking about making $1 billion. There is no way you can earn $1 billion without being a psychopath. And only a psychopath and a sociopath would be against a wealth tax. Only a psychopath could look at what their billions does to their idiot kids, how it cripples them, and not call for a wealth tax. These are psychopaths. It's why Bill Gates felt so at home hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Read about the divorce. Read about what Melinda says about Bill Gates and why she divorced Bill Gates, because he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. He was too comfortable hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Read about the divorce. Read about Bill Gates being a sexual predator at Microsoft. You cannot have $1 billion, earn $1 billion without being a psychopath. Melinda, the wife, divorced Bill Gates. Why? Because she's not a psychopath. Warren Buffett, psychopath, made his fortune off insurance companies. That would make him a psychopath. If your billions come from, just because he lives in Omaha and eats at McDonald's and doesn't spend his money and drives a Chrysler, he's a psychopath. Berkshire, that's Warren Buffett's company, they own shares in several healthcare companies, as well as the big pharmaceuticals like Merck, Johnson & Johnson, Bristol Myers Squibb, as well as dialysis giant DaVita. You think Warren Buffett wants Medicare for all? You think Warren Buffett wants Medicare negotiating drug prices? Our beloved Warren Buffett is okay with people dying for profit. That's how he makes his money, off insurance, big pharma. He's a psychopath. There's no way you can earn $1 billion without destroying lives and being okay with it. That makes you a psychopath. Now, our founding fathers had no idea what a psychopath was, probably because they all were psychopaths. They were most of them were slaveholders. That would make them psychopaths. But they did know that power corrupts, and that the truly corrupt want as much power as they can get their hands on. And that's why, and their faults outweigh their good. But they wrote a constitution that's pretty good. Not great, but it's pretty good. They wrote a constitution that chops men off at the knees. The Constitution chops ambitious men off at the knees. And George Washington, this wasn't in the Constitution, but he knew to leave after 2 terms. Our founding fathers knew that nobody should have power forever. They got rid of primogeniture. They didn't want an aristocracy. There is something innately pathological about somebody who can't let go of their power or their money. This idea that I will have immortality if I can leave all my wealth and my slaves to my idiot children. There is something innately pathological about someone like Putin or Biden who get to their 70s. Putin's going to be 70, I think this year or next year. Biden is pushing 80. There's something sick about somebody who can't find anything better to do than holding on to power. It's sick. They're both psychopaths. Trump was sick. Biden is sick. I don't mean to beat up on Biden. I promised I wouldn't beat up on Joe Biden in 2022 because he is sick in the head. He is sick in the head, but he's better than Trump. The Democrats are better than the Republicans. But you look at the way Hunter Biden turned out. You know, that laptop story is turning out to be one of the most censored stories of the past 3 years. You know, the entire intelligence community, the mainstream media decided that Trump was such an existential threat to America, they would ignore Hunter Biden's laptop. That's not a conspiracy, that's true. Rudy, in all his craziness, was right about Hunter Biden's laptop. There is stuff on that laptop that, had it been Don Jr.'s laptop, we'd be all over it. That's true. There's some stuff coming out. I don't want to bring up the stolen diary. There's a stolen diary that they should not have gotten their hands on it. And the accusation in the diary about this person, I believe, but it was stolen. Had it been Ivanka's diary, we would have been all over it. Some presidents get a pass. Biden is a psychopath. Trump is a psychopath. A normal person, a healthy person at that stage in their lives would want to be around their grandchildren, especially if there's some family problems. A normal, healthy person at that point in your life, pushing 80, you teach, you write, you join Jimmy Carter and build homes, or you work with Bernie Sanders to bring Medicare for all to America. Only a psychopath would run for president telling corporations that nothing fundamentally will change. That's what you're going to do with the limited time you have left on this planet? Make sure that nothing fundamentally changes in America? Only a psychopath would want to spend his late 70s, early 80s serving as the leader of the free world, doing nothing for the least among us. I mean, it's not like Joe Biden is some genius and we needed him. Obama. I think Obama was a genius. I think Obama is a genius. I often wondered why he would want to be president with 2 small daughters. And I don't think Obama's a psychopath. I think he's a genius. I think he is hardwired better than most of us. I remember thinking it was strange that he had two small daughters. He couldn't wait. And, I don't approve of a guy with two small daughters wanting to be president. I think it's not healthy. But I think he was a special kind of genius. And as big a disappointment as Obama was, and he was a disappointment, not just to his family, but to America, and he continues to be a major disappointment, he is in a league all to himself. I get why he thought he needed to be president. He's not a psychopath. Obama is better than everybody. But Biden? Joe Biden? He's a mediocrity at best. We don't need him. It's not healthy to be his age, to be this mediocrity. He's been a mediocrity his entire life, accomplishing nothing other than representing a state that is pretty much a tax haven for credit card companies. And he wants to be president. Why? Why does he think he deserves to be president? He's a psychopath, and he can't stop lying. He cannot stop lying. He still insists that he was arrested during the civil rights movement. He fits many of the character traits of a psychopath. Look, in defense of Joe Biden, something tells me, and I hope I'm correct, that history will record Ukraine as Joe Biden's finest moment. And I'm being serious here. It's a disaster. I'm hoping history plays out where he comes out the hero in all this. He seems to be leading from behind. Macron, Erdogan, the leaders of Israel, Turkey, everyone is talking to Putin, but not Biden. I wish there had been diplomacy, as you know, before the invasion. I understand what he's doing now, I think. I think he's leading from behind and strengthening the NATO coalition, which was threadbare by the time Trump left office. We weren't sure NATO was still going to exist. Maybe it shouldn't exist. I don't know. So in terms of how historians will look back at this moment, I'm hoping that Biden will be celebrated for recognizing America's strength and leading from behind. I'm hoping that in the next couple of days, Putin comes to his senses, that the economic sanctions work. He pulls out. Ukraine maintains its sovereignty, and Biden gets to take credit for it, and that the historians will say he was the right man at the time. I'm hoping in the grand sweep of history, Joe Biden will have shown just how weak Putin's military is, how weak Putin is. I'm rooting for Biden. But even if he succeeds, we will still have millions of refugees, tens of thousands of dead Ukrainians, Russian soldiers. Seems to me there was a much better way to do this. Seems to me an intelligent American leader who isn't a psychopath, and I do believe Joe Biden is a psychopath. Only a psychopath at his age would think he's entitled to be president. Seems to me American leaders should have had empathy for Putin 10 years before. Seems to me we should not have courted Ukraine. Seems to me, and I'm always wrong, seems to me encouraging Ukraine to look west was a bad idea for Ukraine, because we can't keep the promises that Hillary, McCain, Obama made to the people of Ukraine. We can't keep that promise. We can't defend them from Russia because they're right on Russia's border, and we don't want World War III. We didn't want World War III 10 years ago when we were promising Ukraine that they could join NATO and the EU. We knew 10 years ago that Putin didn't want this. And we knew we didn't want World War III. And we didn't respect Putin's nuclear weapons because we won the Cold War and we were entitled to whatever we wanted. Even if Russia had nuclear weapons, we were entitled to loot Russia, to help the oligarchs loot Russia. Russia, whether you like it or not, has nuclear weapons. 10 years ago, we should have backed off Ukraine. It's not fair, but they have nuclear weapons. Same way North Korea has nuclear weapons. It's not fair. Their people are starving. There's nothing we can do about it. They have nuclear weapons. Same thing with Russia. They have nuclear weapons. We didn't want nuclear war 10 years ago. We don't want it now. We should not have been courting Ukraine. We were never, ever going to put them in NATO because Putin told us that's war. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But an American leader who isn't a psychopath would say right now, maybe Ukraine is not going to join NATO. Maybe we should tamp down the hostilities, the brinksmanship. And with time, Putin will die. And then maybe Ukraine can join the West. But we don't think long term. We're run by psychopaths. This country is run by psychopaths, and they're incapable of long-term goals. They are impulsive. Psychopaths are impulsive. They never think about the future. That's why they go to war. Because war, they think, solves it right now. We are run by psychopaths they have no impulse control. They can't plan for the future. Wall Street, the corporate leaders are incapable of thinking beyond the next quarter. And it's why they hate the American government so much. It's why corporate America hates our government, because the government must plan ahead. The government must think years into the future. And psychopaths hate that. Hate that. So they say war is a constant in nature. We will never get rid of war, they say. I say we will never get rid of psychopaths. Can't be cured. Psychopaths are a constant in nature, just like war, just like violence. You can't have one without the other. No psychopaths, no war. I love America. I'm rooting for Biden. I am rooting for this country. 99% of us are good people. 1% of us are psychopaths, and they are now running America.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts, and the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year Union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop, and there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, and don't forget to go to my website, sign up for our newsletter, where I will send you highlights from our show. Subscribe to us wherever you get podcasts, and we have a YouTube channel, and we're cutting up parts of the show in lovely, digestible morsels for you. So subscribe to the YouTube channel. Well, I do see Pascal Robert and I see Jason Miles here from This Is Revolution. Should we start early? I have an idea. Let me do this. Let's hear from President Donald Trump. And when we come back, we will talk with our friends Jason Miles and Pascal Robert from This Is Revolution.
The American people love me. The election was completely stolen from me. That makes me the 45th and the 46th president, David. Biden is 46A. 46A. You know what the A stands for, David?
No, I do not.
Ask me what the A stands for. Ask me.
Okay. What does the A stand for, Mr. President?
The A stands for a stolen election, David.
Please welcome.
A stolen election.
That's what 46A stands for, a stolen election. Please welcome former president
and current president, except for Ukraine, that's not me. Afghanistan, that's not me. Inflation, that's not me. That's 46A.
46A.
He did all that. That's otherwise me.
There we go. Welcome back. That was my interview with former President Donald Trump. Some say that's Robert Smigel. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Well, let us now go to Mexico and Miami. Jason Miles and Pascal Robert are co-hosts of This Is Revolution.
Doesn't that sound awesome? Mexico and Miami, like just two wonderful vacation spots.
I would go there. Hello, my friends.
Greetings.
Thank you for having us.
Mr. Feldman, how are you?
I want to talk to you about a guest on your show, Corey Robin. Who is Corey Robin? He had a piece in Politico entitled, "Republicans are moving rapidly to cement minority rule. Blame the Constitution." Earlier, I was saying that our founding fathers gave us this great tool to cut off powerful men at the knees. What's the problem with the Constitution?
I think Corey Robin would probably disagree with you, and I think he has some great arguments as to why. Pretty much, first of all, thank you for having us on.
I love having you on the show. Everybody loves having you here.
Yeah, and shout out to your viewers as well. Corey Robin's position is that basically that the United States Constitution was not set up to be a democratic document. First of all, for those who are sticklers for actual political theory and politics, the United States is not a democracy. It is a constitutional republic. And what is the difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy? In a constitutional republic, when you elect a representative, he is representing what he believes is best for your interests, but the choices are vested in him. If we had a democracy, the individuals that you vote for who represent you would have to follow the exact prescription of what those who vote for them actually want. So we actually do not have a democratic system. We have a constitutional republic. And even in that context, there are many elements and aspects of the Constitution that are fundamentally anti-democratic. For example, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is a body of lifetime appointees who, by the divine providence of just happening to be lawyers, get to, by their own majority decisions, overthrow legislation that were decided by either the states or the federal government. If you look at the overall long history of the Supreme Court, barring the absolute exception of the Warren Court in the 50s, the Supreme Court has been a profoundly reactionary, pro-corporate, pro-capitalist, generally right-wing institution that has made incredibly horrific decisions. And it was designed that way because if you look at the original makeup of the United States, because of the Electoral College and because of the way apportionment was designed in our process congressionally and the senatorial, the South had a disproportionate role in the governing strategy, makeup, and decision-making authority in the United States government. 10 of the 12 of the first presidents of the United States were slaveholders. That's a fact.
And that's because slaves were counted. Slaves were counted. Is it 4/5?
3/5.
3/5. Slaves were counted as 3/5 of a citizen, which means they didn't get to be citizens, but they got representation.
Right.
They
were not citizens. They had no voting power. They had no benefits of citizenship, but their physical presence in southern states allowed southern congressional delegations to be augmented or increased in size by their sheer presence in the South. But I want to pivot to Jason because I don't want to.
Excuse me for 1 second, Jason. One thing. We're seeing that now with prisons, where
right. Well, what's interesting about prisons is that, as you probably know, David, is that federal prisons usually are sent to kind of states in flyover country, and the physical numbers of prisoners in those states are used in representational allotment in those various congressional districts.
That's why you're seeing an interesting movement to allow prisoners the right to vote. You saw it pass in Florida, but it didn't get upheld by the state legislature, right, Pascal?
I believe that's the case. They allowed them to vote after being freed, but some people are considering giving them the right while housed as well.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Corey Robin is a professor.
He's a political scientist professor at Brooklyn College.
And he's written a book about Clarence Thomas, who
That is correct.
is now in the hospital taking fluids.
Is he taking fluids now?
I think he was taking
He's very ill.
All I keep saying is he has a flu. Does anyone know what he really has or what it is?
He's married to Ginny. That's what he's got.
It could be COVID. They could be trying to keep a bit of a
that's true.
lid on it because as of right now, the Biden administration is trying to push through a new Supreme Court justice nominee that we've talked about on the show actually quite extensively, who, if you want to make a quick pivot to the Supreme Court, but I will add another thing that is very anti-democratic is the Electoral College. I am from California. That is still where my mailing address is, but a vote in the state of Wyoming, which has vastly less people than California, is worth more than a vote in California.
Let me ask you a question in defense of the Electoral College. My audience gets so mad at me when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
They get so pissed off at me.
Mm-hmm.
There are rules that were laid down that, yes, were written by slaveholders. I mean, Madison wrote the Constitution. He was a slaveholder. There's no question that they put in these checks to prevent majoritarian rule. No
Neither
question.
did non-property owning white men couldn't vote. So we have to
until the 1850s, David.
We have to add that caveat in there as well. I think it always let's try to not break things down to a simply racialized lens, because that's also another thing that gets people very emotional. So let's look at it from the lens of like capital, making these decisions, right? Capital controlling individuals. So we control capital. We want to have ruling say so. And this is the law of the land, which is going to be slightly better than it was for us when there was a monarchy that you had to be born into.
Right. But the Democrats, I say, lose not because of the structural disadvantages. I maintain they lose because they're not really Democrats, that they offer nothing. They don't offer enough of a difference to get people to want to vote in what have become traditionally Republican states.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, one thing that I think you have to put in proper context there, David, is that the Democratic Party was the party of the reactionary faction of America pretty much only for outside of maybe 40 years of its history, which is from the rise of the New Deal up until the 70s, maybe 30 some odd years. Before that, the Democratic Party was the party of quote unquote white supremacy or the reactionary South. So I would make the argument that the notion that part of the problem here, and Jason and I have talked about this before, is that we have a misunderstanding of American political history. The reason we have a misunderstanding of American political history is that Americans believe that the normative function of American capitalism is what America looked like in the 50s after World War II.
Right.
What Americans don't realize is that New Deal Keynesianism was the exception, not the norm.
Well, let me throw this on top of what Pascal is saying, maybe to make it even easier to digest using the lens of pop culture, something we just talked about and I've been rereading again. If you look at a movie like Back to the Future, there is an idealized vision that Pascal is talking about of going back to the 50s, which, starts with Reagan in 81 with his campaign. He's going to make America great again. And ultimately what he's talking about is this time where even his family came up through the New Deal. But he wants to dismantle the New Deal and then what later became the Great Society programs. And when you look at a movie like Back to the Future, when Michael J. Fox's character goes back to the past, it starts off his neighborhood is actually a pretty dilapidated, old looking neighborhood with old buildings. There's like a pawn shop in the middle of the town square. And, and the clock tower still hasn't been fixed for 30 years. And when he goes back to the 50s, he starts to realize that it's a time of racial oppression, which he has no idea about. Sexual repression. His mother talked about how good of a person she was, but she's like a boy crazy young woman, which is something we probably wouldn't, care about nowadays, but it was something that she definitely had to repress because of the times. And even when he parks his car, if you remember, when the car goes to the past, the neighborhood he's supposed to go to, Hill Valley, the houses of the future, it's not. And when we have this idealized vision of this time period, we don't really understand it fully. Like, who really got all those benefits? We talk about it all the time about, who was even able to get Social Security benefits during this time. And it's not every American.
Right.
Well, the thing is, Jason very eloquently stated some pretty blunt realities as well. But to me, what's more interesting about the fact that the reactionaries, and what does it really mean to be a reactionary? The actual true official definition of a reactionary is someone who looks to the time in the past as what should be the proper normative function of a society today. So someone who's a reactionary is basically saying things were better back then and everything that's happened nowadays messed everything up. What is really amazing about the reactionary right today, and many of its spokesmen, whether they be Jordan Peterson's or whether they be even Trump's or even going to Reagan, is that what they call when America was great was a period of time that we had the highest marginal tax rate in American history. We had the greatest government control over private sector enterprise. We had the largest state welfare state in American history. And we had completely state planning. Literally, the New Deal economy of America was equivalent to like Chinese state planning.
Right. And
it's what Reagan,
the rest of the world had been destroyed. The rest of the world was destroyed by World War II.
And the rest of the world under the Marshall Plan, which we were financing the development of Europe after World War II. But because of the Bretton Woods Agreement that comes out of 1944, America pretty much is the sole economic monopoly, production power in the world. So we're able to finance and buttress all of this development and, the ability of people to literally have a factory job and live an upper middle class life, if you're a white male, comes out of state planning. It's literally the period of time where the American government functioned closer to socialism than any other time in American history. But those are the good old days.
But that's what Reagan pushes back against when he starts to truly make bigger runs for office in the 60s, after being a spokesperson for GE and an actor and part of the McCarthy campaign to get all the leftists and communists out of Hollywood. Reagan is a very interesting figure because he's also kind of the rise of personality. Like, as much as we talk about Trump being the first person to literally walk off of the set and into office, which seems kind of fascinating when you think about it. And it's still embarrassing for us as a nation. And I think that's why we have such emotional reactions to Donald Trump. Because if you look at the way he governed, ultimately he governed like a standard Republican, right? But the fact that he walked off set, at least Reagan gave us some years effing up California as a governor, and did have some experience, whether you respect it or not. He did have experience in office and didn't just walk off set. But one thing he did have, despite the fact his movies weren't always big sellers, was he had that job for GE, kind of being in your home every day, even if it's just advertising products. Right. And him and his family became something that the American people could accept. And in my opinion, that is the rise of the personality. And we start looking more at personalities, definitely less policy. because a personality can talk to you differently. They don't really have to talk policy so much. They talk in ideas. So what Pascal is talking about, I find very, very fascinating, because he's saying that this time frame that they go back to constantly is a time when where we have more government control, but all they talk about is big government is the problem.
Right.
That's the main focus of everything he says from the 60s to when he leaves office. Is even the Clinton administration comes in and says big government is the problem.
I have a friend of mine. I wouldn't call him left, but he's a friend of mine. He's kind of he's a little radical. He's a bit militant in the traditional kind of racially militant kind of sense, but he has a very interesting position on all this. He said the Republicans, Reagan and those guys, only cared about cutting the state when black people started to benefit from it.
Right.
So that's the only time. He said all this. Well, if you really think about our theme, the theme we have on our show, one of the themes is the 50-plus year counter-revolution. And the premise of the theme is that pretty much all of American politics after 1968 is a counter-revolutionary counter-reaction to the New Deal civil rights coalition of the 60s, which David, you forgot more about than both of us, because you were pretty much a young adult probably in that time compared to both of us. But whether we want to, I mean, of course, capitalism is the ultimate culprit here, right? But there is a way in which capitalism utilizes race to facilitate privatization that starts with the rise of Nixon and perpetuates up until Clinton going into Obama. Right. And that discourse is like, these black folk out here are eating up your taxes with these programs.
Even though white people per capita are more likely to be welfare recipients than people of color.
That's correct.
But we never talk about the flyover parts of the country. We always talk about major metropolitan areas, and we don't even talk about the way in which most black people arrive in major metropolitan areas. So you have like a small handful of cities where black people live. I spent too much time driving around and playing shows all over the North American continent. And we used to play a game when we would leave California called Count Your Race. And I lost every time.
Let's go back to Clarence Thomas, because we have a new justice. Their hearing started today for a new African-American, female African-American. Mm-hmm. Clarence Thomas was the second African-American to serve on the court. I believe he replaced Thurgood Marshall. That was a black seat that they conveniently gave to a conservative who never saw a civil rights bill that he was in favor of. Is there anything, I have read some positive reviews of Clarence Thomas's decisions, that he comes by his decision-making honestly, that they always talk about how quiet he is, that he's not that bright, but he really is bright, and he comes by his conservative bona fides honestly. He came out of Yale Law School. I believe he says he was the recipient of affirmative action and felt demeaned, looked down upon, and looks back at it as a very negative experience for him.
I'd like to jump in here if you would indulge me, please.
You're a lawyer, so you know more about this than I do.
I wrote a little bit more than that. When I started writing online, I started with my own blog, and the blog was called Thought Merchant. It's still up. It's on a WordPress blog. One of the first pieces that I wrote, and I should actually find this piece, was a piece I wrote called What Ails Clarence Thomas? The piece was basically an analysis of what motivates Clarence Thomas. And the piece was based on some of the readings I'd done on his biography, and me having gone to law school in Boston and known people who were contemporaries of Clarence Thomas when he was in law school at Yale, because the New England Black collegian scene was so small then that Black students who went to the elite universities in New England used to come to party in Boston all the time. There's certain basic things that you need to know about Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas's whole worldview is shaped as a product of being rejected his whole life. His mother rejected him and left him with his grandfather to raise as a child. Okay. When he was rejected very early on by people and society because he grew up in a poor part. He's a Southern Geechee. Geechee culture is a part of Southern African American culture.
Is this Georgia?
Georgia, yes. The Gullah Geechee culture has a very kind of organic connection to African history. It's a very independent kind of Southern country culture. I find it actually quite impressive and incredible. But in traditional upper middle class Black American life, to be called a Geechee is a profound pejorative. It's a profound pejorative. Clarence Thomas, very smart guy, goes to a Holy Cross undergrad, starts dealing with Blacks in Boston. Clarence Thomas's resentment towards affirmative action and civil rights is a direct consequence of upper middle class, fifth and sixth generation Black elites, Black Afro-Saxon Brahmins in New England treating him worse than some white liberals did when he was in college, in the South. That his whole attitude towards affirmative action, towards civil rights, he was rejected from getting corporate firm jobs.
Was he at one time, was he ever to the left?
He actually was a revolutionary Black nationalist at one time. He was a huge fan of Malcolm X. See, this is the thing. There are aspects of Black political thought that in the minds of most of white Americans, because they don't peer deeply into it, they actually believe are radical. Like, for example, when you tell someone like, I'm a Black nationalist, like, oh, that guy's a radical guy. If you read the actual ideological origins of Black nationalism as a concept, it's conservative as hell. There's a really good book. I talk about this book all the time. It's called The Golden Age of Black Nationalism. It's written by a man named Wilson Jeremiah Moses. It's probably one of the most seminal, important books to understand the ideological origins of Black nationalism.
And what does Black nationalism mean?
Black nationalism is a political ideology that develops in the 1850s that posits the notions that Black people are a collective nation unto themselves with their own, not only culture, but their own political destiny, their own ideological tendencies that should be focused on collectively working as a unitary body. There is a component of it to the point where some believe that they should have their own separate land. Black nationalists tend to be not in favor of integration. They believe in separate Black autonomy and Black development of institutions controlled, dominated by Black people, and not dependent on any aspect of quote unquote white society.
And he was a Black nationalist. So what changed him? Yale Law School? What?
I don't see. This is what Corey Robin posits. Corey Robin, remember I told you that Black nationalism is actually a right wing, it's not right wing. It's a reactionary ideology in many ways. Corey Robin's position is that Clarence Thomas not only was a Black nationalist, but he still is a Black nationalist in many ways. Because there are many aspects of Black nationalism that are very pro-capitalist, particularly Black capitalism.
Pro-segregation.
Yeah. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Don't depend on the government. Don't depend on the white man. Get off that government assistance. Do on your own. You don't need that affirmative action. Pick up your pants. Why your pants sagging? clean up your clothes, get your stuff together, black man. Why are you depending on the white man? A lot of white conservatives love that element of black nationalism.
So a lot of people on this show were surprised by South Carolina, Clyburn, Biden, and the 2020 primary. We assumed Bernie was going to get the black vote in South Carolina in 2020.
I mean, there's been pushback from the quote unquote black vote since the 2016 election, where was it 2015 when the Black Lives Matter founders ran up on him and asked him what his black agenda was when he had a rally. And that was kind of been the knock on the Sanders campaign from jump. I mean, even painting the whole Bernie bro character as an overprivileged white dude that doesn't really give a damn.
But that's unfair.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that
Bernie was arrested in Chicago fighting for fair housing for African Americans. Biden won't stop lying about being arrested.
Well, Bernie Sanders was targeted by elements of the American media establishment who utilized black voices and weaponized certain foundation-hatched elements within black social and political constellations to be perceived as soft on racism and soft on racial issues, because the worst and the scariest thing to the American ruling class is to have black people in large numbers embrace a socialist agenda with white people.
You know what's really frightening when you think about the fact, Pascal and I do a lot of work about even going back into the history of the civil rights movements, beyond just 63. And when you think about the names in this movement, like A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin, these are socialists that understand you need a multiracial, working class-based coalition if you really want to get these programs passed, these initiatives passed. And when the movement changes to inclusion, that is where the American conscience as a whole, I'm not talking about the fringes of people that watch shows like this. I mean, the American conscience as a whole sees the civil rights movement and sees these hero characters like King and to some extent even X. It's all about inclusion. And not even so much economic inclusion. And, one part that gets omitted constantly when we think about the March on Washington speech is the fact that Martin Luther King is saying, before he gets to that last stanza that we all remember, is let this not be a moment of a collective release of frustration and we go back to business as usual.
Right.
Like, we're going to keep at this until these economic demands are met. That is the march for jobs and freedom, not the march to sit at the lunch counter.
Right.
And because that is our ideal of that moment, it really does mess us up when we think about, certain figures in the past.
It messes us up in so many ways. I mean, one of the biggest problems with my generation, I was born in 1968, or what you would call Generation X, is that we are raised with an overindulgence in civil rights nostalgia. Eyes on the Prize, all of this stuff, every Black History Month, all of this stuff. And Jason and I have been working over a year and a half together, and he knows this. I'm not a big fan of the 60s. I'm not. I'm a big fan of the left from the 30s and 40s. The 30s and 40s, when you had the black communists and the white black communists and the white communists and the black socialists and the white socialists scare the ruling class so much that they forced FDR to implement the New Deal.
The 60s, the left was commodified in the 60s.
Individualism ruled.
And by the way, it wasn't no college student left in the 30s and 40s. They were working class people who were challenging capital and empire.
But let me get back. We have 5 minutes left to black conservatism. There is this. We always find black conservatives to be oddities. People like McWhorter, Clarence Thomas. Is it Sowell? Sowell?
Thomas Sowell. Bro, I'll be brief about this. We have a new segment on our show on Saturday, and part of it is very tongue in cheek of me messing with Pascal. And I will say as quickly as possible, I love Pascal like family, and much like family, I do have to poke him and tease him from time to time. That's just the way I am. Anyway, part of the little feature that we have, I played Pascal a clip from a movie that he actually enjoys, a movie called Jungle Fever. And in the scene, we Samuel L. Jackson is a drug addict that's kind of cooning. And I was telling Pascal that the definition of coon has officially changed. A coon was someone that reinforced white stereotypes. And now a coon is literally defined as a black person that wants to be white. And that's now how we look at these black conservative figures as quote unquote coons, because they somehow want to be white.
Well, understand, first of all, there is a long tradition in black American history and politics of conservatism. The ideological progenitor of the black political class or the black leadership model or the black quote unquote race management model, which is the model in which black people, who are 42 million people, have a class of leaders or a leader who brokers the affairs of everyone like a silent ventriloquist, whereas no one chooses him except the ruling class who speaks from anyone else. Right. The man who is the progenitor, father, and the originator of that paradigm is Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington is a man who was chosen by white capitalism to neutralize the populist movement, period. The populist movement was an era of interracial cooperation to challenge capitalism and Southern urban capitalism and create a third-party alternative to the two-party system to meet the needs of the sharecropping farmers who were black and white in the South. Booker T. Washington was financed through his Tuskegee machine, and big-time corporatists from Rockefeller to all of them backed him in order to basically help create an environment to acquiesce to a political reality that would shut down the populist movement. In 1895, he gives his Atlanta Compromise speech, which is anti-socialist, anti-communist, anti-union, anti-immigrant, anti-working class, which basically promises that black people will surrender to capital and not rebel. And the year after, 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson is decided that neutralizes black people's ability to vote politically and politically participate, as well as poor whites, and shuts down the populist movement. Don't forget, this is a man who was financed by the ruling class. If you don't think that 1895 speech was a telegraph to the ruling class, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
Okay. So you're not a fan of the 60s. Give me the argument for what the 50s and the 60s and the Warren Court accomplished. Things are better. The schools aren't. The schools are as segregated now as they were in the 50s.
They're still pretty segregated.
The schools are segregated.
I mean, there's a very good book.
Was there a bigger black middle class in the 60s?
No, it's bigger now. It is bigger now. It is bigger now. It's richer now. Black people, there's less black people in poverty now. In 1959, 55% of black people lived below the poverty line. You can imagine what the poverty line was in 1959. In 2020, it is 23% of black people live below the poverty line, but there were much less black men in prison during Jim Crow than there are today. That's also a fact. So that's a contributing factor. So yes, there are more black people who are middle class. There are more black people who are college educated. There are more black people who are making over $100,000 a year. Yet, in terms of overall percentage of overall American gross wealth and GDP, black people still own no more than 1.7% of American wealth, which is no different than they owned at any time during Jim Crow. And the black home ownership rate today is literally exactly what it was in 1967.
That's because of the financial crisis of 2000.
Largely because of the subprime mortgage crisis.
Largely, more black wealth was lost during that time than any other time.
Anytime since the early 20th century, 19th century, 35% of black wealth eviscerated with no recourse by Barack Obama.
Right. Wow. Well, I can't tell you how grateful we are, Jason and Pascal, that you find time to come on the show. Please come back next Monday. Everybody, the best way to thank our guests is by downloading the This Is Revolution podcast. Please go to thisisrevolution.com. I believe that's the website.
Thisisrevolutionpodcast.com. Yeah.
Thisisrevolutionpodcast.com. And they have a great episode with Corey Robin, who has written a book about Clarence Thomas and Black nationalism, and he is a professor of political science at Brooklyn College. So it's a great conversation. Thank you, Pascal Robert and Jason Miles. Anything you'd like to plug?
Tomorrow night was 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be talking with Corey Robin about conservatives and the reactionary right. Why is that? And the Constitution. There is an intro clip up now playing on YouTube. If you go to our YouTube channel, we have a whole playlist of the 3 to 6 minute intro video essays that I make for these shows on Tuesday. So please check that out.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. When we come back, we will be talking to Howie Klein, who's going to introduce us to Spencer Slovic. He is the founder of Mycorrhiza. It's digital. It's an agency that specializes in social media for leftist and progressive political campaigns. And this is important. We can all learn something by meeting him. But first, let's play a clip from my interview with the president, former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And this Ukraine thing, terrible, David. Sleepy Joe doesn't know how to handle Putin. Putin would never do this with me. You know why, David?
Why? Why, sir?
Love. Love. We love each other, David. I love the dictators, and the dictators love me.
Yeah, but is that something to be proud of?
You know, David, dictators is a combination of two terrific words. Dick, which is a word to call terrible, terrible people like Sleepy Joe, and taters, which is a food you eat 3 times a day. It's a delicious food. Dictators. Makes you angry and hungry. It's all at once. My favorite 2 emotions in the world, David. Anger, hunger. Because they're the only 2 emotions I've got. Sums it up all there, David.
Oh, such introspection.
I love them. Love them. Dictators. You can't love just one.
So
they say about
dictators. So it's pronounced dictators.
Dictators. And you can't love just one.
Okay, let's talk about dictators. Let's talk about Putin.
I may have to run again, David. I may have to run again. I really may have to run again. Too many people want me to, David. I don't want to, David. I don't want the attention. I'm very happy. More time with beautiful Melania. More time with my family. More time with Melania. More time with my family, Ivanka, Eric, Donald Jr., gathering together every night by the fire, coming up with racial slurs for Letitia James. It's a little family tradition that we had gotten away from. And now we're back, and I feel like a whole person again.
All right, please, can we just talk about the situation?
So, David, we gather by the fire, and we've got slurs, David. We've got slurs like you wouldn't believe.
I don't want to hear that, sir.
You're not going to hear it, David, because we keep them in the family. We do.
Good.
But I may have to run, David. I really may.
I think that was Donald Trump. Some people say it could have been Robert Smigel. I don't believe it. I think that's Donald Trump. Let us now go to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein is standing by. He is the founder and the treasurer of the Blue America PAC. They raise money for progressive candidates, left of center candidates. And he also writes Down with Tyranny. Go to Down with Tyranny. Read him every day over at Down with Tyranny. Hello, Howie Klein.
Hi, I was in such a great mood from hearing Corey Robins for a second. I mean, I think he's amazing. I read The Reactionary Mind. I thought it was like an incredible book and really important book. And then all of a sudden, there's that nonsense. Ruined the whole my whole thought process.
My sister said the same thing. She was listening to it over the weekend, and she said it's really funny. He sounds just like Donald Trump, but it's disturbing. The voice it's a little too close. Introduce us to Spencer. Is he in? It looks like he's in San Francisco.
I think he's actually at my parents' house.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. They're letting you in now.
They let me in. Well, they're on vacation, so I have the house to myself.
Oh, okay.
And you're
the reason I asked Spencer if they let him in. I hope I'm not divulging any medical secrets that you want to keep secret now, Spencer. Could I say it?
It is fine. I have COVID. That's why my parents weren't letting me in my house.
Yeah.
His parents he lives in Los Angeles. He, anyone who goes on an airplane gets COVID immediately. So he went on an airplane, got COVID, and his parents wouldn't let him in the house. So he was been in a hotel for the last few days. So that's why I was surprised when he said he's in the house. But since his parents have fled Portland, I can understand why he's in the house.
Wow.
In any case, so Spencer's my new best friend. We just met like a couple of weeks ago, and he's now running Blue America.
Great.
Is that enough of an introduction?
What do you mean he's running Blue America?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Actually, he's in charge of our advertising. So paid ads is what he does. So he's making the paid ads, and he's targeting the audiences for us as well. So he showed me an ad that he did when he worked in the non-political sector. And he said this ad got like a huge amount of attention. I mean, everybody who saw it clicked on it and they bought it, and it was a big deal. And it was basically some goofball using some gym equipment and falling off the gym equipment. And everyone loved that so much that they clicked on the ad and they wanted to watch the ad, like a huge number. So he made a political version of that for one of our candidates, Jason Cole. And instead of like the normal thing of getting like $5 when we put up something, which is normally what we get, suddenly people are donating $135 and $300 and giving money that lasts, that is recurring every month. So it's a wonderful thing.
This is very interesting to me, and I don't know if we'll have time to talk about Cambridge Analytica and Facebook and whether or not you can really drill down to a granular level. Do you mind if I ask him, Howie, before you?
No, go right ahead. I want you to.
Okay. I've tried Facebook advertising, and
I tried it as well. It was always a failure. It's been a complete failure for Blue America since the beginning of Facebook until we met Spencer. Everything turned around when we met Spencer. Before Spencer, it was just a disaster. It was just all the money we spent was just, we could have flushed it down the toilet. And suddenly we met Spencer, and all of our dreams are coming true.
Is Facebook, it must be for real. It's turning a profit. It's got billions and billions of dollars coming in. It is an advertising model. That's how they make their money. They suck up all, like 40% of the digital advertising. The idea that Cambridge Analytica, or that somebody like you, can go down to a granular level and find people who were born on a Tuesday and they're afraid of rats and their favorite show is Hazel from the 1960s and Pete Best is their favorite Beatle. This is the person we want to advertise to. And you can, of the 2 billion users, you can find those people. Is that true?
To an extent. I mean, after the Cambridge Analytica scandal, Facebook has been steadily stripping away exactly what you can target by. So they don't even let you target by liberal or conservative anymore. You can't even pick like someone's political leaning on when you're targeting a Facebook ad. So it's definitely part of it. They know they do track your activity to some extent, less and less with the new privacy laws in California and other states. But they know if you're likely to donate to a candidate, for instance. They know if you're likely to click on an ad that has certain keywords in it, maybe progressive or Congress or something like that. So what I've been doing for Howie and what I've been doing for other candidates is really kind of letting the algorithm do its thing. The Cambridge Analytica scandal was all about that company being able to very much pinpoint specific people and say, I want to give that to this one person, and that just goes to that one person. But what I tend to have a broader audience, and really the focus for Mycorrhiza, that's the name of my ad firm, is all about the creative. So it all has to do with like the actual video that is the ad or the static image. And from my experience in e-commerce, in kind of the corporate world, that can make magnitudes of a difference in how well an ad does. It's what exactly the video is, what it starts with, if it gets your attention. Like how he was saying, the guy falling off the exercise machine, that's just an attention grabber. Because really, it's not like you have a captive audience like on TV where everyone's going to watch the whole thing. You've got to catch their attention in the first couple seconds. So that's really the key thing I see when I'm working with new campaigns or new organizations like Blue America PAC. If they can get the ad to catch people's attention, suddenly you have 10, 20 times more people getting engaged, watching the video, seeing what it's all about, getting that information. And that's really the idea of what I'm trying to do here and bring to progressives.
So one of the things that I think you'll be interested to know, David, is that some large percentage, and Spencer can tell us what that percentage is, of people who watch these ads watch it with no sound. Right, Spencer?
Yeah, it's more than 75% of people on Facebook and Instagram have their sounds off all the time, even if if they're watching a video that has sounds, they just don't turn it on.
So you have to provide captions.
David, I mean, your ads that you did are probably dependent on sound. The ads that Blue America has been doing for the last 10 years have been, songs basically, and or if not songs, then people talking. But since no one is watching it with sound on, that was just a big waste of time for us. And now, I mean, I told Spencer, just come up with an ad, just come up with something that would, use that goofy idea of getting attention. And he did. He came up with an incredible looking alligator with Trump's head on it. And people seem to love it. I mean, it's like so juvenile, and yet we're getting hundreds of dollars because of it, where we would have in the past gotten nothing.
So that's why I'm grabber, Trump's head. But it's also the narrative of that. It's about a minute long. It talks in the captions, big text, talking about corporate PACs and how they influence people in Congress and in the Senate, and how there's some politicians who aren't taking them now and all that. Yeah.
The idea it's a swamp. It's an alligator in a swamp.
Right. What's the difference between social media ads and a TV commercial? Besides the sound has to be off. What is the difference between the two?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a major difference. You have to convey things in graphics, and we're starting to see that come back to TV now. If you watch a TV commercial, they're going to have more text on the screen than they used to 10, 15 years ago, because they're seeing, like, people are watching the TVs maybe muted in a restaurant or something too. So they know people can get that information that way. But just fundamentally, it comes down to them being totally different mediums. I always say trying to take like a TV commercial or an ad you put on YouTube for your campaign and putting it on Facebook is like putting a radio ad on TV. That's not taking advantage of what the medium can provide. So, and the main thing is really like people scrolling past. That's the big difference. You don't have to watch. It's not TV or radio where you have someone in their car stuck in traffic and they have to listen to the whole thing and they get to learn everything about the candidate, whether they want to or not. On social media, you have to get people to want to watch the video. You need people to want to see the ad. And so that's really getting their attention with something eye-catching, something interesting, really trying to, and there's a lot of testing that goes into this too. You test one thing against another, see which gets people's attention best, and you rely on the people. You don't say like, oh, I think this is going to work and this is what we're going to try. We try a bunch of things and see what really the general public responds to. So it's more of like a user focused ad, and we have to tailor it to them. And it's like not getting to just show people exactly what we want them to see, but they kind of get to determine that a little bit themselves.
Do they audit Facebook? If you advertise in The Nation magazine will tell you, we print X number of copies, and they can kind of guarantee that you're going to be seen by X amount of people. Who's auditing Facebook? Facebook says, haven't they discovered that, was it Facebook or Google who had to return a lot of money because their auctions, they were, people were, I think newspapers were advertising, and the newspapers were, USA Today, Gannett was selling newspaper advertising, and it was not for USA Today. It ended up being, they ended up promoting some of their smaller papers instead of USA Today, and nobody audited it. And I think they found out through a fan of USA Today. Who audits Google and Facebook?
I'm not sure if there is any agency, governmental or non-governmental, that does. You can see, though, like, at least to an extent, that people are watching the ads. You have people like them, they comment on them, people click on them, and because it's the internet, that you can track how many people click on them and go to your website and all, and see the change in traffic from that. But I think that was a problem a couple of years ago. Facebook was actually accused of, and maybe admitted to, inflating some of the statistics on some of their ads, video ads specifically, like the view time and how long people were watching them.
Are there some people? What percentage of people are impervious to ad? I like to think I'm impervious to advertising, although I did click on something the other day, and I said, oh my God, I'm clicking on this, and I'm buying it. I bought an Oral-B liquid flosser. I saw an ad. I clicked. I think it may have been the first time I've ever clicked on something and bought it, because I like to think I'm impervious to this stuff. What percentage of people at least think they're impervious to any types of advertising?
That's a good question. I don't know.
You are?
I am. I'm impervious to advertising.
Well, Howie, if you saw, for instance, the ad I made for Blue America, if you didn't know about the race in Washington and you saw that ad, would it change your minds about it? What would you take away from that video?
I'm impervious to advertising. I wouldn't watch it. I don't watch any advertising. I mean, I just, as soon as an ad comes on of any kind, in any way, on any medium, I'm off. I either turn my mind off, or I turn it off if I can, or I just never watch it, or I click the sound off. I'm just not in, and I just don't go for ads.
Do you think younger Americans are more susceptible to advertising than older people?
I think since we've grown up I'm 26 years old, by the way. I see all the comments asking if I'm old enough to drink and all. But I think because my generation and the generations around me have grown up with this, like with Facebook, I got Facebook in middle school in 7th grade when I was like 11 or 12 years old, basically. Maybe we're a little more susceptible to it, but I think we've grown up with trying a better sense of being able to tell apart like what ads are trying to manipulate us, and maybe doing our background research. Most people I know, if they see an ad, they'll Google it, they'll go look for other sources. That's what we've been trained to do growing up with the internet.
Were you taught internet literacy in school?
Yeah, I remember specific class sessions about like what to do if you see information, to go vet it, to go find secondary sources and see like where the source is coming from. For instance, before I knew what Breitbart News was, I saw some article from them, had no idea what it was, kind of trusted it blindly until I looked up the issue and saw other articles framing it differently.
Right.
Very important skill, I think. I'm not sure if it's taught everywhere. I mean, I grew up here in Portland, Oregon, which probably has a different lens on that than some other places. And
so it's interesting. So people my age and Howie's age, we were indoctrinated, never trust corporate America, don't trust advertising. And they've stopped advertising to us as a result. We're not going to switch toothpastes, but we are susceptible to fake news. I all my friends and my mother's friends will send me an article that is obviously like The Onion. They'll send me, and I do not get it from my kids or their friends. They send me legitimate news stories. So, but you are susceptible to advertising, corporate advertising. That's interesting.
I think part of it is I kind of split advertising into two separate buckets. One is informational, so just giving you facts, giving you information, and basically a company is paying to disseminate that information on a platform. Versus, and I've worked in e-commerce on products where I think it's more the latter, that this type of advertising where they're inflating something, where they're using hyperbole, they're trying to make it seem better than it is to sell the product, even if it's not just giving the right, like the true facts about it, right? I think another thing that came to mind is people my age, we're so used to finding everything on the internet, whether it's a news article, whether it's an ad, everything's just a different pieces of information coming from different sources. So we almost treat it all the same. But if someone your age, you see something from a newspaper, you might expect that to be a reputable source, even if that might be in question. So I think advertising for me is just a way of disseminating information. People can use it for good. People can use it for bad. I'm hoping here with Blue America PAC and some of the candidates I'm working with, we're using it for good, getting the word out about their campaigns, but it can definitely be used nefariously for sure.
Howie, are you finding that advertising works when it comes to raising money, but how does it work for getting out the vote?
We don't know yet. We're going to find out, though. We're doing not just money raising ads. We're also doing some informational ads. So we'll see. I mean, we've never had an effective ad program before, so I can't really tell you. But now that we're working with Spencer, I'll be able to answer all your questions in the future. But while we were talking just now, I saw a thing in my fridge that said cultured vegetables. And I took a spoonful of it and ate it, and it tasted funny. And then I looked on the label, and it said best eaten by 2012. Does that mean I'm going to die now?
Well, fermentation, it's good for the gut biome. What is it, fermented vegetables?
Yeah.
Did it smell bad?
No.
And what were the vegetables?
It was kind of a mush, but cabbage looked like it was in there. There's a bunch of
cabbage.
It was kind of mushy.
Yeah, but if it didn't,
like 2012,
it didn't smell bad.
Didn't smell bad, no.
So it's probably filled with lots of healthy things for your gut.
I hope so.
Especially cabbage.
I hope so. So why would they say eat it by 2012 then?
Because
that was 10 years.
They want you to throw it out and buy more.
Well, I just did.
Well, you're wasting food poisoning. There are people around the world who don't have enough food poisoning, and you're wasting it. So candidates, is it more important to figure out how to advertise, or is it more important to figure out what your brand is and to stay on brand?
I think both are equally important. The advertising is the megaphone that gets that brand out there. But if the brand is not what'll resonate with people, if it's not what's going to win the election, then they both play hand in hand. I wouldn't say one's more important than the other.
Yeah. So right now we're doing ads for two candidates who you've met, David, and our audience has met. So one of them is Jason Call up in Washington, and that's the ad where we're doing we're just advertising in the state of Washington, and we're advertising his very, very strong brand. He has a really strong message, a really strong brand in general. The other ad that we're doing has nothing to do with raising money. And it's just a very, very negative ad against an extreme conservative who's anti-choice, anti-Medicaid expansion. He's a pro-gun guy. I mean, a really, really bad person who's not really a Democrat, and he's running in the Democratic primary against our candidate, who's very, very progressive, Erica Smith. You've met both of them, right, David?
Yeah.
So, and what are we learning from that, Spence?
From the Erica ad?
For example, from the Erica ad and from the Jason ad, what are the lessons that we're learning?
Yeah, well, the Jason ad, first of all, is one of the best performing ads I've ever seen. People are really intrigued by the concepts we're talking about around corporate PACs and corporate money and how that's influencing their members of Congress.
Why do you think interested in that ad? Why is that one of the best performing ads that you've ever seen? What makes that performing so well? Is it the message of the ad? Is it the way it looks? Is it what is it that's attracting people to that ad?
A combination of both of those things. I think form and content can't be separated necessarily. And when trying to put together this ad for Blue America PAC, I had never made an ad for a PAC before, so I really put a lot of effort into that and think it's a very quality, very watchable ad. I made sure the pacing was right and someone could just kind of sit there and get all the information they need with the right timing and pacing and all. The ad for Erica, I was considering starting that ad with the video of Kyrsten Sinema doing the thumbs down thing on the floor of the Senate. And Howie said he didn't know if people in North Carolina, where the race is taking place, knew about Kyrsten Sinema, if they knew about that $15 minimum wage vote that she opposed. So we tested it. That's the testing idea there. So we had one ad that started with the video of her doing the thumbs down, and then one ad that started with just the anti-choice Democrat who's running in the race. And lo and behold, the one with Kyrsten Sinema doing the thumbs down actually got a lot more people to stop and watch throughout.
Like a lot of people, right? I mean, hugely more people.
Yeah, twice as many people. Yeah.
Somebody like Bernie, does he need to worry about advertising? Or is he just above? Can he just stay on? What was that Paul Simon commercial, Simon & Garfunkel? Looking for America, that song, which gives you the chills. I don't know if it brings out the vote. Well, let me ask you this, because we have to wrap it up. This is really interesting. When you go into
we're done already?
Yeah, I know it's 7:30. We can keep going, but when you look at the internals, do you get an idea of what America wants when you go in there? Do you find out what their biggest concerns are?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on a lot of factors, what audience the ad is going towards, exactly what you're using to message it. But sometimes you uncover lots of positivity, a ton of people liking the ad, heart reacting to it, agreeing with the message, encouraging comments. Once in a while, somehow the ad makes its way to an audience that interacts negatively with it. There's some city council candidates I'm making ads for in Los Angeles, where homelessness is basically the number one issue on the slate for this election. And we have ads addressing that and how to address it in a compassionate, progressive way, housing first. And there's an ugly side. You see people in the comments berating the ideas, saying housing first fails, progressives fails. They've been running LA, which isn't true for a long time, is what these people say in the comments. And look at how many homeless people there are. The city council, there's only 2 progressives, one of them elected last year. So I don't know, you kind of, it really, the Facebook algorithm works in mysterious ways, I would say. Sometimes it'll go to the people who engage the most, and that could be negative. It could be positive. Maybe it'll find more conservatives because they think that's engaging better with the ad. So it definitely leads you into some territories you might not expect, uncovers some things about the district or the region you're running the ad where you learn something, but you just have to keep going and kind of see what you can do, how you can use that to inform what you do next.
Facebook, we're told right now, it's on the decline, that it's going to be the next MySpace. Mm-hmm. The share prices have dropped. I think they dropped 100 points. They still make money, but I guess their subscriber growth has stagnated.
And is this just U.S. or is this the worldwide?
I think the consensus is that Facebook is in trouble. Its business model doesn't work the way it used to because Apple's privacy policy forbids Facebook from grabbing the information that it was able to get before. So
right, that's what Spencer's been telling me as well.
Right. So is Facebook? You're 26. Do you use Facebook? Is it still, or is it what's the future for Facebook?
Yeah, in all honesty, I only use Facebook for these ads. Otherwise, my actual social media, my friends' network, and all is on Instagram. The thing is, though, Facebook owns Instagram, and to run ads on Instagram, you do it through Facebook. So that, I think, is the future of the company, Facebook. It'll go more largely into Instagram, WhatsApp, the other entities it owns, if those aren't broken up. I mean, I would love if there's some action taken on tech monopolies, but otherwise, I mean, there's other social media platforms. I don't think social media in general is going away by no means.
Oh, right. But
Facebook itself might slightly be on the decline a little bit. Yeah.
Why is Instagram more popular? Just because it's different than Facebook? It's new? What is it about Instagram? And for and how does it work for political advertising?
Yeah, I mean, it's demographically, it's just a much younger audience. So when we have ads going to Facebook, it's people over 40 usually. Instagram is usually people under 40. It's a broad divide. There are both groups on both platforms. I haven't necessarily theorized before why Instagram's more popular now. I think part of it, my grandparents are on Facebook, my aunts and uncles are on Facebook, my parents are on Facebook. It almost, to me, it feels like a youth migration to another platform somewhere that there can be more of a youth culture, which at the moment is a little bit more Instagram. But that's, again, my just personal view on that. I'm not wanting to generalize with ages or generations or anything.
Every time, I don't know what the algorithm is on Facebook, but every time I log on to Facebook, I discover that somebody's 21-year-old cat has died. I go, let's see whose 21-year-old cat died today. That's the first thing that always comes up. It's very sad. But
who are you? I don't get that at all. You know, I'll get something about the drummer in a band died, and I guess who I'm following compared to the people who you're following or interacting with in some way, right?
You know, I don't know how to work Facebook, so when somebody says their 21-year-old cat died, I hit the thumbs up instead of the sad face, and I think Facebook thinks I like seeing people's cats dying. I think that's how it works.
That's exactly it. You're encouraging their algorithms to keep giving you that type of stuff. That's where the rabbit hole idea comes from. You're going down a dead cat rabbit hole.
So I shouldn't give a thumbs up when somebody's cat dies.
If you want to stop seeing those first all the time, yeah.
Okay. Twitter is not the real world. And that's where I tend to go. It reminds me of high school because I'm not popular. I'm like Facebook. I have my friends are on Facebook. I feel loved on Facebook. Twitter, I feel hated and left out. So I I gravitate towards Twitter because it makes me feel like crap. Does it work? Does advertising work on Twitter, or is it really a very hostile, mean ecosystem?
Well, political advertising is banned on Twitter. Same thing with TikTok and Reddit, some of the other major social media platforms. In 2020, leading up to the election, they completely banned political ads, mostly saying have to deal with anything regarding Trump. Facebook, it's a big source of their income, so they didn't do that. Same with Google. So I don't know. I don't know if political ads would work on Twitter. Since I've gotten involved in them, they haven't been allowed there.
And what's that sexy social media thing? Something with only fan maybe?
Fans only.
Only fans?
Fans only? Can we advertise on that?
I've never heard of it. I could look into it for you if you want.
Fans?
Yeah, I mean, everyone tells me that's the big thing. I've never seen it. David, you sound like you're an expert in it.
Well, fans only started turning into a place for porn stars to shop their wares, and then fans only decided, no, we don't want to be in the porn business, and they waited a month, and they went, on second thought, we want to be in the porn business. So it's a lot of porn stars. With Twitter, do they shadow ban? Does Facebook not expose people to certain types of posts because they're political?
Potentially. I suspect that's been happening more lately. Actually, on the back end, when you're making ads, sometimes they ask, are these ads does your business advertise for political purposes? And they say this is to help improve the quality of content we show our users. So I do suspect they are almost shadow banning political ads from some users who don't want to engage in politics. But that's to improve the user experience, I assume, but potentially not great for democracy if we can't get information to those sorts of people.
So I will see somebody post, a famous person will post something like, "Remember to breathe," and it'll get 5,000 retweets. And I go, "Why is that?" And I go, "Oh, because it's not political. Breathing isn't political. That's why everybody's seeing it."
Maybe. I'm sure they keep their cards very close to their chest on whether things are shadow banned or not. No one really knows.
And bots buying followers. A lot of people were exposed buying followers. This was about 3 years ago. Is that still a thing? And, you know, in Los Angeles, if you work in show business, a lot of people get deals based on their Twitter followers, even though the Twitter followers are fake. And I've heard where they say, yeah, we know they're fake, but it justifies giving this person a deal. I can report to my boss, well, he's got 500,000 Twitter followers. That's why we signed this person, even though they're all bots. Does it pay to buy?
What do you mean they're all bots? What does that even mean? I don't get that.
You can buy followers, fake followers.
And are they people, or are they just names? What is it? Someone you're in?
It's fake accounts. So it will look like you have 1 million followers, but they're just bots. They're fake Twitter accounts. I suspect Twitter, when I think early on, they were giving out fake. I just feel like there were people who would, famous people would suddenly come on Twitter and they would instantly have 500,000 followers. And I couldn't help but think Twitter had some fake followers that they handed out themselves.
I don't get that whole idea of fake followers. I don't understand what that means.
There was a story in the Los Angeles Times.
Good of having a fake follower if you're not like an actor who wants to get a deal based on followers.
Well, what about the Russian bots that retweet and create the...
I know what that is, yes.
Right.
Because I at one time, Twitter decided to clear out all the bots, and suddenly I had 5,000 less followers than I did the night before.
There was a story about YouTube about 5 years ago. There was a guy running for district attorney in Los Angeles who posted an ad on YouTube, and it got 300,000 views. And people said, how is this possible that a candidate for DA in Los Angeles has an ad that has 300,000 views? It turned out he had bought the views, and the Los Angeles Times did an experiment. They videotaped paint drying on YouTube. It was a 5-minute video of just paint drying. And they bought, I think they bought 500,000 views. You can buy views on YouTube.
That's how YouTube advertising works. Is you basically buy the time to put it in front of someone where they can't skip the ad, and it counts toward a view. So that's probably what happens with the DA campaign.
No, I think there were farms in Vietnam. There are troll farms in Vietnam that sell views. Well, Howie Klein,
David,
do you want to? It's time for Quizmaster Dan. Do you and Spencer want to compete with me in trivia?
No, I'm making dinner now.
What are you making?
I'm putting together a salad right this minute.
Okay. Spencer, do you remember Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Yeah.
Would you like to compete with Quizmaster Dan? Would you like to go see who knows more about Mr. Rogers, me or you?
Sure. I'll try. I'll do it. I've got 20 minutes until I have to leave, but I'm down to try.
Perfect.
All right. This is Quizmaster.
All right. Well, I'm going to hang up, and you guys have a good old time.
Okay. Howie Klein, enjoy your meal. Read Howie Klein over at Down with Tyranny and give money to the Blue America PAC. Everybody who Howie endorses should be in Congress or the Senate. Thank you, Howie.
Bye.
Follow Howie on Twitter at Down with Tyranny. Please welcome Quizmaster Dan Frankenberger. Now, Spencer, this is a game we play called Stump the Humps, and I am the world's leading expert on mobster movies, and Dan has been quizzing me, and I've been kicking people's you-know-what. Nobody knows more about The Godfather than I do. Nobody knows more. Well, The Sopranos maybe. But this is going to be a tough one. I think you may be able to beat me in this one. I really do. How many questions do you have?
I have 10 questions, and I will say that this edition of Stump the Hump is brought to you by Valley Vox Theater. On Saturday, March 26th at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight, Valley Vox Theater will be screening the 1969 mod political thriller Z from director Costa Gavras.
Yeah.
And we'll have a question and answer with our returning guest, Professor Adnan Hussein. Mopeds park for free, and contact Valley Vox for a free Zoom link at Valley Vox on Twitter or email valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com.
Z. They're spray painting it on Russian tanks as we speak. So, all right, let me put some money in the kitty. Hang on for 1 second. I have a feeling I'm not going to do well here.
The cat's about to have a feeling too.
We're putting money in the kitty, Spencer. How are you feeling? You have COVID, right?
I'm feeling. I had a scratchy throat the first day, and I've had no symptoms the 4 days since then. So I'm doing all right.
And did you get a booster?
I did about 3 months ago. So in good shape.
Okay. But you tested positive, or you have the symptoms?
I tested positive.
But you don't have any symptoms?
Not really, no. A little bit of a scratchy throat, that's been all.
Good. See? Get the booster. Okay, ready, Dan?
Yep. So this is the Mr. Rogers quiz. I stumbled upon this idea because Fred Rogers' birthday was this week. He's born March 20th, 1928, and he was the host of the show Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. We have 10 questions here. So
let me just say, I'm pretty good at knowing how old people are. So I'm going to guess that if he were alive, he'd be 93 or 94.
Whoa, you're a mathematician as well.
Well, what have you been, 93 or 94?
4.
94. Okay.
Fred Rogers enters his television studio house singing what song? This is multiple choice. If You're Happy and You Know It.
Who's the first? Spencer has to answer this, and then I have to say agree or disagree. Okay.
So Spencer is first. Fred Rogers enters his television studio house singing what song? If You're Happy and You Know It. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Won't You Be My Neighbor? Or Won't You Be Mein Kampf?
Won't You Be My Neighbor?
I am going to agree.
You're both right. Here we go.
So I get 1 point and Spencer gets nothing. No, it's tied 1-1. Pay attention, Spencer. Nobody audits me, so I may cheat you.
Pay attention to this game.
I cheated this.
Question number 2. What is the neighborhood that you are taken by trolley to every week? Is it the Land of Milk and Honey?
Oh, now I have to answer this.
You're answering first, okay. Mr. Feldman.
Now, I should not be able to answer any of this stuff. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead. I did see the documentary, which I loved. I've never seen an audience as spellbound during a documentary. It was riveting. Did you see the documentary they made about him?
No, I missed it, but I saw the fictional movie with Tom Hanks, I think.
Right. Did you watch Mr. Rogers growing up?
I did as a little kid. Yeah.
My parents wouldn't let me watch Mr. Rogers because the show wasn't on. We just lived next door to him, and he used to leave his shades open, and I wasn't allowed to watch him come out of the shower. I grew up in Pittsburgh. Go ahead. I didn't grow up in Pittsburgh. That's not true.
Dave was trying to put himself in a dominant position against you, Spencer.
Yeah.
Don't let it psychologically affect you. Question number 2. What is the neighborhood that you are taken by trolley to every week? Is it the Land of Milk and Honey, the Neighborhood of Make-Believe, Never Neverland, or the Brambles?
The Brambles. I'm going to say the Land of Make-Believe.
I agree with that one.
2-2.
I'm winning 3-1.
Spencer, what is the name of the mailman? Is it Mr. McHuggins, Mr. McTouchy, Mr. McFeely, or Mr. Feldman?
I'm going to go with Mr. McHuggins.
I'm going to agree.
You're both wrong. It's Mr. McFeely.
It's Mr. McFeely.
Yes, Fred Rogers had McFeely as his middle name. His mother had multiple last names because she was a foster child.
And this is the mailman?
Yep, the mailman was Mr. McFeely.
Mr. McFeely.
Yep.
I believe he was African American. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay.
Number 4. David is first. Who did Mr. Rogers always feed on the show? Was it the mailman, fish, a puppy, or the captive in the basement?
The fish.
Agreed.
Correct. The fish.
It's tied.
Question number 5. Which fashion item of Mr. Rogers from the show now resides at the Smithsonian Institute? Was it his sneakers, his sweater, his scarf, or his ball gag?
I answer this one first, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go with the sweater.
I'm going to agree, but he did used to tie his shoelaces, his sneakers, but I'm going to go with sweater.
Yeah, that is correct. That is double correct.
This is a tight one. What's the score? 4-4?
That was the 5th question, and you both got one wrong, and you've agreed every time. So, yep,
okay.
4-4. Question number 6 out of 10. What days of the week were the king, queen, and prince named after in the Neighborhood of Make-Believe?
This is me. I have to answer this, right?
Yep. Was it Friday, Saturday, and Tuesday? Was it Wednesday, Sunday, and Tuesday?
That was what that was Apollonia before her car blew up.
The car bomb. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Was it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? Or was it Sunday, Funday, Day?
Give me the first one.
Friday, Saturday, and Tuesday was the first one.
Say that again.
Friday, Saturday, and Tuesday.
Okay, and give me the correct answer.
Okay.
Oh, I thought I could trick you. I'm going to go with the first one, number 1.
I agree.
You're both correct.
This is...
The king was King Friday the 13th, and on the castle, if you pay close attention, was written XIII, which is 13 in Roman numerals. The queen was Sarah Saturday, and her last name was only spoken one time on the show, and their son's name was Prince Tuesday. And those were puppets.
Okay.
Fred Rogers started as a puppeteer. Question number 7. What kind of videos did Mr. Rogers watch on the show?
Only fans.
Yeah, fan onlys. and only videos.
There's a great
how people make things
in the documentary. It's so I saw it in the Village, and it was all kids, watching it and reliving their childhood. And Johnny Carson had done a parody of Mr. Rogers, and he opens the door in the parody, and this beautiful buxom blonde walks in, and he goes, "Can you say hooker? Sure you can, neighbors." And I effing lost it, and it really hurt Fred Rogers' feelings. And he came on the show, and Johnny apologized. But I thought that was the funniest thing. The sweetest man in the world, and Johnny, "Can you say hooker?" It was just so inappropriate, and Carson had to apologize.
You're making me feel worse than what's about to come. Okay. What kind of videos did Mr. Rogers watch on the show?
Who's up? Who's first?
Spencer is first.
Yes.
Yep. Was it how people make things? Words in different languages? Animals? Or snuff films?
I was going to say snuff film.
I don't remember this one too well, but it was how people make things, animals. What was the second one?
The second one was words in different languages.
Okay. I'm going to go with how people make things.
Well, the safest thing for me to do, since it's tied, is to agree. Right?
And that is correct. How people make things. Yep.
Okay. That's my strategy. I don't know the answer.
Your strategy is to avoid snuff films, I would assume.
Right. I would watch PG snuff films. There was no cursing in them, so the whole family could watch. Go ahead.
Question number 8. David is first. To stay in shape, what kind of exercise did Mr.
Say it again.
Rogers do?
You broke up. I'm sorry.
To stay in shape, what kind of exercise did Mr. Rogers do? Was it
Is
weightlifting?
it me? I'm up?
Yep, you're first.
Oh, I know the answer to this question.
Weightlifting, jogging, swimming, or running trains?
Swimming. He was a great swimmer.
Are you saying on the show or in real life, or does it not matter?
Well, in real life, he was a great swimmer.
I'll agree with David on that. Yeah.
That is correct. It is swimming.
This is question 8, right?
That was question 8. This is upcoming question 9.
Okay,
so you're tied 8-8.
Okay.
And Spencer's first. Which celebrity, prior to becoming famous, worked on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood as one of the floor crew doing setup and teardown of the set and operating the trolley? Was it Bruce Willis, Michael Keaton, Harrison Ford, or Cookie Monster?
I am going to go with Harrison Ford.
I think I'm going to win this one. Just through the process of elimination. Michael Keaton is from Pittsburgh. So I'm going to go with Michael Keaton.
The answer is Michael Keaton. That is correct.
I didn't know the answer, but I do know that Michael Keaton is from Pittsburgh. So although Harrison Ford was a carpenter.
I did not know that.
Okay, so I'm winning.
The only thing I knew is that my joke answer, I didn't become a pig in this one. So that's good. Cookie Monster was pretty innocent.
And Spencer, I'm going to win because it's your turn. And if I agree with you.
It's your turn.
Except it's your turn.
Yeah.
So Spencer has to not agree with you no matter what.
Oh, wait, I thought I was. Oh,
Spencer went first, so you're last.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh.
This is scary.
You gave away some strategy.
I know.
Fred Rogers leaves his television studio house at the end of each episode singing what song? It's Such a Good Feeling, Pop Goes the Weasel, You Are My Sunshine or Wet Ass Pussy.
Which is something Dr. Harriet Fraud has talked about on this show. You have. You did not, right? I'm not making a joke. We've talked about that song.
Wet Ass Pussy?
Watch your language. Yes, we did. You were upset.
Oh, yeah, that was Cardi B.
Yes, we talked.
I don't know if that was the title, but I do remember the song.
Yes. I'm sorry. I apologize to my listeners for the language. What is?
You're going to make me say it again. You're going to punish
No,
me.
You don't have to say the last
bullshit.
one. What are the choices?
Choices are.
This is how he would say goodnight.
Yep. Leaving the episode. It's Such a Good Feeling. Pop Goes the Weasel. You Are My Sunshine or Wet Ass Pussy.
You Are My Sunshine was written by Huey Long's successor, I believe. It was the governor. It was written by the governor of Louisiana who came after Huey Long. I'm going to say no to You Are My Sunshine. What is the first one?
It's Such a Good Feeling.
And what's the other one? Pop Goes the Weasel?
Pop Goes the Weasel.
Pop Goes the Weasel was written by Anthony Weiner. I'm going to go with It's Such a Good Feeling.
I know the strategy is to disagree, but I also know David got that one right. So I'll have to agree to keep my score as high as it could be.
You're both right. That is correct.
Which means that's it, right?
Yeah. That's question number 10. David wins 9-8, I believe.
9-8. It was a good game, Spencer.
Thank you for having me. Thanks
I have to say that beating you, it feels good. I wish I could say I was embarrassed, but I'm really glad I won. I know that's wrong to say that. You're a guest, but I'm really glad I kicked your ass. And it was a landslide, Dan, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a 1-point landslide on the show that ended before he was born. Yep, you whipped his ass.
Spencer, how do people contact you?
I think you posted my Twitter in the chat. That's probably the best way. It's I believe my Twitter is Spencey Spence. Let me find my actual handle. Spencey Spence 11. I'll put that in the chat here. And that's probably the best way. Or to go to MikeAriza.digital. That's the name of the advertising website for the political ads. One of those is probably the best way.
Fantastic. Well, please come back. You're a good loser. You really are.
Thank you for having me, David.
I respect you lost with equanimity. This is great. Dr. Harriet Fraud is about to come up, but first we're going to play some highlights from my interview with former President Donald Trump, and we'll hear a song from Professor Mike Steinel, and then we will return with Dr. Harriet Fraud, who we haven't seen in a while. This is my conversation with Donald Trump.
Hosted by a total disaster. A total disaster like yourself.
Oh, that's not.
And that's why nobody listens, David. Nobody listens. This show is a complete and utter failure. You're like the Hydrox cookies of podcasts, David. You know Hydrox? Yes. Nobody does. Nobody does because they're sad. They're sad, not sexy. Everyone knows Oreo. Great cookie, great racial slur, Oreo.
Oreo is a great racial
No one
slur.
ever called, David, no one ever called Brian Gumbel a Hydrox. David, do you honestly think I would take a break from being with my beautiful wife, Manya, to come on your show? She makes such a great 10th lady, David, doesn't she?
Is she 10th lady? You mean first lady?
No, she's a 10, a complete and perfect 10. So she's the 10th lady. Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden is a first lady because she's a 1. Melania is a 10. David, an ass like that doesn't quit, unlike Dr. Jill Biden. Even Dr. Pimple Popper wouldn't squeeze Jill Biden's ass. You know what I call Jill Biden? I call her Jilly.
What do you call her?
Jilly. I call her Jilly. You know why? She's a dead ringer for Jilly Rizzo, Sinatra's pal. So I call her Dr. Jilly. Dr. Jilly Rizzo. She looks a lot like a fat, bald, 75-year-old mobbed up saloon keeper. She does, David. It's a fact. Everyone knows about it. Everybody says it. Everybody talks about it, David. She looks like Dr. Jilly Rizzo. Dr. Jilly Rizzo Biden. And her husband, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe. Weepy Joe.
Okay, you're
sleepy and he's weepy. Have you noticed he's been weepy lately?
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. my hair plug lotion, and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree. I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He'll be joining us a little later on in the show. And that was Donald Trump. Earlier, they say it was Robert Smigel. I don't believe that. I think it was Donald Trump. Well, we have not seen our next guest for quite a while. We've missed her. Dr. Harriet Fraad joins us.
Yeah.
Hello.
I've been away.
You've been away. Where did you go?
San Francisco.
You were in San Francisco.
Yeah.
You look happy.
San Francisco. Yeah, it was lovely. The parks are so beautiful. It was really a pleasure. It was very beautiful.
But something's wrong with the place.
What is it?
The people. There's something wrong. I spent 12 years living in San Francisco.
Wow.
My kids were born in San Francisco. There's something wrong because of the income inequality, because you can't afford to live there.
Well, we certainly have that here too. That's in every city. There isn't a city in the whole United States where two people working full-time, earning minimum wage could rent an apartment. They can't afford it.
But the problem with San Francisco is you're not supposed to be unhappy. In New York, you come here, you don't come to New York to be happy. You come to New York because you have to be here. San Francisco, you're supposed to be happy. And everybody's a gourmand and a foodie, and their lifestyle is the most important thing, not their work ethic. And nobody can afford to live there. The only people who can afford to live there shouldn't be living. They should be rounded up, and they're horrible people. Anybody who can afford to live in San Francisco, I'm talking about the city itself, they should be, they're horrible. It gave us Nancy Pelosi. And this
is a bad thing. But there are plenty of waiters who live in San Francisco and plenty of workers who live in San Francisco. But there is a yuppie vibe, and there's plenty of homeless people that live in San Francisco too.
And they just can't seem to do anything about it, like build housing for them. Well,
they're ahead of us in New York in terms of affordable housing, and they have Chesa Boudin, even though the right wing's trying to get rid of them. So
right.
They have some advantages, but the main thing is it's beautiful and it's not too high, except for downtown, which is awful. But, there's so much beautifulness around, and that's great to take in. I've never lived there. I don't, know the people that well. I just know
I want to talk to you about Ukraine. There's a phenomenon of stand-up comics who started in San Francisco, and then they move to Los Angeles, and they get angry at San Francisco. It's a real thing where we get so angry that we had to leave San Francisco to go to LA, that San Francisco couldn't support us, and it's probably Oedipal. Anyway, let's talk about something more cheerful like Ukraine.
Ukraine, right? That's a laugh.
So yeah, here's what I say. I am rooting for the blue and gold. Putin is a war criminal. This is horrible what they've done to Ukraine. But in the end, it all could have been prevented 10 years ago if we didn't promise them NATO and the EU, knowing that we couldn't deliver. We
Look, there's no good guys here. Americans like to.
The Ukrainian people are good, and the Russian people are good.
Most people are good. However, Americans like to have God and the devil, the good people and the bad people. They're both bad, not the Ukrainians, not the fellow Russians. But look, when the Soviet Union fell in 1989, 1990, there was no point in NATO except to further American imperial ambitions. And we promised that since there was no Warsaw Pact of the nations associated with the Soviet Union, there really shouldn't be any NATO either against the Soviet Union. In fact, at the time, Khrushchev and Gorbachev wanted to join NATO. What's the point? No point in having an adversary. And slowly the United States circled the Soviet Union with hostile bases with NATO. All the Soviet former countries were armed with missiles. I want to remind you that when Cuba started a base with Russia during John F. Kennedy, he risked World War III.
Right.
Get that base closed. And it was 90 miles from home. Whereas Ukraine has a 1,500-mile border with Russia. And Russia depends basically economically on oil and natural gas. 3 of their pipelines run through the Ukraine. They were surrounded. And in the Minsk agreement in 2014, it was promised that they would stay neutral like Finland forever. And that no further NATO countries will be ringing the Soviet Union like a noose. Now, we have fallen back on all those agreements. Why didn't they do something before? Well, they didn't, because the balance of power in the world is changing and everything is a bit shaky. The United States has lost every war since World War II. And people noticed that in Afghanistan, we were running for our lives helter-skelter with no planning and no participation in decision-making with our allies who were caught with their pants down, having to run helter-skelter. They also noticed that we lost in Vietnam, that we lost in Iraq, that we bombed those people silly, that all those same scenes that you see in Ukraine, if we had been allowed to see them then, would have been with slightly colored people suffering the same way, being bombed, being destroyed, holding their babies' tattered limbs, and so on. And so we are in no position to judge. Putin is bombing maternity hospitals. He is a pig. He has gotten billions from his job. He is a dictator. He is an autocrat. He's a misogynist. There's no good guys here. However, NATO provoked him, and the United States wanted a readjustment to put us on top with Europe, who needs a readjustment too. Germany, which was against this whole confrontation with Iraq, changed their mind. Schultz, who got in by a hair and is a nominal socialist, wanted to please the right wing. So what he got was permission to rearm Germany. Quite a mistake, since they've done that twice and it hasn't worked out so well. There are no good guys here. I should point out Russia has been invaded by the United States and other forces twice in their history. We have never been invaded, ever, ever, ever. And so that there are no good guys. We are provoking a war there and the destruction of people who are, quote, collateral damage. And we are being deluged with propaganda showing us what war does, the way we were not for Afghanistan and Iraq and Yemen and all the others. And what they say is the first casualty of war is truth. That's true. Both sides are lying to their people. However, this was a confrontation provoked by the United States imperial ambitions around NATO, and the Ukrainian people are being sacrificed. And of course, they're lying. They're saying every Ukrainian is standing and fighting. The men are all fighting. No, they have conscription, and they're not allowed to leave the country, although plenty are hiding. And 2 million have left, so not everyone is standing and fighting. And the United States says, stand up and fight till the last Ukrainian, okay? As are the Germans who are in on this too. And so they are being sacrificed. And so it's a tragedy. It's a human tragedy. But the United States is hardly in a position to point the finger, since our fingers are dripping with blood. And so it's a horrible situation. And the propaganda deluge is outrageous. It's not both sides. It's one side. I should also point out that Russia has two basic economic exports that allow it to exist as an economy: natural gas and oil. 3 of their pipelines run through Ukraine. They're not going to let them be cut off. You're cutting off their lifeblood there. So even though I think Putin is a monster, I think he was provoked because they're trying to do something to reinstate their position, since China is the new hegemon of the world and not the United States. And now things are very shaky. They've taken over Russia's assets in the United States. They want to claim the oligarchs' huge mansions, which they should claim all the huge mansions that are basically safe deposit boxes around the United States, safe deposits for the rich. But that any other country that has any sense will be thinking, whoa, don't invest there. What if they have trouble with you? That's gone. And so we're in an untenable position because of trying to hold on to power as China becomes the new hegemon. And Russia will trade with China. It will be less convenient because it's further away in many ways. And they want Russia. They want to immiserate Russia because Russia has the greatest natural resources in the world. And this is a disgusting political operation where the pawns in the game are the Ukrainians, and they're getting killed the way ordinary people always do in wars, whether in Vietnam or Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, or anywhere else.
Right.
So I just think we have to decide there's no God and devil here. There's no good guys at all.
Well, what about Zelensky? It's hard not to like Zelensky.
It's hard, but I think he's scripted by the United States. He was put in between her and Victoria, what's her name? I always want to forget it. So I did, where she said when they organized getting rid of the pro-Russian in the Ukraine, the memo said, should we put in the clown? That's Zelensky, because he was a comedian. No offense to you, they're not all clowns, but right. Hey. And so he was put there by the United States. And I think he was promised a lot, and he's not getting it. And they do say, we will fight to the last Ukrainian, not us. And so I don't think he's a hero. I think he's basically scripted from Washington, who put him in his position. And it's all an ugly mess. But I don't think we're in a position to point a moral finger, since our fingers are bloody.
Right, right. What could we have done differently to stop the invasion? What could Biden have done in December?
Well, he could have said, okay, Trump ignored all of this, but we will abide by the Minsk agreement that we all signed. And we will make sure that there are no further NATO bases circling your country, and that Ukraine will be neutral like Finland for the rest of its existence. That's the end for NATO in the Ukraine. He could have done that. It would have been a smart idea. There wouldn't have been any war.
And when these countries, like the Soviet Union, like Russia,
right?
What we are being told is that Putin says the worst thing that ever happened to him was the fall of the Soviet Union, and I've heard him say that the fall of the Soviet Union was like the Kennedy assassination for him. So what do they really want? Do they want resources? They want pride? What does somebody like Putin?
Putin, I think, wants total control and amassing millions. Putin is Putin is smart, unlike Trump. But, it's all the same sort of things. Putin dated Wendy Murdoch when she and Murdoch separated. And they went on double dates and traveled with Ivanka Trump, and her husband, the android.
Right.
That's the little circle they're in. And I think the United States wants to recoup its imperial position and get Europe on its side, because after all, we told Germany we didn't want them to build a pipeline with Russia, and they went ahead and did. Now they're not going to do it. They're on our side, and they're getting rearmed to the tune of $100 billion in armaments. All NATO countries have to buy their weapons and their armaments from the United States. So there's a nice little boon to the armaments industry.
Right.
And so that will come out ahead. All these people will die, but the arms manufacturers will do wonderfully.
I, at the top of the show, said something that I have trouble believing, but I think it's true. The arms manufacturers need new markets.
They sure do. Capitalists always need new markets.
And they want you have to, if Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, 2% of their GDP off the top has to be spent on weapons.
That's right. Bought from the United States. It's specified in the NATO agreements.
So isn't that why
That's one of the reasons why. The other is to kind of reinstate America's imperial position, because we're going down. We are a debtor nation. China is the nation we're most indebted to. China has its Belts and Roads initiative, where Africa has remained neutral here in spite of our entreaties, because they also depend on Russia. And China, primarily China, which is doing all sorts of things. And China is the leading economy in the world now.
Explain to me evil, because everybody I know watches these true crime reality shows, The Serial Killer Next Door.
Yeah.
And there are bad people in the building I live in. There's probably somebody who's like doing some really nasty stuff. Okay, it's me, but we're capable of imagining evil.
Yeah, because part of us, we're all connected as people. We're fascinated because that's a capacity for all of us. Luckily, all of us aren't acting on it.
But we're
all connected.
But when we try to imagine that there are people who are in the weapons industry,
mm-hmm.
who have no problem sleeping at night, ginning up phony enemies that result in hundreds of thousands of people dying, they somehow can rationalize this. I mean, they're serial killers, essentially.
They are.
But
they're definitely serial killers, as Bob Dylan in his song Masters of War sang. he said, I'll tell you one thing, though I'm younger than you, even Jesus himself can't forgive what you do. But they think they're successful because they're making money. In the capitalist world, you don't care about the suffering you cause. Bezos doesn't care about all those people who died because they were crowded in warehouses during COVID. He's upset that they've had 3 strikes in New York alone in their warehouses. But,
it's interesting. I used to work for somebody who was for the invasion of Iraq. And I was working intimately with this person who was beating the war drum. And I remember saying to him, aren't you worried that this is going to turn into Vietnam? And he said, no way Iraq will turn into Vietnam. And then I never forgot this. It was like a month before the invasion of Iraq. He went on Chris Matthews, Hardball. And Chris Matthews, I have my problems with Chris Matthews, but he said to this person, body bags, you're for the war, body bags. How many body bags should America order?
Lots.
And the person I was working for was appalled that he would ask such a rude question. And I went, really? Like, you don't... He goes, that was a horrible, rude question to ask me. It was inappropriate. And I thought, really, you're beating the war drum. You
don't think people will die?
And you're not. Nobody should ask you how many Americans are going to die, how many Iraqis are going to die. And he has since never apologized for beating the war drum. They rationalize it. It was his thinking is the same thinking as Bill Kristol. The war was a great idea, but they executed it wrong.
Yeah. Well, look, one of the reasons people don't realize the cost is there was a law after Vietnam where they showed children whose bodies were on fire since we dropped napalm on villages and so on. You weren't allowed to have photographs of any of that, or the coffins, or the torture, or the collapsed buildings, or the limbless children. They weren't allowed. So it was cleansed from the American media what war is. It's like these people on television, these war widows from Afghanistan crying, and what did you think? If he's going into the army, what did you think he was going to do? Sing? No. You're going to kill people and they'll be upset and try to kill you. And I think Russia did not fight back as we encircled Russia with a noose of NATO, because Russia lost 30 million people during World War II. I think the United States lost 600,000. I'm not sure.
Something around that, yeah.
Because people fought in the streets, and Russia has been invaded twice. We have never been invaded. People don't want to go to war, but I think Putin felt pushed to the edge, and he felt that the American empire couldn't resist him now in a way that it might have before. And neither could Europe. And that this was his chance. And because America is not what it was. I think he's horrible. They're not just bombing armaments. They're bombing maternity hospitals. He's a monstrous misogynist. Pussy Riot had it right. But on the other hand, we have pushed him to the wall. And Americans are gung-ho for war because they don't know what it is.
Right. It's very simple. You get to be my age. There are 26-year-old young bucks who are about a foot taller than I am, and they steal a cab from me or a parking spot. It's not fair. It's not fair that they're stealing my cab or parking spot. And I'll say, hey, what are you doing? And they go, F you, old man. And I go, I probably shouldn't pick a fight with this person.
Wait, because America's like a jungle. Everybody's armed. It's crazy. In New York, they don't allow everyone to carry arms, but that doesn't stop people.
Right. But the point I'm making is it's not fair that this person is stronger than I am. It's not fair that Putin has nuclear weapons and we can't go to war with him, but we agreed on mutual assured destruction, never go to war with Russia because both of us have nuclear weapons and we will destroy the planet. It's not fair that Ukraine can't join NATO. It's not fair. But
it's not fair if they join it. They have to remain neutral because otherwise Russia has a noose around its neck. And you can't do that. Look, just like we didn't allow Cuba 90 miles from home. Right. This isn't 90 miles. This is a border of 1,500 miles.
Right.
It's a provocation.
Fantastic.
It's a provocation. And the United States hoped it would provoke and maintain its supremacy, but it can't. We're no longer the biggest, the most prosperous, the fastest growth in the world. We aren't.
Right.
And I think that once your imperial peak has been reached, you should say, okay, let's devote ourselves, which the United States has not done, to a peacetime economy. We've never done that. That's why there's $1 trillion for war, and the schools are terrible. What? And support services don't exist. And we're one of the only advanced countries that doesn't have universal child care and medical care and elder care. That it's an imperial power holding on. And Putin is a monster.
Yep. Dr. Harriet Frudd is the host of Capitalism Hits Home. It's not just in your head. And she has a show on Pacifica Radio here in New York. It's on WBAI, Wednesdays at 2:30. The name of it being?
Interpersonal Update. But this week it's being changed because they're having the Supreme Court hearings for Ketanji Brown. Also, I have Capitalism Hits Home is my podcast alone. It's not just in your head. I do with Liam Tate from England and Ikoi Hiroi.
Fantastic. How do people contact you?
hfrudd@gmail.com.
It's good to have you home. We miss
Thank you. Good to be here. Sorry about the non-patriotic news.
On this show?
Yeah, that's true. Take care.
Thank you so much. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Don't forget to sign up for office hours. Meet better people every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. And I cannot recommend it enough. Coming up, Professor Adnan Hussein joins us. We'll be right back.
I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro of the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of this is true, all of the above. I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love. My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I seem so audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and the push comes to shove, I'm second to none, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. Some ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close because they think I'm suspicious. Please pardon me if I'm somewhat repetitious, like a hand in a glove. I'm a pig for love. Yeah, I'm a pig for love. He's 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 a pig for love.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, who joins us in about, I don't know, an hour or so. Let's go to Canada, where Professor Adnan Hussein joins us. He's the host of the Mujlis podcast. They just did an interview with Juan Cole. I want to ask you about that. And Guerrilla History. I want to ask you how Henry is. And you are chairman of the religion department over at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. Welcome. It's good to see you again, sir.
Oh, it's great to be back. I hope you're doing well, David.
Well, all things considered, I want to ask you about the mosque attack in Ontario. Was it Mississauga? You had
Mississauga, which is its own city, but it's in the Greater Toronto area, and it's an extremely diverse place, perhaps the most diverse city in Canada, and about 750,000 people live there, and it's home to several mosques, one of which is the Dar at-Tawhid Islamic Center that suffered a disturbing attack in the early morning, during the early morning prayer that takes place. So there were about 20 people at the mosque, and it appears that somebody named this is alleged, although he has been charged, that Mohammed Moise Omar, a 24-year-old man from Mississauga, seems to have been, we don't know his motivation exactly, but seems to have arrived with bear spray and a hatchet or an axe. He was subdued before he could, do more than a few minor injuries by the congregation. But it's a disturbing case that just puts Muslims on edge at their mosques, since it's just recently was the 5th anniversary of the Quebec City Mosque massacre, in which 7 worshippers were killed and, more than a dozen were injured. And of course, last year on June 6th, in London, Ontario, a family on the streets of London, Ontario, were run down by a motorist in a hateful attack. And the only survivor was, I believe, a 10-year-old boy, and that was another shocking event. So there have been a string of disturbing events, but it's not clear about the motivation. Obviously, I would say, that it's a Muslim name, so it's not clear exactly what his motivation was, whether he had some particular problem with this congregation as a disturbed individual, or, who knows? The police are investigating.
Right. Right. I like to think Canada doesn't have the problems we have in America. It was bear spray and not a gun. Hate crimes for Muslims in Canada, are they as bad as they are in the United States?
I mean, I think it's hard to know how to compare these. Reporting rates may differ and so on, but I think what we can say is that the last several years have witnessed a real increase in some of the more spectacular cases of violent attack. But there is, a much more endemic, broader condition of smaller scale abuse or discrimination that often doesn't get reported. But even on that level, the incidence over the last 4 or 5 years has gone up pretty dramatically in Canada. And so, if anything, perhaps it has caught up, perhaps, with levels that we've seen in the U.S. since 9/11 and with the Iraq War.
Right. Let's talk about 2 anniversaries. It's the anniversary of the illegal invasion of Iraq and NATO's adventure in Libya. Over the weekend, we celebrated the anniversary. Let's start with the anniversary of Iraq. 2003, so that would have been 19 years ago.
Yeah,
19 years ago.
19 years.
How did that work out? I was talking about this earlier in the show. A lot of people in America were against the invasion. They were dismissed as disloyal to the troops. They said President Bush and Dick Cheney were lying. And the UN said they wouldn't sanction this invasion. How'd that turn out?
Well, I mean,
anything good?
We're all pretty familiar with the trillions of dollars that were spent that could have been dedicated to more productive purposes. We're aware of U.S. injuries and death, and sometimes we, pay attention to the fact that perhaps up to 1 million or more Iraqis lost their lives as a result of the invasion and, of course, the ensuing chaos and the horrific conditions. And this only following, of course, a decade or so of very extreme sanctions. And Iraq was, of course, the country that this kind of sanctions regime was imposed in its most aggressive form before we've seen the sanctions regime proliferating on other countries. And the cost of the sanctions was estimated at by various international organization reports at about 500,000 children over the course of a decade. So we know that U.S. intervention and involvement militarily has sown a great deal of misery globally, and Iraq is, of course, the most obvious case of that. But we could add, many other places around the world, particularly in the Middle East, but elsewhere. And so it's a very sad anniversary that I don't think really was marked very much. It didn't go with a great deal of comment since we're all very concerned about more contemporary events.
Did anybody apologize? Did Bush, Cheney, did anybody, who paid a price for it other than the Iraqi people and our soldiers? Did anybody get prosecuted in this country?
No, nobody did. I do recall, I'm trying to remember the name of the Guardian journalist who tried to make a citizen's arrest for war crimes on Tony Blair. He's a big environmentalist, but he also was very concerned with human rights. And he tried to make a citizen's arrest against Tony Blair and charge him with war crimes. Unfortunately, instead, Tony Blair is on all kinds of corporate boards, is brought to Davos and feted as a, consultant on global affairs, and even had, if you can imagine, an adjunct professorship, visiting a professorship at Yale University's Divinity School for Ethics. This is the one one that really, concerned me greatly as somebody who, managed a small, school of religion to think, where we do have courses on, religious ethics, to think that a war criminal who was perhaps, I think, I blame Tony Blair.
Right. The same way I blame Colin Powell. They could have stopped it.
Exactly. That's right, because these are people who seemed much more reasonable, were able to make the case to skeptical public in ways that the, inanity and foolish, ignorant and simplistic discourse of George Bush couldn't appeal, to. I mean, he appealed to different constituencies, but the constituency of the kind of educated establishment, really had divided opinions and were quite anxious about this, particularly since France wasn't going to join, and some of the allies were critical of this precipitous rush to war with Iraq. And so it was somebody like Colin Powell and somebody like Tony Blair, who were respected figures, leaders who could talk, in a sophisticated manner, who seemed reasonable, were able to make the case for Iraq that I think really enabled the war. And I blame them as much or more. So I'm really more galled by the way in which somebody like Tony Blair has paid no price whatsoever, for his involvement.
He won't even pay his taxes. He was listed in the Pandora Papers.
Pandora Papers, yes, that's right.
I think the word scumbag was invented for him. I'm pretty certain. I want to turn to Libya because we're coming up on the anniversary of that. Did anything good come from the invasion of Iraq? The people from PNAC, People for a New American Century, believed that we needed any excuse to invade the Middle East and set up a beachhead of democracy. This is PNAC. This was Bill Kristol. This was Bibi Netanyahu. I even think the Clintons were part of PNAC. They believed that what had to be done was any excuse to get our troops into the Middle East and create a democracy, and democracy will spread. Two questions. Is that what they really believed? Did they really believe? Did Bill Kristol really believe that the purpose of Iraq, invading it, was to spread democracy through the Middle East? And second, with the Arab Spring, did the invasion of Iraq in any way play a role in the Arab Spring?
Those are interesting questions, particularly the latter. As far as the first about whether they themselves really intended to spread democracy, I think there is, some evidence that some of these ideologues in the post-Cold War neoliberal moment imagined that the U.S. as unsurpassed and unrivaled hegemon could remake the world in its own image because, it had achieved victory over the Soviet Union and the model of communism. And so as a result, this was an opportunity. And the U.S. is a sort of missionizing power. It does kind of claim that its approach is universally applicable. I mean, it does have that kind of sense that it's sort of light unto, a beacon on the hill, and that it, could bring democracy to the world through its example. So there's some, reason to believe that some people may have had that kind of intention. But I'm not sure it's necessarily that important to determine whether the motives or the intentions were well, I wouldn't want to say pure. I mean, but whether they themselves really believed that that would be an outcome, I think they thought it was an excellent justification for intervention, and that it was, if it happened, wonderful. But if it didn't, there were other benefits that were geostrategically valuable, so I think as somebody said, there were almost too many reasons to go to war in Iraq. I mean, too many motivations. You could find something for everyone.
So the Arab Spring, I believe, started in 2010.
2011, I think, is...
When did Mubarak fall in Egypt?
I think it was 2011.
And so what we saw happening by 2011 was Mubarak was overthrown, people power in Egypt, Morsi was elected. We'll get to that in a second. And Gaddafi, when was Gaddafi overthrown?
Well, also 2011.
And it looked, for a moment, it looked like democracy was spreading throughout the Middle East. I remember there were elections in Iran and Twitter. That's when we all really relied on. That was the Twitter revolution. When was there a big protests in Iran?
The Green Revolution. I think that was actually earlier, right. And that might have been 2010. I'm trying to remember if it was 2008 or 10, but it definitely preceded what happened in the so-called Arab Spring. And I think some of these PNAC neoliberal folks, neocons, did want to try and take some credit for it. Of course, that wasn't how they imagined it would go. They thought it would be, the U.S. military toppling all of these regimes. If anything, I think the aftermath of Iraq might have given an excellent argument for some of these military dictators and autocrats about, the hazards of democracy. When you consider that many of these countries suffer from a lot of divisions and ethno, national, and linguistic and religious elements. You have, all of these polities in the Middle East, are products of cosmopolitan empires where there were lots of mixed populations, and the era of nationalism has not been kind to the region, because it has just exacerbated conflicts of different national, ethnic, and religious groupings. So I think it retarded the possibility for, democracy to take its course in a slower and more sustainable way. But also, I think the revolutionary moment in 2011 has been, something of a disaster in the region, unfortunately.
Did the Arab Spring take hold anywhere in the Middle East?
Well, I think Tunisia is still the best outcome.
That's where it started, right?
Yeah, that's what started it. And really, it was a kind of socioeconomic grievances that started it. And so I would say, actually, if you want to look to the sources of the Arab Spring, you could look to actually the poor Russian wheat harvest, the summer before. And since 40% of global wheat production is from Ukraine and Russia, I think we're going to potentially see some serious consequences for this. In the Middle East, almost every country subsidizes bread. And every time that we've seen in the last couple of decades where there's an attempt to float, the cost of bread on market forces, there has been, bread protests. You've seen it in Jordan, for example. And, the cost of food with inflation now already going high, I think we're going to see that the global south is going to suffer a lot of food shortages, increase in prices as a result of this war and the sanctions on Russia. And that was, I think, a real contributing and exacerbating factor in 2011 in Tunisia and around the rest of the Middle East. So I'd say that's a kind of cautionary tale as well for stability in the region. I mean, I was quite hopeful at the time. And hoped that, some of these military dictatorships would fall. But I think what we saw is that even, where there was democracy, like in Egypt, the first round of elections were won by the Muslim Brotherhood, and that this wasn't accepted, I think, on the international level. And when that first democratically elected government was, overturned, there really wasn't in the international community any bemoaning, of the fall of the Morsi government. And I think that was a really terrible precedent. The fact that the United States supported the return to military dictatorship in Egypt was awful. And I think also the fact that Obama, for example, did not support protests in Bahrain, where the U.S. has the Fifth Fleet, for the Persian Gulf, or stationed. There was a popular uprising against, this Gulf monarchy, where it's a Sunni minority that is dynastically in control over a majority Shi'i population. And the U.S. really gave the green light for Saudi forces to cross over into Bahrain and help the dynasty there suppress these popular revolts. And that was very early on as well. And that to me was, again, a major disappointment. And I think that would have been the case that really, I think, might have established U.S. having a different kind of policy that didn't put oil security and stability based on, these loyal Gulf monarchies. A reversal of that policy would have been the most, I think, useful thing the U.S. could have done. And it's similar to the, mute response to the Saudi executions in the current context.
We'll get to that in a second. Let me ask you about Libya. I'm going to guess Libya was 2012 because Benghazi was a question during the 2012 debates. Had Gaddafi come over to the West side? Did he make a deal with Blair? I think somebody in Great Britain to be an ally of the West.
I think it might have been to resolve the Lockerbie, the turning over suspects of the Lockerbie, bomb attack. And I think basically several things happened that, included this, negotiations with the UK, but also, the end of his weapons of mass destruction programs. I mean, this was all negotiated and accomplished. So, for a while it seemed, and Gaddafi also during the period of the global war on terrorism said, hey, we are also suffering a problem of, Islamic, fundamentalist movements, jihad, and saw it as an opportunity to ally, like the Assad government did. Like a number of these military dictatorships that had been hostile to the U.S. or the U.S. had been hostile to them, found that through the global war on terrorism, they could try and offer, surveillance and intelligence support, and that their interests aligned, because many of these dictatorships were targets of Al-Qaeda and other jihadist sorts of organizations. And Gaddafi was one of the ones who did try and make overtures during this period to ally himself more closely with the U.S.
We're out of time. Did we screw Gaddafi? What did we do to Libya? What did Hillary do to Gaddafi in Libya?
Well, I mean, they, it was a little bit like some of these other color revolutions. So some, neoliberal figure who was willing to play ball with the United States claimed that there was about to be a genocide, in, the eastern part of the country. This was taken up. You have the passage of UN resolution, Security Council resolution 1973, that imposed a no-fly zone, and in order to protect the population, ended up being the mechanism through which an insurgency that began in the east was supported by air, and they had the bombardment of the Libyan capital, and Gaddafi ended up being brutally murdered. And the country, ended up being, was flooded with weapons. The state collapsed, and the civil war that had been fomented just ratcheted up, and it's become a chaotic mess. And basically, like the other cases, we've seen, in Syria, the government didn't end up falling, but this horrible civil war was pursued and prosecuted, and it just plunged the country into chaos with millions of refugees. And the same thing has happened, of course, in Libya. It's continued to be a divided, chaotic country. People fleeing, the violence are then turned away by the countries that supported the NATO bombing or participated in the NATO bombing and attack of the country. And we've seen nothing like the reception that Europe and North America have given to the plight of Ukrainian refugees, despite the fact that the United States...
NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, bombed Libya because Libya is right up against Russia, right? I'm not familiar with John. What is NATO?
Well, yeah, this is a reason to be a little concerned about what a no-fly zone actually means. Is that it clearly wasn't just the imposition or cessation of any, air support overall. It ended up meaning that NATO supported, as the air force essentially of the insurgency, of the rebels against the regime. And so even though regime change had not been included as part of the justification or rationale of UN Security Council 1973, it ended up being, of course, the actual goals and purpose of the United States and of NATO. And I think that's the kind of thing that Putin has observed, U.S. involvement in the Middle East, and has drawn the conclusion that perhaps the United States is interested in pursuing regime change in Russia as well.
We have to wrap it up. Peter B. Collins is going to be here shortly, and we're going to talk about Hunter Biden's laptop. Rudy Giuliani is a madman, out of his mind. Turns out there was stuff on the laptop that we should have seen. There were emails about business dealings in Ukraine that the American people should have seen and would have seen had it been Eric Trump's laptop. But when this was going on in 2020, it just seemed like chaos, and it felt political, the same way Benghazi was politicized. And the Republicans wouldn't let go of it. And I can't help but thinking there was something else to Benghazi that had we pursued it, something really embarrassing would have come out. Do you get that sense that the Republicans knew something that was incredibly compromising about the attack on the embassy, and they wanted to keep pressing and pressing because they knew that there was another piece of the Benghazi puzzle that had it come out, it would have destroyed Hillary and Obama. Do you get that sense that we haven't heard the whole story of Benghazi?
Well, I don't remember all of the details of what came out and what the Republicans were alleging. I mean, I never believed that the Republicans are good faith interlocutors on behalf of the public interest. So one can take a jaundiced perspective on their attempt to politicize it. But I certainly do not believe that that we've received the full story about what was happening. I mean, there have been so many revelations about U.S. involvement. And of course, everyone in these countries, in the Middle East suspects the U.S. Embassy as being basically the headquarters for various intelligence operations. It's just a question of when and how accurate information might come to light to really explain it. But I agree with you that it's worth being suspicious and basically thinking that we don't have the full story. And that's not, you can't rely on the Republicans to, unearth it, but there might be some very serious and compromising, information about, U.S. So-called diplomacy and the use of, State Department for intelligence purposes that could come to light at some point.
I was going to ask you about your conversation with Juan Cole, Professor Juan Cole, but people should just listen to it on the Majlis podcast. And who do you have on Guerrilla History?
Well, on Guerrilla History, our most recent episode was my colleague who's actually been on this program, Dr. Ariel Saltzman, and she was talking about the history of capitalism from a global perspective and how it changes the picture and the narrative, and a little bit about world systems theory. And it's really interesting. She's terrific, and we had a really excellent conversation with Henry and I.
Fantastic. Give my regards to Henry. And Professor Adnan Hussein is the host of the Majlis podcast, as well as Guerrilla History, as well as the chairman of the religion department over at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. We thank you for joining us. It's a privilege. It really is. Thank you. Let us now go to Peter B. Collins in San Rafael, California. Let's talk about Rahima and then something good. We'll start off with Rahima. If people enjoyed my conversation with Adnan Hussein, Professor Hussein, the best way to say thanks is by giving to rahima.org, RAHIMA.org. Peter B. Collins, tell us about Rahima.
Rahima was founded by Adnan's parents and has been around for, I think, about 30 years now. And they support refugees and other new arrivals in Silicon Valley. And they have focused on different waves of migrants. And I don't know for a fact, but I suspect that some refugees from Afghanistan and others displaced in the wars that you just mentioned in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya have found their way to California and get important support from the Rahima Foundation. And I know how you like to talk about beans, because they run a food program, and they don't just get dented cans of, Campbell's soup, or they don't pass out junk food. They work to provide people with healthy supplements to their food pantries. And I just think it's a great organization. I've chipped in a little bit, and I invite Feldo listeners to do the same. It's a very worthy organization.
All right, let's talk about the Biden family, the laptop, and Ashley Biden. I'm uncomfortable bringing this up. So there is a diary that we're pretty sure was Joe Biden's diary, to Joe Biden's daughter's diary, that was stolen while she was in rehab. And it was spread around the RNC. People were reading passages from it, and there are purportedly accusations made as this troubled woman is going through rehab, allegations against her father. Had the diary belonged to Ivanka, what would have, and we got our hands on Ivanka's diary. It was stolen. Nobody's entitled to read Ivanka's diary. But had there been embarrassing evidence inside the diary about Donald Trump, what would I be saying? Somebody who rabidly hates Donald Trump, who wants him, I want the whole family locked up. I hate the Trump family. If somebody stole Ivanka's diary and there was some stuff in it that was pretty embarrassing to the old man, what would I say about it?
Well, I would not be presumptuous enough to speak for you, Mr. Feldman.
What do you think? I would say...
Well, I'm pretty rigid about this, that privacy is privacy. Mm-hmm. And let's make a very clear distinction here between Ashley Biden and Hunter Biden. Ashley has never taken a fat paycheck from a foreign country. To my knowledge, she's never worked as a registered lobbyist, as her brother has. And I don't judge people with addiction issues, including Hunter. He's made a lot of bad choices. He's hung out with a lot of low-life people. But that's not my problem and not my place to judge. Where I come down is that Ashley deserves her privacy. And that, however, her diary fell into the hands of people who thought about publishing it.
Project Veritas, James O'Keefe.
Well, and those people are low-life, right-wing propagandists. And so, to my knowledge, even O'Keefe has not released that. Is that still the case?
I think they passed it around in 2020 at a RNC fundraiser.
But I don't think it has been publicly.
I think you're right.
Released.
Right.
So that is the first time I could say something good about James O'Keefe, because if in fact he decided for personal reasons and respect for her privacy, as opposed to the threat of lawsuits, to avoid or refrain from publishing that, then he made the right decision. Hunter Biden is a very different story. He left behind not just one, but 3 different laptops. He was so careless with the information that he wishes had remained private. And the materials on, in particular, the laptop that was left at the computer repair shop in Wilmington, Delaware. It was then unpaid for, and under Delaware law became the property of the shop owner. He probably through intermediaries delivered the contents to the New York, not the Post, I think it's the Daily News.
I think it was the Post. I think it was the Post.
Okay, let me double check here. I think it was initially...
well, the Post is demanding an apology from the intelligence.
So you are correct. It went to the Post. I thought the Daily News had a piece of it, but I'm wrong.
It's Murdoch owns the... I think Murdoch owns the...
You're correct.
The Post, yeah.
Yes. So on that laptop is evidence of potentially criminal behavior and extremely poor judgment in the way Hunter Biden utilized his father's name and position to put money into his own pockets, often under terms that you and I would find pretty scurrilous, if not illegal. So these two issues, and I'm glad you raised the diary, because I think it helps people contextualize that the relatives, the family members of public figures, I think do deserve a zone of privacy. And I really don't want to see Ivanka's diary. If she publishes a book about her years loving her daddy in the White House by volunteering along with her husband, Jared Kushner, that's fair game. She is self-disclosing whatever she chooses to say in a book like that. But, David, I commented last week when we talked with Trevor Aronson about the case in Michigan, the Wolverine watchdogs on trial, claiming a very reasonable case of entrapment by the FBI. And I closed out by saying we'll never know to what extent the phony elements of the Wolverine watchdog story moved voters when it was the October surprise. And likewise, the Hunter Biden laptop story was an October surprise. And the media went into hyperdrive to shut down any access to the contents of Hunter's laptop. They delayed efforts to authenticate the emails that were on there. And the New York Times led that charge to bury the story. They did cover their ass by publishing an article in October of 2020 where they said that, well, we cannot independently prove these claims that this is a Russian disinformation campaign. And this is another extended element of the Russiagate scandal as used by Democratic Party leaders to manipulate and mislead its own party members. And to revert to this, okay, we got a problem. October surprise, Hunter's laptop. What do? Crisis management. Well, we blame Russia. And we now have some vindication because last week on March 16, the New York Times published a story under the headline, Hunter Biden paid tax bill, but broad federal investigation continues. And they acknowledged that the work of, and for our YouTube audience, I'm holding up the book, The Bidens by Ben Schreckinger.
We have to have him on the show.
I did it again. David, I emailed him at his personal website last Thursday and said, Ben, we want to have you on the David Feldman podcast. And so far, I've gotten silence from him. But this book, which does not comment on the media blackout of the Hunter laptop story, and I think that's a weakness of the book, nevertheless establishes that the emails were authentic. And Schreckinger did it by going to people who'd been copied on these emails and saying, could you send me your copy of this email that came from Hunter or one of his cronies? Maybe he'd prefer colleagues. And so they painstakingly showed that verbatim, these emails were accurate, not a word had been changed. And there's absolutely no evidence that Russia was involved in any way in the Hunter laptop imbroglio. And the Times finally admitted that last week. That led to a pretty powerful recap of the whole episode from Glenn Greenwald. And if you don't want to pay to see his Substack, Bob Scheer at the Scheer Post published this column by Greenwald last week. And I don't always agree with Greenwald. He can be somewhat hysterical. For example, he claims that, we're about to see another big civil liberties crackdown related to the investigation of January 6th. Glenn, you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't agree with that. In this case, he's done incredible work. And let's remember that Glenn Greenwald lost his six-figure post at The Intercept. We didn't embarrass Trevor Aronson with this last week because Trevor didn't have anything to do with the spiking of Greenwald's story. That's Betsy Reed, the editor-in-chief's job. But in October of 2020, Greenwald wrote a piece that holds up to this day, to be very perceptive and to have asked the right questions about whether Hunter Biden violated the Foreign Agents Reporting Act with both Burisma in Ukraine and with the deal he was struggling to put together with interests in China. And the China story is still not fully revealed. We know that Hunter and his associates received payments that totaled about $5 million from Hong Kong affiliates of the Chinese company that he was trying to do business with. And there was this, people, you have to watch the news every day to remember this one, but there was this guy who briefly surfaced named Tony Bobulinski. And he was treated like Rudy Giuliani with the hair dye running down his face. But it turns out Bobulinski was telling the truth. He was in the inner circle there. He was copied on many of these emails. And the central claim that Joe Biden appears to have lied about, again, if all of these emails are accurate, we have no reason to believe that they are not. Biden has said, I've never talked to my son or my brother about any of their business activities. Well, that doesn't hold up to close scrutiny. I can't yet call it a lie, David, but it is contradicted to a great extent by what has been revealed so far. And Hunter and these other people, including Bobulinski, traded an email where they were reserving 10% of their get for the big guy. Now, the big guy isn't Jim Biden because Jim Biden had his own share. The big guy isn't Hunter because Hunter had his own share. So these are very serious issues, and this is why, coupled with Hunter's deep addiction problems...
Doesn't he say in the emails that my job is to make money for my father, that he's never earned a penny in his life? He's been living on the government dime, and it's my job to make him rich. Isn't that in the emails?
I haven't seen that, David.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, the point is that, Hunter has taken himself on a trip to hell and back many times.
You're talking about Yale Law School.
Well, I'm talking about the Yale graduate who turned to crack, who was sleeping with his dead brother's wife for a while, who took up with a crack dealer, a woman who I believe had a pretty lengthy criminal record. And, against that backdrop, he was cashing in on his father's name and position. And, this is all now lost in the fog of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We may never get to the bottom of the Hunter saga with Burisma. But just on the face of it, it is tawdry. It is a form of nepotism by proxy, where it doesn't appear Joe Biden personally introduced his son to the people at Burisma, but they knew that they weren't hiring David Feldman's child.
Right. And Burisma is run by a Ukrainian oligarch who was criminal. He fled, I think he ended up in Monaco. He was looting Ukraine. And the West wanted in on the looting of Ukraine. They were making deals with oligarchs the same way we made deals with oligarchs in Russia. And Hunter with Burisma wanted in on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a dishonest. It was a dishonest business. Burisma was dishonest. It was run by somebody who was dishonest.
So now we have the Merrick Garland Justice Department, and I don't envy the Attorney General having to run an investigation of the president's son. That's awkward. But we have seen, and this is not a slam at Garland himself, but the investigation of Donald Trump for fraud in his business dealings, misrepresenting the value of his properties in order to get loans, and then giving lowball figures on the values of those same properties to tax officials. This appears to have evaporated as the newly elected district attorney in New York City caused the two key prosecutors who were hired for this case to quit.
You're talking about Alvin Bragg.
Yes. And now the Justice Department has to investigate Hunter Biden. He has paid back apparently all or most of the unpaid taxes he was accused of. And so he's going to try to skate. And they're now talking about pursuing the failure to register under FARA claim as a civil suit, which would be settled with a fine and no criminal conviction. And this is a pattern that we saw previously related to Mike Flynn.
Right. FARA, that's you have to register as a lobbyist for a foreign country, but nobody gets prosecuted for FARA.
Well, I was about to say that, Mike Flynn, who was the, 30-day or less national security advisor under Trump, he had accepted $500,000 to lobby for Turkey. And Bob Mueller said, oh, no big deal. Just go ahead and file the papers retroactively. And there really wasn't that much on Flynn related to his contact with the Russian ambassador. So that was one of those stories that was blown way out of proportion.
Well,
but fundamentally, they're going soft on these FARA violations, as you suggest.
I'm going to circle back to Michael Flynn in a second. Hunter Biden owed $1 million in taxes. The fact that he was caught owing $1 million, took out a loan to pay off the $1 million, that doesn't exonerate him. If you owe $1 million to the IRS and they come to you, that's criminal. The fact that you eventually pay it off doesn't mean anything.
Right. And the Times wrote about this and they said, well, in practice, even juries are likely to go soft on people who've already paid the debt.
That's why they're not supposed to know if you've paid off the debt.
Right.
Right. As for Michael Flynn, was it Kislyak? Who was the Russian? Kislyak. Would you agree? I know you poo-poo Russiagate. I don't. But I don't want to argue with you about this because we're arguing about a fact. The Russians either helped Trump or they didn't. And we can argue the degree into which they helped. But I believe, anyway. Michael,
well, I'm in the Lee camp, and you did a great interview with Lee last week.
Oh, thank you.
But I agree with him that Russia's assistance to Trump was minor, not significant, and the real division of the American people was done domestically, not from outside the country.
Okay, but Michael Flynn, National Security Advisor, the Obama administration was angry about Russian meddling in the 2016 election. They, as a lame duck president, he instituted economic sanctions against Russia to punish them for what Obama's intelligence agencies believed was election meddling.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Flynn was going to be the national security advisor. Pretty important job, right? This is the job Condi Rice had. This was Henry Kissinger's job. This is an important job. Michael Flynn, General Michael Flynn, calls up Kislyak, the Russian ambassador, and says, and he's not the official, Trump is not president yet.
Right, he's an appointee.
And he says, don't have Putin respond to these economic sanctions. Once we get into the White House, Trump is going to get rid of those sanctions. And then the FBI came around when he was national security advisor, like a month later, and he denied that he spoke to the Russian ambassador. So he violated, I believe it's the Logan Act. I always confuse the Logan Act and the Hatch Act. I believe it's the Logan Act.
It's Logan. Yes, you're right.
You're not allowed to say you're representing the United States and negotiate with foreign leaders on behalf of the United States. He was undermining the Obama administration. But lying to the FBI about talking to the Russian ambassador when he was the national security advisor, that's certainly suspect. He was unqualified to be our national security advisor, and he's proven such. He is, I don't want to get, he's a loon.
Yes.
He is a loon. He is dangerous. The stuff he said in the lead up to January 6th, he's not a good guy. And
Obama warned Trump about him in their meeting on November 5th or whatever it was after the election.
Right.
Obama also fired Flynn. We think it was because Flynn challenged the consensus regarding the threat of the Islamic State. And it was Flynn's agency that had actually authored the document that said that they suspected there would be the rise of an Islamic State, not called the Islamic State. It was just a descriptor. So, Flynn has a history, and there's no question that he is a loony guy. Let's work with your term. But Sally Yates was the acting attorney general in the interim there. She attended the January 3rd meeting in the White House where they
the Obama White House. This is the Obama.
Correct. And they're waiting the inauguration. So they're 2.5 weeks out. And then, of course, the Friday of that week, which was January 5th, was when Comey and Clapper went to meet with Trump and to brief him. And that's when they brushed him with the dossier and the P-tape allegation. So if you look at Russiagate as an effort by Democrats and the Obama administration to either discredit or reduce Trump's effectiveness, or even possibly, try to impeach him, this can be seen as part of that. Now, I'm not in any way embracing Mike Flynn, and lying to the FBI is a crime. It's kind of a wobbler, and they don't always enforce it, very effectively. Also, it's just plain stupid that Mike Flynn, who knows all of our surveillance systems, because he was the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, he should have known that the FBI listened in on the phone call with Kislyak, and there was no point for him to lie. I can't explain why he did that. I'm glad he got run out of the administration. But fundamentally, I view it as an extension of Russiagate.
Right, which I don't want to argue with you. Although you have, and Lee, I am rereading some books about Russiagate, and I believe there was smoke.
Okay. David, the biggest thing that you raised with Lee Camp last week that resonated with me is the still not fully investigated claims that the NRA laundered money from Russia and spent it on Trump. And there is a nexus there because the NRA used the same media buying firm that Trump did. So it would be fairly easy to place a media buy and claim it was from Make America Great Again, but it was actually using laundered funds from the NRA. But Maria Butina is a straw figure. She was not a Russian agent. She was treated as a hero when she was finally returned to Moscow after serving a year in American prisons. But she was a bit player, and she could not have delivered that kind of millions of dollars from Russian interests to the NRA. But I still think that's worthy of deeper investigation.
Right, and she could have made it easy for them to. We're not talking about McQueen, that advertising, the NRA. No. It's a different advertising. No. Yeah, we have to wrap up, but you've got me revisiting Russiagate. So I want to continue.
And I want to thank you for revisiting Libya in particular with Adnan Hussein. And I just wanted to add one comment that the whole Benghazi hearings that were where Hillary had to sit there for 11 hours and all that stuff, they knew they had her over a barrel. The barrel was that the CIA had this secret site 1.5 miles from the consulate. They were running Libyan munitions to the war in Syria from there. She could not go public. Her talking points and the misleading talking points that Susan Rice delivered early on after the Benghazi assault, they were written at Langley. And so both Hillary and Susan Rice and the Republicans who were questioning them knew what they weren't allowed to talk about in public. And so they kept just, drilling into Hillary, trying to get her to lose her temper, make a mistake. She did get a little testy, but I give her credit for just being able to take the incoming and not really give up much.
You answered a question that Professor Hussein and I were kicking around. So you're saying kind of like what I said, but you actually have the information. I suspected Benghazi was about something else, and you're saying that there was illegal gun running going on that wasn't sanctioned by Congress, kind of like Contragate. Yes. Would this be Contragate tantamount?
It was a clone. And Seymour Hersh is the source, the original source for that, and it's been pretty well publicly established since then.
This is really interesting. Thank you, because we should have impeached Ronald Reagan for violating the Boland Amendment, which said you cannot give arms to the Contras who were trying to overthrow the Sandinistas. No money to go to the Contras. And Oliver North violated the Boland Amendment, which specifically forbade giving arms to the Contras by selling missiles to the Iranians and get the hostages out. But that money was then given to the Contras. Congress has to be consulted. They control the purse strings. If Hillary was running guns to whom in Libya, she was violating the Constitution, and you cannot do that without Congress's permission. That's a big thing, what you're saying.
Hillary had deniability because the operation was run by the CIA, not the State Department. State knew about it. They certainly were briefed because they sent for reinforcements from the CIA site when the consulate came under attack.
That's an impeachable offense. That is did Obama know this, that we were secretly?
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he authorized. But they do these things with that, plausible deniability, and it makes it very tough to hold them accountable.
Who were we supporting in Syria?
The 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 Free Syrian Army, which was Kurdish paid fighters and
right.
The schlubs that we spent $30 billion training, and they slipped away in 3 days with all our money.
Right. Yeah.
Peter, and Marianne has the right line. The moderate terrorists in Syria.
Peter, yep. Wow, this was a lot for me to look into. Thank you. You're amazing. Peter B. Collins, Bay Area.
I enjoyed being with you, David.
Thank you. Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Please go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of this man's radio shows, podcasts, and interviews. And thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great
to see you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you are you kidding? Thank you. We're honored. Are you kidding?
I hate that line.
I should have said thank you for being had. That's the old.
Yes, that works.
Okay. Our only elected official joins us. Professor Mary Ann Cummings is a particle physicist, an amazing artist, as well as an elected parks commissioner from Aurora, Illinois. And I know you have stuff on your mind. You want to respond to what I was just talking about with Mr. Collins?
Oh, yeah. Well, you guys went through a lot of stuff, and he knows better than I do. But I do recall, so Syria is a country that's occupied by at least 3 other countries right now. Illegally, if international law was a thing, but international law has not been a thing for the last 2 or 3 decades. So when all of these groups poured over from Turkey, I remember reading, this was about 3 years ago, 21 of those 24 groups that were attacking the Kurds and other of our allies were in that list of moderate rebels. I always kind of wondered, did you have to fill out a form? If your organization, did you have to apply to the State Department or something, to get back to you? It was preposterous to be, and it was just a naked grab of power. We're still in illegally occupying Syria and particularly the oil fields. And it's just a mess. By the way, I was watching a little bit of your interview with Professor Hussein. What does Syria, Iran, Libya, and Iraq and Cuba have in common?
What does Syria, Libya, Iran, and Iraq and Libya? They were against the invasion of Iraq? They voted against it?
True, but a lot of, almost the entire world was
right.
Before it happened. But no, they have all had
Soviet.
Huh?
What are the countries? Hang on for 1 second. It's Syria, Libya, Iran,
Iraq,
and Cuba?
And Cuba.
Were they at one time Soviet client states?
No, they had all
I know. They've never had a winner of the Miss Universe pageant.
Oh, that could be true, I wouldn't know that.
I think that might be true.
No, they had all attempted at one time or other to pay for oil in currency other than dollars.
Oh.
That was Libya. Libya wanted, what was it? I think it was, he wanted to set up Pan-African currency and called it the golden dinar or something like that. So many countries have attempted to, do their own deals outside of the petrodollar, and that has brought down the wrath of the United States. Saddam was trying to do the same thing. So, I had heard about the petrodollar, and I just kind of nodded my head, but I think this is the first year I really understood it. And I don't think I would have really understood the implication and the persistence of the petrodollar if I hadn't read Stephanie Kelton's book on modern monetary theory, The Deficit Myth. And in that book, and it was one of those things, she's a very clear writer. I was just a very, very befuddled person reading her book. So I had to read the first 2 chapters about 3 times before, because it was just this idea. He says, we don't collect taxes to balance the budget or pay for stuff. The primary purpose among others, but the primary purpose of paying taxes is to create a demand for U.S. dollars in our country. So that gives it value because you can't pay your taxes in other currencies. You can't barter. You have to pay it in U.S. dollars. And there's all kinds of implications with that, but it also gives a country like the United States a leeway to print money, quote unquote, and to run deficits. But the same thing is in the petrodollar. So I guess the origin of the petrodollar is that the oil is by far the biggest commodity on the planet. By far, it dwarfs everything else that you can buy on the planet because every country needs oil. I mean, it's everything. It's the clothes we're wearing, it's the food we have, it's the energy, it's the fact that I'm in a fairly comfortable room and not 45 degrees, the whole thing. So that's a very compelling reason if you can get an agreement with the oil producers that they conduct their business in dollars, that all these other countries hold huge dollar reserves. That's basically why we have just had these cheap dollars. We've had cheap money for such a long time. So it's been, ever since we went off the gold standard, it's been the reserve currency of the U.S., but it's pretty much the reserve currency of the world. Until like a couple of weeks ago, if some country wanted to buy oil from like Kuwait, it had to purchase it in U.S. dollars. Okay, so so in some sense, it's a big artificial market for U.S. dollars because it's just this agreement everybody has. It's not that it has really nothing to do with our productivity, although we are productive. It doesn't have anything to do with the desire for U.S. goods, although Hollywood movies are still in demand, and that pretty much what separates our currency for everything else. But it's just a middleman. But because it's such a huge currency for the number one commodity on the planet,
being a huge, especially
it's
if
basically
you're a woman
used for almost
who's also
everything
having
else.
trouble doing that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I wondered if that was me or you.
No, it was me.
So I was kind of looking it up, and I think people can go to Pablo Escobar, a person that I was reading extensively during the whole Iraq War thing, and he was writing for Consortium News. I think he was one of Robert Scheer's regular columnists in Truthdig. But I've been reading interesting articles, and then I find, oh my God, he's still alive. No wonder he's the guy that's always digging into this kind of stuff. But one of his articles pointed out that because it's the currency for the world's biggest commodity, like over 80% of all international transactions to this day are conducted in dollars. Well, there were 3 things that happened. We know that China has penned a deal with Russia. And I think that's why there's all this bellicose talk from us and China, threatening talk, don't help arm Russia and this kind of stuff. No, it's always about the 30-year deal they just penned with Russia. They are still in negotiations with Saudi to buy oil in the yuan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, the Chinese currency. This weekend, India and Russia did a deal. It was a fairly modest deal, but it was a little shot over the bow. They contracted for like $3 million of 3 million barrels of Russian oil in rubles and rupees. And now there is an agreement that there is a deal that's under negotiation between Russia and Iran. It's suddenly now that you've got Russia and China, and this all goes back to the Eurasian consortium that they've been planning on for a long time. And this is, part of Russia's, I want to say belt and suspenders all the time, but it's Belt and Roads initiatives. And they're just making deals all over the world. And pretty soon, the one source of leverage we have two sources of leverage. One is the petrodollar. The other is the fact that we've got 900 military bases all over the world that we know of. And that's not mentioning all the black sites. So that's kind of it. Belt and garbage, yeah. That's something else, Professor Emily. I'm looking at the chat. But anyway, it basically up until now is, nobody could really compete with this. And there is now an opening. And I think it's a political opening in Russia, because if it's us, the United States, that are imposing sanctions and that are cutting Russia off, then Putin has a much easier political sell to his, to the people who up until like about a couple of weeks ago were enjoying Big Macs and fries and all the other unhealthy crap we sell. If he went on this voluntarily, that might be much more political turmoil. But if the U.S. is cutting it off, then it's the U.S.'s fault. And what choice do we have? And so on and so forth. I mean, this had to happen sooner or later. There's no empire in the history of the world that goes on for any length of time, even though dying empires can take an awful long time to die. But, I think that's kind of what's going on here in the world.
Are we an empire? An argument could be made that we've colonized people's reserves, like their currencies. But I know we have troops stationed all over the world, and we are fighting wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Yeah, I get that. But the sun sets on the American empire. We're colonizing and extracting wealth from 100 countries, but it's a different type of empire, isn't it? It's a little different.
Oh, I guess it's an empire with a PR firm.
It's an empire, right? But
well, look,
we're subjugating people.
Empire...
We subjugate people through debt, not through the barrel of a gun, until we need the barrel of the gun.
I think that is what we do. As a matter of fact, that's another discussion. People haven't discussed, or I haven't heard it much, about the other aspect of the whole Ukrainian business, and that's the IMF. We 2014, the 2014 coup is something that's left out of a lot of conversation and analysis in Western media, which is...
Now you're calling it a coup.
Yes.
Is that fair to call it a coup?
Yes, because there was a democratic process in place. They had a democracy. There were elections that were scheduled. In fact, they had moved up elections early.
But the parliament, didn't the parliament vote for Yanukovych to resign?
The parliament did that under gunfire.
Whose gunfire?
When 100 people...
Whose gunfire? We don't really know.
Well, that's... if you take the C-14 guys at their word, I mean, they're openly bragging that it was them that, turned the Maidan protest, something that was largely about corruption, into something. I mean, the one guy called it, if it hadn't been for us, it would have been a gay pride parade.
Okay, so calling it a coup, as I understand it, is unfair. That the Maidan protests led to 100,000 people marching on the parliament,
yes,
demanding that Yanukovych, who was stealing about $17 billion from the Treasury, was a Putin puppet. They wanted him gone. The parliament voted for Yanukovych to quit, and he quit, and he ran off.
Well, he fled for his life because the snipers, it turned out, and one of them is Bubenchik, Bubenchik, has been released from jail. I mean, he was jailed for having been one of the snipers that initiated the violence.
That's a little hard to prove. Poroshenko, they had an
admitted it and he openly bragged about it. And
Woody Harrelson's father openly admitted to killing Kennedy. So I mean, they're.
But there was 100 dead bodies. Is not,
where was Yanukovych's military? He was the president.
Well, the police were killed. There were some police killed that day. There, when the fighting began,
That's not a United States orchestrated coup. That is,
except that
there were no tanks. It wasn't like.
You don't have if you chase off a government that has already had planned elections, you could actually have somebody step down, but that's not what happened. They actually our people, that it would be Victoria Nuland and the ambassador, who were caught on an unsecure line discussing who was going to go in. This was like 3 weeks before the violence happened. They were discussing who they wanted in as prime minister. Yeah, there's a prime minister who I think is kind of like Speaker of the House, and then there's the president, who is like the executive, sort of this head of state. And they didn't even want to wait for they didn't want to even allow the regular order of a late election of a accelerated election to happen, because the right people may not have been voted in. Okay, so I remember people in the chat just kind of wetting their pants over a riot that got out of hand because it was an allowed bit of political theater in January 6th. And how do I know that, or how am I sure of that? Because I saw what real security looks like around the Capitol 2 months before, when the Black Lives Matter protest. Okay, so let's just put it aside. I mean, when you have so we have on tape our Undersecretary of State and the ambassador telling them who we're going to install. They're meeting.
Now she claims. Hang on. Nuland claims that, and I listened to the tape. She said she was performing for Putin. That they knew that they were being recorded. She says we're always being recorded. We were performing for Putin, and she said she overstated what they were doing to kind of poke at Putin.
Okay, this is the ultimate. We meant to do type of excuse. I'm sorry. I mean, this is kind of like a lot of revisionism, like in retrospect. But the bottom line was that you had a government that was in place that was not elected. 3 months later, they did have an election, but by that time, some of the draconian laws that were being passed by this parliament were definitely Russian hostile, Russian ethnic hostile, and Russian language hostile, to the point where 2 provinces in the Donbass area decided they had to break off. I mean, there was, they didn't have a country anymore. They didn't have a democracy anymore. The guy who was deposed was popular in their area, and
does it worry you that is straight from Russian what you're parroting is Russian propaganda? That is what...
I've been parroting Russian propaganda since I was protesting the illegal mining of the Nicaraguan harbors. I mean, I've had that.
But does it worry you? Does it worry you that this is exactly the party line coming out of the Kremlin?
worry the State Department that they hand Russia and our other adversaries like propaganda-ready realities that they can use against us? Does it worry them when our own CIA has fessed up to training some of these neo-Nazi groups that you're training neo-Nazi groups? That's propaganda on a platter that you hand to your adversaries. I mean, this is crazy. Now, does Russia is Putin's like big push to denazify Ukraine? No, that's not his push. His push, and he has been pretty adamant about that, and that's what the Minsk protocols and agreements addressed for 7 years. But for the last 30 years, everybody from Cold Warriors to Noam Chomsky has been denouncing this, this push of NATO, which after the Soviet Union, the whole purpose of NATO is, it should have been questioned. But nonetheless, this pushing, and this pushing eastward and getting people in this is a military alliance. This isn't, a social club or an economic group. This is a military alliance. And now in Romania and Poland, there are ballistic missiles within 100 miles of the Russian border. We would not tolerate anything close.
I get that.
Okay.
I get
that. So anyway, it's a multi-sided thing. You could decide to be provocative, or you could decide, all right, we were going to address legitimate security concerns of a country that we may not like at all, but that's what adults do. Or you can be provocative and push the circumstances where sooner or later somebody's going to go to war.
I, as I understand it, agree with you that we should have done a much better job in 2013 and 2014, not opening a door to Ukraine that they couldn't walk through, as Zelensky said last week, that you offered us NATO, and now I realize that you were never going to let us in. I understand that. But the idea, but excuse me for 1 second, the idea of Ukraine turning west is real. They 90% of Ukrainians do not want to be under the thumb of Vladimir Putin. They do not want to be controlled by Putin puppets. That's, from everything I've read, is they don't want to be part of Russia. Do you agree with that?
Russia doesn't appear the Russian population doesn't want them to be part of Russia, and the deal, the original accords, does not have them part of Russia. They are two autonomous regions, but they remain in the Ukraine Federation for the purposes of certain treaties, things like that. But the good news is that.
And the idea is, excuse me for 1 second, the idea that the government before Poroshenko, after Maidan, was persecuting Russian-speaking ethnic Russians. That, as I understand it, has been discounted. That there's a difference between war against Russian separatists and genocide. That waging war against people who are seceding, like the United States did not perform genocide on the South. We were fighting a war against secession. My understanding is that the war against the Donbass region is to stop them from seceding, but it's not genocide.
You can ask the people that have been living in basements for the last 8 years, if that's something of a comfort to them. But
that's war. I mean, that's war.
People don't go to war for no reason, or because, war is a very, very tough thing to wage. And whether you think you agree with these people or not, they really felt, an existential threat to what was going on in the West.
The people in the Donbass region. The people in the what people?
Donbass, yes.
But the majority of Ukraine.
The majority of Ukraine is,
wants to be Ukraine and not part of Russia.
Yeah.
So,
no, I can agree that.
So, and the Donbass
and the Donbass and the two regions Donetsk regions do not want to be part of Russia, but they do want to have their own culture, their own language,
But not everybody in the Donbass region identifies with Russia. And we're talking about a small sliver of Ukraine.
Yes, we're talking about 40% of the entire Donbass region right now, where that line is, where they've been fighting the breakaway region, the breakaway provinces.
So the invasion of Ukraine, whatever was going on, crosses the line of decency, doesn't it?
War always crosses the line of decency.
Right. There's no justification for Putin invading Ukraine. No matter
Not
what.
Not by any international law, no.
Not by international law, but morally, there's no justification. The same way there was no justification for America invading Iraq, there's no justification for Putin invading Ukraine.
And just like there was no justification for Kennedy bringing the world to the brink of thermonuclear annihilation, but, that was... My point is, when you try to get diplomatic settlements on things, you're not going to be making a deal you like with your friends. I mean, the whole point of diplomacy is to how can we de-escalate the situation and prevent further de-escalation and damage and war and suffering. And, the Minsk Accords that were agreed to and signed onto by Ukraine are pretty reasonable. It seems like that's something that people who actually live there can go along with. And it looks like we're heading toward that, maybe. I mean, Switzerland, a couple days ago, has announced that it's agreed to moderate talks direct talks between Ukraine and Russia. His name is Ignacio Cassis. And Israel has already volunteered, and I think Turkey has. But I think that might actually happen. And what will eventually, I don't see the sides, one side, quote unquote, prevailing over the other side. It didn't happen for 8 years in the Donbass regions against the rebel provinces. One side did not prevail, but neither side is backing down. So anyone who thought that Ukrainians weren't capable of fighting, that's just was belied by the last 8 years. But in the last 8 years, we're unfortunate, but here we are. So, that's a little bit. That's a little bit of good news. I think
a little bit of hubris.
Hubris?
Is that what America needs? A little hubris?
Well, America needs, to settle the crap down. I wanted to talk a little bit about Nazis, but I really wanted to talk a little bit more about the effect it's having on us. I mean, we're, again, as we often do, are just losing our minds, from banishing the name of the first cosmonaut at the annual space dinner to, canceling Tchaikovsky concerts, to the people who run the Russian Tea Room in Chicago. That's been a fixture there for 90 years, founded by Ukrainians, by the way. They're getting threats. People are boycotting them. I mean, people are just losing their minds. And separately, Ukraine has a Nazi problem, and we need to be, and it's our problem because we've got some of. I'm
not saying I'm not saying. So hang on for 1 second.
Right.
I know about C-14 and I know about the Azov Battalion, and I've been looking for the stories, and everything I see about their Nazi problem goes back to 2014, 2015. Every hyperlink on every story that I read about Ukraine's Nazi problem.
Well, that was the year because of the fighting out in the eastern half. The Ukrainian forces were simply not big enough to be able to conduct this war out there. And that's when they made a decision to deputize these groups, and these groups started growing.
But so, I don't see any, maybe I'm wrong, but everything I look for, I don't see temples, mosques, people being attacked by Nazis. I'm sure my listeners will send me reams of information. I don't see the Azov. I don't. Excuse me for 1 second. Once the Azov Battalion was absorbed into the military, I'm not seeing any reports of the Azov Battalion going off and setting fire to mosques or synagogues or beating up people. I'm not seeing it. I don't see any reports of this.
Well, you're not seeing any reports. There are reports. You're not going to see it in the Western press. And it's really very little, by the way, reports that are coming out about this war in general anywhere. But I found some interesting articles.
But there are opportunities, during the time of war, there's, your inner Nazi comes out when, it's a Hobbesian nightmare. So the Nazis are going to come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, and they come out particularly against the minority the minority populations. So that's what I was going to say. The reports from a publication that's in English, because
but who are the minority the minority population? Russian-speaking Ukrainians are not really a minority in Ukraine writ large. Zelensky is a Russian-speaking Ukrainian.
Yes, I understand. And, Obama was a black guy, and, we've got some hideous racists here in this country. But I'm saying,
attacking people for speaking.
We're not getting we're not getting a lot of reports at all. But I did, there are reports coming from Greek refugees that are leaving Mariupol. That's the Azov Battalion. And finally, you're actually getting eyewitness reports coming out of there. And part of the problem was the Russians had set up a corridor, a humanitarian corridor. The Azov Battalion weren't letting people leave. And they were talking about all kinds of, abuse and intimidation at the hands of the battalion people, the Azov Battalion members, trying to get out.
Well, what I understand, my understanding is that there are African Indian students who were not being let out. They were prioritizing Ukrainians because they were most likely to be attacked by Russia. And Russia is reportedly loading up the boxcars and shipping Ukrainians to Russia. Have you heard that story?
No, I haven't heard that. But what's important is not whether or not, and we've heard of something. Do you have eyewitness accounts and any credible sources for that? I mean, I don't watch much television when I'm in the restaurant, and I'm seeing like three of the same pictures over and over again at the course of eating a meal there and just looking up without the sound. I mean, there's a fog of war. We really don't know we certainly saw what Ukrainians were doing to the Nigerians that were trying to leave. They were pulling them off the trains. But that was way in the West. That's in Kiev. I was talking specifically about minorities, the way reports, finally direct reports, eyewitness reports from minorities leaving Mariupol. Now, the reports are that the Russians at least have taken over half of the city. I don't know. They did establish a humanitarian corridor. In fact, the one guy that's reporting from that entire area who's English speaking, his name is Patrick Lancaster. He's married to an Ukrainian, and he has been posting things, well, like for the last several years. He's really been the only one consistently reporting from Donbass, reporting on the civil war that's going on there. So he was reporting from Mariupol, and he was showing the what they call the humanitarian corridor, which is just basically a protected road where people can just leave. So he was in a car, and of course there's traffic backed up for 2 miles leaving, and he's going into the city. So, he's just driving past it. So, it's a mess. And
so the report, I'm looking at reports of Nigerians being thrown off trains.
Well, those are other stories. That's in the West. That's around Kiev. That's the other thing people need to do. You need to get a map. Everybody needs to get a map and see where everything is.
But that's not the Azov battalion. That's just looks like racism.
That's not the Azov battalion. The Azov battalion now are centered over in the east right now. They were one of the original.
They're not saying Nazis are doing this. This is just. I'm not saying it's right. It looks like old-fashioned bigotry and racism, but it doesn't suggest that Ukraine is run by Nazis.
Except that you have a country that. Back at the end of 2018, the moderate parties, right? Because the Svoboda party now is like 3%. It was over 10%. But the moderate parties decided to devote New Year's as a national holiday celebrating Stephen Bandera. And if you look up his exploits, and they show, you have fairly recent articles from the last 2 or 3 years from Jacobin, from The Nation, that kind of show these midnight marches.
Right. I know we have Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee are still in Statuary Hall in Congress.
Do we have a national holiday honoring Robert E. Lee? No, we don't. I'm not saying that we don't have saying we don't have a racist problem. We have a racist problem here, big time. But
you can find evidence. You can find evidence of Nazis who rise to power and can pass 1 or 2 laws in any culture.
Yes, but they're not given official recognition. Now, if the U.S. Army decided that they are going to officially recognize the Oath Keepers,
we've named most of our bases, our Army bases, are all named after Confederate soldiers.
I think we're dealing with that issue.
I don't.
We only integrated the troops, even though they fought in World War II. We only integrated them in the 1950s.
What I'm saying is, I could produce evidence that this country is, if you're cherry picking, I could show you that America is run by Nazis. If you look at the Republican Party, if you look at Donald Trump, if you look at the history of eugenics, which comes from America, if you look at the rounding up of the Japanese during World War II, if you look at Jim Crow and slavery, I could make a case that this country is run by racist Nazis who...
Yeah, and this country is evil on the world.
And there's a Confederate flag. Is it Alabama or Mississippi that still has the Confederate flag on it? The point I'm making is the idea that Ukraine needs to be denazified is something out of Vladimir Putin's mind. Yes, there's racism, the Nigerians being thrown off trains, but
there's something much
that's not
more
Zelensky's official policy of, no black Africans can leave. That's not the official dogma of Ukraine.
No, and that's that story.
And there have been you bring up Svoboda, but we don't see any evidence of Nazis or neo-Nazis winning any seats in the parliament there, which is...
It doesn't, when they pass a national holiday honoring a prominent Nazi collaborator, I think Lee Camp put it best. I mean, there's a problem because they are affecting policy. They are small. I mean, it's a small minority. But
I suspect it's a national holiday because the guy's name is Bandera, right?
Yes.
I suspect it got passed for his work fighting the Germans.
Well, he was arrested by the Germans. Yeah, because he had a bigger Ukraine vision for Ukrainians. He was very enthusiastic about getting rid of the Jews.
But Abraham Lincoln was very enthusiastic about a genocide of Native Americans. But we celebrate Abraham Lincoln. I suspect he's not getting I suspect Bandera doesn't get the holiday based on the fact that he was a Nazi. I suspect there's another part of Ukrainian history that they're celebrating the same way.
This is the 21st century, not the middle of the 19th century. And Lincoln was, yes, that's right. We had a problem in the 19th century. Our country was founded on a genocide. We've moved on that, but we've went on through that. But I think that, we aren't making new holidays based on historical figures who have been revealed to be, let's say, a little less than copacetic. But I think more importantly is what
we still have Andrew Jackson. We still can't replace Andrew Jackson with Tubman.
Yeah,
and that's a minor.
We're a racist country.
But giving Bandera a holiday,
but
is
what
not official. Does not make a Nazi country.
Let me finish my point, David. My point is that there's a problem. There's a Nazi problem because these we'll call them they're now no longer referred to as neo-Nazis, but alt-right or extreme right. Okay, but they have an outsized influence because of their ability, their willingness to threaten people. And I don't envy Zelensky because, there's a reason why he's been all over the map the last couple of months. He was, telling the United States to tone down the war rhetoric. We don't anticipate Russia's going to do anything. Just tone it down. You're not helping. And he goes between, we're not making any concessions to Russia to, we're going to talk to the Russians. But I think so much of what he does, he has to quell a certain faction of the political population. Now, according to the Panama Papers, though, I think he's going to be fine. I mean, he's set up several shell companies since 2012. The billionaire that backed him, that formed his party, a new party to back him for the presidency, who was the owner of the television company that ran his programs. I think he's going to. He may have to leave after all this, but I think he's going to be fine. I'm sorry to be so jaded about the world, but there is a little bit of good news here. Apart from peace, that there may be peace worked out, hopefully in Switzerland. The 3 credit unions have decided that they're not going to hold certain medical debt as a black mark on your credit rating. Isn't that nice of them?
Which credit unions?
Experian, TransUnion, and who's the other one? Equifax. I think what was it? Equifax, the one that had the massive data breach?
Yeah.
Years ago, yeah. Okay. So all three of those. And these are, to remind people, these are private companies. They have nothing to do with the U.S. government. However, our lives are controlled by how we're rated by them. I've got good credit rating. If I didn't have good credit rating, I couldn't have gotten the home equity line on such fantastic terms to do the necessary repairs on this house. In other words, they control your lives in a very basic material way. So I think there was partly under pressure by some activists, partly because there was so much medical debt run up in the last couple of years because of COVID, which, anyone who wasn't a sociopath might think that this might be a wonderful opportunity to because of a national emergency, implement Medicare for all, which you can do under current Medicare laws. I can't remember what the section of the Medicare law was, but it was something like 1.8188. There's a bunch of eights in there.
Right.
But of course, that's not happening. But anyway, some people are going to get a little bit of a relief on their credit rating for medical debt.
And did I read that Biden is maybe thinking about forgiving some student loan debt?
They've been saying that for a year and a half. What they're probably going to do is they're just going to save it. They're going to save it to right before, the midterms. And then there's going to be a little more they're going to save right before the elections in 2024. But he's getting a lot of pushback from his, Wall Street backers, even though a lot of it is owned by the U.S. government. A lot of that debt is serviced by private banks.
Right. I just want to clarify before we have to go, but I want to clarify what I'm trying to say, and I'll give you the last word. I think that the United States cannot be trusted when it comes to war. And I don't believe we've exhausted every avenue for peace. I did not hear anybody in the West, while Joe Biden was saying he's going to attack, I didn't hear anybody in the West, especially Joe Biden or Anthony Blinken, say, you know what, if you don't attack, no NATO. And then Putin attacked, and he got what he wanted because Ukraine is never joining NATO. So, and I think, unless somebody can show me evidence of America guaranteeing that Ukraine will never join NATO before the invasion, I think we failed diplomatically. Did you hear anybody on the West?
I wasn't surprised by, by Biden or his Wex exec, State Department or anybody. I wasn't surprised that they weren't talking diplomacy. I was really disappointed that none of our progressives, leaders, our progressives in the House or Senate, talked about any of this. There's one guy, I think he was on the show. There's one guy who was running as a progressive. He was out in Washington State. What was his name? He was on this show about a year ago, and he may get on again. He's talking
on
about
our show?
On your show. I believe he was on your show. Well, the name is escaping me. I want to say Case. I don't know if it's a first name or a last name.
But I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
I think we did a disservice to the Ukrainian people by making promises we had no intention of keeping. And that is, if Putin put up a big enough fight, we would not allow you into NATO. We did a disservice to the Ukrainian people. That being said, Ukraine should be allowed to be part of Europe, the European Union, NATO. I'm not so sure I think NATO is problematic, but what Putin did by going in is a game changer. It's reprehensible. He's a war criminal. And whether or not we could have done things differently, and I think we could have, what he's doing right now is criminal.
Yeah, it's criminal, but it's not. He's not the game changer. I mean, we were the game changer. Well, we basically displayed to the world that we could just go into any country we wanted, and take them over, and torture, and international law.
But there's no excuse for violence. Our violence.
There's no excuse for violence. But what I'm saying is that we help create a world in which violence is the only thing that's respected.
Well, I don't think we're responsible for Chechnya, what happened in Georgia. I don't think we're responsible for Syria. I think
a little bit. Wasn't John McCain telling the Georgians, "Hey, attack this city, and we got your back"? I mean, then we did another one of those things.
Well, I think you see, this is going on while we're getting our ass kicked in Iraq. We can't back up our promises. That's, we're not responsible for the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we play a role in it, but we're not pulling all the strings in the world. Would that we could, but we can't. We just don't. On $1 trillion a year,
we can just do a lot of damage. And unfortunately, we were in a position to do tremendous amounts of good in the world, and we just elected to take an easier path and do just enormous amounts of damage. And it's sad. It's tragic for the world. I think the rest of the world is going to, there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people protesting in Russia. We had millions on the street here protesting against the Iraq war for whatever good that did. And of course, after we invaded Iraq, George W. Bush's approval rating went up above 70%. Not quite as high as after 9/11, but it was just like, it was very discouraging, to say the least, at the time. But, nonetheless, I guess somebody had confronted Noam Chomsky. Well, this person and that person, this country and that person are doing evil in the world. And Chomsky said, look, I'm not paying their taxes. Even if we're only 2%, even if the United States was only responsible for 2% of the misery and war and death, it's the 2% I'm paying for. And in a democracy, we're supposed to be responsible for who we elect and who speaks in our name. Putin isn't speaking in my name. He's not acting in my name. He's not acting on my dollars. The money that we're sending. Oh, by the way, they canceled the $13.5 billion for COVID relief, because apparently COVID is officially over now. as a White House policy. No, we could send $15 billion over there, and unfortunately, that billion is only going to prolong suffering and death. It's not going to do anything to fundamentally change the reality on the ground, and it's sad and it's tragic. But but there is diplomacy, and I don't know. If it stops, there is a vision of people like Victoria Nuland and Anthony Blinken and other hyper neocons that, Russia can be crushed and broken into pieces, and then China can be crushed and broken into pieces. And when we have dangerous and irresponsible people like that in our State Department, it's either we're going to wreak havoc on the world, or the rest of the world is going to realign. And that seems to be, the beginning of it seems to be happening.
Professor Marianne Cummings is a particle physicist, a brilliant artist. Hey, have you been watching what Lane's been posting?
I have.
Did you see the painting he did, the drawing he did of Coco, the dog, his dog?
Yes.
Wasn't that
That's fantastic. He is doing this just dramatic, white on dark, and he's, as our mentor Texas Tom would say, he's just being fearless.
Mm-hmm.
He's just being fearless.
And when is the art class?
That's on Sundays, 1:00 Central, so it's 2 p.m. Eastern, and that's just on the Zoom. I think he uses the regular Zoom. So it's about, we did shoes, those suckers, but but then we have a little lecture. If somebody wants to talk, then we have a little demonstration, and we do little drawings and exercises ourselves. And there is a Art Attack Facebook page that Tom will welcome anybody into the Feldo universe. That it's the only rules are that you are being nice and helpful to people.
Exactly. So. Thank you. Follow Professor Marianne Cummings on Twitter at Razor Girl, and girl is spelled GRRL. Maybe Razor Growl. Is it Razor Girl or Razor Growl?
It's Razor Girl.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Marianne. Peace. Let us now go to Denton, Texas, where the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel is standing by. There you are, the author of Saving Charlie Parker. Did they make Saving bigger?
I haven't heard yet, David.
Hey,
what happened? I laid down, took a nap.
Are you having fires in your neck of the woods?
No, we had tornadoes tonight.
Tornadoes, but no fires.
Not in our neck of the woods. How's my audio? Am I too loud?
No, you sound great. You sound great.
All right.
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. I wrote a new song.
I'm
happy about the new song.
You took a nap?
Yeah, you're kind of going late.
We are going late. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just laid down, took a little snooze.
I take naps during the show as well. No, nobody can tell.
I've been going to sleep by listening to a book on tape. I'm listening to Anna Karenina. Is that how you say it, Karenina? Anna, Tolstoy.
Uh-huh.
And the reason I'm doing that is that when in the prologue to The Naked and the Dead, Mailer says, he goes on and on about how that book is good because he was an amateur. And one of the reasons, he said he would write it completely different later in his life. But he was amateur, and there's a lot of mistakes, but it has a certain feel to it. And he said a lot of the tone of it was because he was reading Tolstoy every night. He was reading Anna Karenina. So I got the book on tape. It's 36 hours long, David.
Wow.
The book on tape.
Who would do that to listeners? Make them endure 36 hours? What kind of ego did Tolstoy have that he thought he was so important that people would invest 36?
Well, people had, before, one of the things I want to talk about, this new song is called the United States of Distraction. And It's based on the book, Mickey Huff last week. Is that right? Am I saying that right?
Yes.
He was your guest.
Yes.
And great book, The United States of Distraction. And I have pulled all sorts of verbiage out of it and images, mainly from the prologue written by Ralph Nader and the introduction written by, there's enough in the first 10 pages to make, it kind of covers the whole book. But one of the things they talk about is we're in the area of the era of constant entertainment. If we're
not on this show.
There you go. That's true. Not always. But, back in the day when Tolstoy was writing, people didn't have the radio. They didn't have TV. They didn't have the internet. I mean, we're bombarded all day long if we want to. be bombarded like what, and so reading, was, you could a good thick, like War and Peace or Anna Karenina. Am I saying that right? Anna Karenina?
I thought it was pronounced Anna Karenina.
Karenina. The guy who does the I can't remember the name of the voice actor. By the way, you should do books on tape. Although I don't think there's a lot of money in it.
Then I definitely should do it.
It's perfect for you.
I was reading.
You have a very soothing voice.
Yeah, I put people asleep.
That's my point, is that I've listened to this book and I set the timer for 30 minutes. Because I know I'm going to fall asleep. And literally 5 sentences in, I'm asleep. So I don't know. I had to go to Wikipedia and read the synopsis to figure out, because I was getting so confused. Oh, now he's riding a horse tonight? Now there's a person killed on the train track tonight. Spoiler alert, she jumps in front of a train. Anyway.
And that was considered entertainment back then.
Right.
Women jumping in front of trains. That was a big ticket.
I was trying to figure out, I have to do the research. This is kind of at the end of is it written at the end of the Tsarist era? As the revolution is happening?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Pretty... Tolstoy?
Yeah.
No, I think Tolstoy was done by the turn of the century, but what do I know?
Yeah, but there is
I could look it up.
There's stuff about the peasants. You hear the undertone of revolution in it. He's got one character that admires the peasants and really just, and feels bad for his station in life, where he's kind of over these people. And at one point he's going to let everything go and become a peasant because they seem so much happier than he is.
Anna Karenina was published in 1878.
That was very early then, yeah.
Yeah, but he died in 1914, right before... When did he die here? Right before the 1910. So it was before way before, about 7 years.
I love the
before.
1910 Fruit Gum Company. Remember that Fruit
Yummy,
Gum
yummy,
Company?
yummy. I got love in my tummy. Was that 1910
Fruit Gum Company?
Did they sing "Yummy, yummy, yummy"? I got love in my tummy.
I think they did that one. I'm not sure. That'd be like something they would do.
Well, it was bubblegum music. Yeah. I was going to ask you a question.
Ask away.
And I forgot what it was. Oh, I'm off caffeine. Do you drink caffeine?
Yes, I drink lots. How'd you do that?
Well, because I can't sleep.
Well, there you go.
I'll have a cup of coffee. I used to have a cup of coffee before the show started. Well,
I thought you had a coffee enema.
Well, same thing. And 5 p.m., that coffee doesn't leave my system until, 3, 4 in the morning. Can't get up and go to work if you're, So I have 2 cups in the morning now, and I'm not drinking caffeine in the afternoon.
So you're not off you're just, I'm drinking caffeine tonight just because, what I'm off of is wine and beer.
You're just having wine, not the beer chaser.
No, I'm off of wine and beer.
Why?
I'm losing weight, David. I'm losing a ton of weight. You want to see me?
Take your shirt off. Woo. That's
No.
it. That's it. Yeah. Well, that's good.
I got a 2-pack. It's not a 6-pack yet. Yeah. I had a bad case of Dunlap's disease. You know about that, right?
What's Dunlap disease?
When your belly Dunlaps over your belt. And the weird thing is, after you start to lose weight, your waist size doesn't really change that. What I'm noticing, because I'm thinking, hey, it's time for skinnier pants. Mm-hmm. But no, because Anyway, who cares about that?
I need to buy pants.
You need to buy bigger pants or smaller pants?
Pants? I need to buy pants that are not bleach stained, that don't have holes in them. Since the coronavirus, I haven't bought clothes. Why? I'm not. I go outside. I'm starting to look.
Do you wear pants to the show?
I wear pants, but they're an embarrassment. They're
well, you need to buy some
torn and frayed.
You're going to get denim, or are you going to do? Nobody buys anything but denim anymore. You're going to get those skinny denim pants.
I have skinny jeans, but they're out of style. So, and I have mom jeans.
You have mom jeans, like Obama mom jeans.
I have the
mom. They gave him crap for that.
Yeah, and they're really comfortable, but they're falling down. I look like Ted Kaczynski's brother. I look like I should be writing a 4,000-page manifesto. I get myself ready for this show, but the rest of the time, I think, anyway.
You know what? I'm pretty pleased with this song. I got so inspired. Okay, but maybe I'll read the text first.
Okay.
Because I think it kind of holds up. Now, I made a huge blunder, and I'm going to go back and fix it. But after I sent it off, I went like, and I was listening just one more time. I went like, oh, how could I do that? The name of the book is The United States of Distraction. And I kept singing in the song, you'll hear, in the USA of distraction, which doesn't make any sense because United States of America of distraction. USA, United States, it's I can easily fix it, but I got to go back and do the vocals. But anyway.
I'm trying to figure out what rhymes with distraction.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. You want to?
Yeah. New music. This is exciting. New music.
You want to hear the words first?
Yes, of course.
A Poem by Mike Steinhell. Anyway, we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We wake every morning like a rolling stones because we can't get no satisfaction. Democracy's in chains. We could bury its remains. But infotainment culture has infected our brains. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The wisdom we receive, the reality we perceive, is burned into our brains by cable TV. Scandal, crime, and disaster lead the news. Fear and white anxiety shape our views. The fourth estate has crumbled into an irrelevant heap. Critical thinking is all but asleep. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The pathological pursuit of power and profit drives everything in sight. Not sure we can stop it. Corporate plutocracy has risen to the top. We lost the power to think, so we shop until we drop. We're surveilled and monitored while they keep us all distracted, so we never notice that our data has been extracted. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The Reagan agenda, a libertarian notion of sweeping deregulation, has been put into motion. Our eyeballs seldom stray too far away from the mega monopolies that command the day. Diversity in media is gone, 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 slowly fading out like a sad, sad song. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The telegenic spectacle of tabloid celebrity has squeezed out any room for social integrity. With profits to be made and minds to be molded, media crushes the truth even when it's scolded. It's books now more than ever that people need to read, but folks are hypnotized by their Twitter feed. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We can't seem to get out of this neoliberal nightmare that cares more for Wall Street than everybody's health care. We've been bruised, battered, defunded, and dismantled, diminished, infiltrated, manipulated, and manhandled. The sovereignty of citizenship, the bulwark of democracy, is under full attack by the cult of meritocracy. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction.
Wow.
Most of those phrases are right from Mickey and Ralph. Boy, Ralph Nader, what a great writer he is.
Yes, he is.
His use of assonance and almost poetic, and coining catchy phrases that capture it. He's brilliant. I think if he just did his writing alone would make him an important person, but.
He's so brilliant. When he was going to Harvard Law School, he was bored by the classes, so he would travel around America and write articles about the plight of indigenous people, and then he'd come back to Harvard Law, pick up a couple of books, speed read the cases, and ace all the tests. Special kind of mind.
It's terrific. And I owe a debt of gratitude for the title of this to Mickey and his co-author, who I can't remember, and also to Ralph Nader for all the ideas. This was very easy to write lyrically. Matter of fact, I left out. I could have gone. Liam won't like this because it's very long, but there's a lot to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it!
On this show.
What's that?
Nothing's too long for this show.
Okay.
All right. New music, USA of Distraction, written and performed by the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel.
We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We wake every morning like the Rolling Stones, 'cause we just can't get no satisfaction. Democracy's in change, we could bury its remains, but infotainment culture has infected our brains. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The wisdom we receive, the reality we perceive, is burned into our brains by cable TV. Scandal, crime, and disaster lead the news. Fear and white anxiety shape our views. The fourth estate has crumbled into an irrelevant heap. Critical thinking is all but asleep, 'cause we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The pathological pursuit of power and profit drives everything in sight. Not sure we can stop it. Corporate plutocracy has risen to the top. We've lost the power to think, so we shop until we drop. We're surveilled and monitored while they keep us all distracted, so we never notice that our data has been extracted. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. All right. The Reagan agenda, a libertarian notion of sweeping deregulation, has been put into motion. Our eyeballs seldom stray too far away from the mega monopolies that command the day. Diversity in media is gone, 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 slowly fading out like a sad, sad song. We're living every day, We're living every night in the USA of distraction. The telegenic spectacle of tabloid celebrity has squeezed out any room for social integrity. With profits to be made and minds to be molded, the media crushes the truth even when it's been scolded. It's books now more than ever that people need to read. Folks are hypnotized by their Twitter feed. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Now we can't seem to get out of this neoliberal nightmare that cares more for Wall Street than anybody's health care. We've been bruised, battered, defunded, and dismantled. We've been diminished, infiltrated, manipulated, and manhandled. The sovereignty of citizenship, the bulwark of democracy, is under full attack by the cult of meritocracy. We're living every day, yeah. We're living every night in the USA of distraction. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. That's right.
Oh, damn it. I hit the wrong...
You did that last week.
Hang on. Can we play that again?
Sure. Hey, try something.
Yeah?
Turn the volume down just a little bit. I think sometimes the sound clips. The volume, the output of what you're playing. How are you playing that?
I'm playing it through my... Here, let's try it one more time.
We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We wake every morning like the Rolling Stones, 'cause we just can't get no satisfaction. Democracy's in change, we could bury its remains, but infotainment culture has infected our brains. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The wisdom we receive, the reality we perceive, is burned into our brains by cable TV. Scandal, crime, and disaster lead the news. Fear and white anxiety shape our views. The fourth estate has crumbled into an irrelevant heap. Critical thinking is all but asleep, 'cause we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The pathological pursuit of power and profit drives everything in sight. Not sure we can stop it. Corporate plutocracy has risen to the top. We've lost the power to think, so we shop until we drop. We're surveilled and monitored while they keep us all distracted. So we never notice that our data has been extracted. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. All right. The Reagan agenda, a libertarian notion of sweeping deregulation, has been put into motion. Our eyeballs seldom stray too far away from the mega monopolies that command the day. Diversity in media is gone, 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 slowly fading out like a sad, sad song. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The telegenic spectacle of tabloid celebrity has squeezed out any room for social integrity. With profits to be made and minds to be molded, the media crushes the truth even when it's been scolded. It's books now more than ever that people need to read. Folks are hypnotized by their Twitter feed. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Now we can't seem to get out of this neoliberal nightmare that cares more for Wall Street than anybody's health care. We've been bruised, battered, defunded, and dismantled. We've been diminished, infiltrated, manipulated, and manhandled. The sovereignty of citizenship, the bulwark of democracy, is under full attack by the cult of meritocracy. We're living every day, yeah. Well, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Well, we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Well, we're living every day, well, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. That's right.
Professor Mike Steinel, jazz trumpeter, composer, educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 till about 2 years ago. He's the author of several highly acclaimed books on jazz theory, including Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary. His latest is Running the Changes. I'll get to the novels in a second. His album, Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet featuring Rosanna Eckert, is on the Origin Records label. For more information, go to MikeSteinel.com. lake.com. Lake House, his novel, a mystery novel. You can listen to Lake House for free on YouTube. And pretty soon, Saving Charlie Parker will be available for purchase. You are the best. You are just a gift to the universe. You are amazing, sir.
Well, I'm the best Mike Steinell in Texas, I think. I think I'm the only Mike Steinell
don't
in
push
Texas.
it. Don't push it. It's a big state.
Hey, I think I've got an album of protest music.
I was thinking here. I had several questions about that. Do you have this music without the vocals?
I can make it without the vocals.
Because I was.
You want to
thinking-
do some singing?
No. I was just thinking it would be great if you were to do like a live show where you're singing to the music, like you sing.
Well, I could have a band do it too. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I can make the tracks real easily.
So you played every instrument on that song.
And I sang all the I did the high part there.
Now, do you
I had
write?
to tighten my shorts a little bit.
Do you do notation?
I don't notate these because I know what they are. In my head, once in a while. What was one I did a while back? To kind of work it out, I had to notate it was the background vocals. I had to get the rhythm right, so I wrote it out. It was tricky. I can't remember. It might have been. I can't remember. So if this is a protest song, I have a lot of relatives. They're all over the spectrum. I have some MAGA relatives. I love them, but I think this song, everybody except maybe the Reagan thing. But everybody would go, yeah. I think, and in a way, this idea of how we've been distracted by media is a kind of a universe. Who wouldn't agree with that? Who wouldn't agree with that? I mean, if you're a Fox listener, you think NBC is full of crap, and
Right.
if you're CNN, then you think, America One. And if you watch America One, you think they're all crazy,
Right.
So I think getting away. Have you read that? Have you read Mickey's book yet?
I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it.
It's pretty good. It's stuff that you talk about, and he traces he gets some historical things in there that are.
Oh, about James Buchanan. That's good.
Yeah. That's from there.
Yeah.
And, Milton Friedman, that guy smiled so nice. When I was growing up, I thought, this guy's heart has to be in the right place. And turns out
it was
not
in his
so.
ass. It was in his ass.
He was what?
It was in his ass.
His heart was in his ass? There's a song.
It sounded good at the height of the Johnson administration, when unions were strong, government was strong. This Ayn Randian view of the market, it sounded refreshing. It was different. It was new, but it was bullshit, and it's been proven wrong. And he's in the service of the ruling class. He is adding a philosophical patina to greed. He's making greed sound good. That's all it is. That's what the Republicans have succeeded in doing. With Reagan and George W. Bush, they figured out a way to make ugly, greedy policy look soft and compassionate. And then Trump blew the lid on it and just said, what are we talking about? This is just greed. We're ugly. We're an ugly party. And why are we pretending otherwise? And I don't see how, and that's why they can't win a national election. They have to rely on all the tricks that our founding fathers gave us to prevent majoritarian rule.
Yeah.
But they can't win a national election.
Did you check out the article in the New York Times magazine? This called "Where Does American Democracy Go from Here?" And it's a round table with Carol Anderson from Emory University, author of One Person, No Vote. Our friend Benjamin Ginsburg, remember that guy? Ben Ginsburg?
Was he nominated for the Supreme Court?
No. He was he's a lawyer. He was who did he kind of shill for? I can't remember. It's pretty conservative.
There was a Ginsburg
Republican
that
candidates.
Reagan nominated somebody named Ginsburg, and I think he smoked dope, and he had to withdraw.
Oh, that's it. I tell you who's the hero in this, and it's Cheryl Eiffel. I've heard her speak on.
She's a towering figure, Cheryl Eiffel.
A swing and a hit, but it's a ground. It's fielded. Hey! I've been watching basketball. I dialed up all 4 channels and I watched 4 games. Most of Thursday and Friday, I had 4 games on my computer while I did other stuff. This New Jersey, St. Peter's pulled off a huge upset. They were a 15 seed and they beat a 2 seed. Hasn't happened very often. They beat Kentucky. You know where St. Peter's is? I guess it's in New Jersey.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
In what town?
It must be a gated community if it's St. Peter's.
A swing
and hit.
Contact. It's a looper into left field. It's fielded. The runner tags, no score.
Judge Douglas Ginsburg in November 1987.
Benjamin Ginsburg.
No,
it's a different guy.
Yeah, U.S. Court of Appeals judge forced to withdraw as President Reagan's nominee for a vacant U.S. Supreme Court after it was revealed that he had smoked marijuana in the 1960s and the 1970s while a college student and Harvard Law professor.
Wow. Anyway, it's a pretty good thing. But
Kavanaugh is a rapist.
Yeah, right.
And he
is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's worse to smoke pot than to rape.
This person, Liliana Mason, says, for a recent article, I worked with co-authors to look at data from interviews conducted with people in 2011 and then again in 2016, 2017, 2018. You can predict who's going to like Trump in 2018 based on their attitudes in 2011 toward African Americans, Latinos, LGBTQ, Americans, and Muslims. And those are people coming not just from the Republican Party, they're also coming from the Democratic Party, they're independents. Trump basically worked as a lightning rod to finalize the process of creating the Republican Party as a single entity for defending the high status of white Christian rural Americans. It's not a huge percentage of Americans that hold these beliefs, not even the entire Republican Party. It's just about half of it. Anyway, it's a really good article. And you can kind of see even the people on the right have some points, you know. Hey,
Right.
you like that track on that song? Did it make you want to move?
Yeah. Make me want to move to Canada. Swing and a miss.
That was a good one. He catches it at the wall. He's out.
All right. Let's call it a night, shall we?
It's a night. It's a night, David.
I want to thank the YouTube chat room. Very complimentary of Professor Mike Steinel and his music.
That's
I meant
nice.
to tell you. The people in the YouTube chat room, I was just checking them. Very, very, a lot of fans.
If I did a record of you United States of Distraction, Stand Together, Catherine Liu, Non-Fungible Token Song, Amazon Hell #1, Amazon Hell #2, Ain't No Chairs, Something Died in My Garage, and I'm Traveling Light. You think that'd be an album?
I think Feldman Publishing would rip you off. I think we could really get you resentful on that.
Good. Are you like a vanity press?
I want to do to you what Hesh did on The Sopranos. Remember Hesh from The Sopranos?
I haven't watched The Sopranos. No, I'm sorry.
You've never seen The Sopranos?
I started it.
So lucky.
I started it. I still have to do like 490 viewings of The Godfather. Then I'll start on The Sopranos.
Oh, no.
To keep up.
I'm telling you, Professor.
Yes?
The Sopranos. I was talking to my sister and mother about it over the weekend. Just, it is perfection. And every time you rewatch The Sopranos, you see it through a different filter. And as you get older, it takes on new meanings. The Sopranos is really amazing. And you're so lucky to be a virgin, to experience it for the first time. I promise you.
I saw 3 or 4 episodes, and then somehow things got busy. It was about 5 years ago.
I had watched it. I'm telling you, I had watched it like each episode 5 times. I swear to you, and I didn't know it was a comedy. I had no idea that The Sopranos. It just washed over me. It seemed so real and accurate. I had no idea how funny it was. And then my mother, I was watching it with her, and she's laughing. I'm like, oh my God, this is a comedy. This is hysterical.
Yeah.
Billions.
Okay. I'll try to catch that.
You watch Billions, right?
I got to get through Anna Karenina.
I love you. You're the best. You're
the best. No, you're the best.
You're the best.
I'll see you later, David.
Give my best to everybody.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
That's Professor Mike Steinel, and that is the show, unless Rodrigo has something on his mind. Hello, Rodrigo. Robert Smigel spoke very highly of you. He wrote me a note.
I heard. Thank you.
But I disabused
I wanted to talk about Melissa Lucio or Melissa Lucio.
Could you speak? Could you talk louder?
Closer or louder?
Louder, please.
Okay. I wanted to talk about Melissa Lucio, who is scheduled to be executed next month on the 27th of April for killing her 2-year-old baby. The cops decided to interrogate her for hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had trouble hearing you. Say it again.
Let me put the link in the chat again. Melissa Lucio in Texas is scheduled to be executed next month for killing her 2-year-old baby. The cops decided to interrogate her for hours when she was in shock over her baby's death until she admitted to mistreating the baby sometimes or something, emphasis on the something. And now, 15 years later, she's going to be executed.
Okay.
I don't know.
Send me the link on that, please.
It's on the chat.
Okay, thank you.
And also, that's weird. It seems weird to be talking about being tricked into playing Choose Your Fascist, and it becomes almost impossible if you can separate moral judgments from logic. We recently met on the show Paul Prescott, a teacher running for the 8th State Senate District in PA, who feels really skeptical about universities with $40 billion tax-exempt endowments. Someone else running for a different state senate seat in PA is Dr. Oz, who gave up his TV show to run for office.
Dr. Oz.
He recently promised to give up his Turkish citizenship if he wins. I have mentioned before how the super rich will take their toys and move to whichever country doesn't join a global 15% minimum tax rate alliance. But Dr. Ross, while a millionaire, is not really a super rich at the scale of, say, Trump, despite all the times he was taken to task by multiple governmental bodies for peddling miracle pills. He, however, certainly believes he's part of the 0.01%, just a few years away from becoming the next Trump. Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky is currently being acclaimed from many quarters, including European and US liberals who keep trying to risk his life, from Marco Rubio posting selfies with him to Amy Schumer asking if Zelensky can attend the Oscars via satellite. Something that probably wouldn't risk his life is this idea going around of giving him the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, if you can separate morality from logic, if you think anything the mainstream media tells you to believe must be the truth, you probably think this is a great idea. If you can separate morality from logic, however, even for a few minutes, you will realize that we're talking about giving Zelensky the Nobel Peace Prize for refusing to surrender to Putin. Should Zelensky surrender to Putin, even assuming his own military wouldn't kill him for even trying, I probably wouldn't want him to surrender to Putin. But the quickest way to arrive at a peaceful solution probably involves Zelensky surrendering, the US and NATO implementing a peaceful transition when, instead of feeding weapons to the Azov Battalion and other neo-Nazi collaborationist outfits that have been integrated into the Ukrainian military in the last decade, they would become persecuted. And Putin would be forced to join NATO and allow investigators from the International Atomic Energy Agency to check that his nukes are safe and there's no corrupt officers selling weapons-grade nuclear material on the black market. Again, this probably won't happen because the Obama-Clinton people in Biden's White House would rather give weapons to Ukrainian neo-Nazis than let Putin win. But I want to point out again that liberals want to give Zelensky the Nobel Peace Prize for refusing to end the war by surrendering to Putin. We thought the Nobel Peace Prize had jumped the shark when they gave it to Obama because he promised to try really hard to bring peace to the Middle East without doing anything that could actually bring peace to the Middle East. But now we're thinking, I had Putin, that means I love Zelensky, and what better way to prove I love Zelensky than by giving him the award that is most prestigious among liberals, the Nobel Peace Prize, for refusing to end the war by surrendering to Putin. And if you don't think there's something seriously wrong with the world where that idea may come to pass, in a few years you will find yourself arguing with your family about Trump's replacement as the conservative big cheese, starting a nuclear war with China now while the United States can still win. After World War I, the US left was traumatized. By the time the build-up to World War II started, most leftists had agreed to stop talking about being anti-war because it was so obvious how evil Hitler was, even though he had taken lots of pages out of the pro-slavery US South. Today we're doing it again. Western society is so convinced Putin is worse than Hitler that any questioning of the "we must help Zelensky stand firm" narrative is seen as being pro-Putin. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job as always. And that is our show. We barely scratched the surface. I want to thank all our guests from This Is Revolution podcast, Jason Miles and Pascal Robert. And thank you, Rodrigo, for turning us on to them. Go to thisisrevolutionpodcast.com. I want to thank Howie Klein from Down with Tyranny and the Blue America PAC, as well as Spencer Slovic. Spencer Slovic is founder of Mycorrhiza Digital and is handling all the social media over at Blue America. Stump the Hump, Quizmaster Dan Frankenberger, Harriet Fraud, Dr. Harriet Fraud. Listen to her podcasts. It's not just in your head, and capitalism hits home. Professor Adnan Hussein, follow him on Twitter at Adnan A. Hussein and at Weekly Marks. Listen to the Mudgeless podcast, where he talks to Professor Juan Cole, and of course, Guerrilla History. Peter B. Collins. Thank you. Go to peterbcollins.com for a treasure trove of his podcast radio shows and interviews. Professor Marianne Cummings, thank you. Follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl, GRRL. Professor Mike Steinel. Go to MikeSteinel.com for more information about how you can purchase his books, his albums, and tell him you love him. Who doesn't love Professor Mike Steinel? That's our show. And don't forget, if you would like to join us in the Zoom room, go to my website and sign up. And while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. I want to thank the people who helped put this show together, Professor Jonathan Bick, Hannah Feldman, of course, Dan Frankenberger. Nothing gets done here without the great Dan Frankenberger. And, of course, the Invisible Ninja, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Joe in Norway, Grace Jackson, and all those people. We have a YouTube channel, The Invisible Ninja. I don't know how he's doing it. He's cutting up the show and putting digestible morsels up on our YouTube channel. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to the show wherever podcasts are served. The show that we recorded Thursday, the live show, is not available. We had some technical issues. There's a full audio version of our last show, but the full live recording session is not available on YouTube quite yet. We can't figure out how to get it. Can't figure out how to get it up. There, something for the chat room to have fun with. I think that covers everything. I'm pretty sure that's it. Thank you all. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong, protect the weak.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this here union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop, and there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.